Chapter 843. Gu Mifan. It was Fong Chen's first time hearing this name. He could tell from their expressions that Gu Mifan was a very powerful person. Brother Gu Jian, Gu Mifan is the same as you. He caused the ancient golden bell to ring 9 times 100 years ago, Fatty Li said with a smile. 9 times. Back then, Gu Mifan caused a sensation in the entire Golden Sword City. Even the almighties from other cities came to recruit him, but he rejected them all. Fatty Li continued, "It's strange. Gu Mifan worked hard and persevered to become one of the strongest people in the burial sword state." After hearing Fatty Li's words, Fong Chen's heart was also shaken. Gu Mifan had caused 9 times and become one of the strongest people in the burial sword state after 100 years. Me too, Fong Chen said to himself as he clenched his fist. When the last martial artist came out of the ancient golden bell on the Golden Sword Peak, the bell closed again. There were a total of 9 people who challenged the ancient golden bell this time, but the most outstanding one was Fong Chen. Only one of the others managed to cause 5 rings, while the others only managed to cause 4 rings at most. The news of Gu Mifan causing 9 rings shocked the entire Golden Sword City. All the martial artists were talking about Gu Mifan. After the ancient golden bell incident, Fong Chen followed Elder Xian back to the sword battle arena. "Since you've obtained the ancient golden invincible sword technique, hurry up and cultivate it," Elder Xian said. Fong Chen nodded and returned to the courtyard to study the ancient golden invincible sword technique. The ancient golden invincible sword technique was the ultimate technique of Golden Sword City. It was extremely powerful. Its grade had reached the 8th grade. It was much stronger than the grade 7 5-element sword technique. However, there were some requirements if one wanted to cultivate the ancient golden invincible sword technique. You can only cultivate it if your sword intent reaches grade 3. After seeing this requirement, Fong Chen curled his lips. True intent was hard to cultivate in the first place. Martial artists who possessed true intent were already considered 1 in 10,000. Wanting to cultivate a true intent to the 3rd grade was even more difficult. Fong Chen's sword intent had also gone through many trials and tribulations before reaching the 2nd grade realm. As for the supreme true intent of void, it was even harder to cultivate. "Let's improve my sword intent first," Fong Chen muttered to himself. It was a little difficult to raise his true intent to the 3rd grade. One day, Fong Chen found Elder Xian. "Elder Xian, I would like to consult you about matters regarding cultivation." Fong Chen clasped his hands and asked, "About the ancient golden indestructible sword." Elder Xian seemed to have expected Fong Chen's return and immediately inquired, "Elder Xian, if you want to cultivate the ancient golden undying sword, you have to cultivate your sword intent to the 3rd grade. My sword intent has already reached the 2nd grade. How can I quickly reach the 3rd grade?" asked Fong Chen. "2nd grade sword intent." Old Xian chuckled. "That's not a problem." "Oh, it's not a problem." Fong Chen was flabbergasted. "What grade is your soul right now?" asked Elder Xian. Fong Chen said, "Mid-yellow tier. Too weak. Raise your soul to the green tier. At that time, your problem will be easily solved." Elder Xian smiled mysteriously. Although Fong Chen was very puzzled, he still did as Elder Xian said. Fong Chen concluded that if he wanted to raise the strength of his soul, he would need some miraculous pills. Fong Chen found Fatty Li and explained his intentions. "Brother Gu Jian, you found the right person. I know a peak saint alchemist in Golden Sword City." Fatty Li chuckled. "Then I'll have to thank Brother Li," said Fong Chen. Fatty Li brought Fong Chen to a tall building on the west side of Golden Sword City. "This is Saint Alchemist Pill One's residence," said Fatty Li. The two of them walked into the building one after the other. On the first floor of the building, there were some martial artists and some cabinets with some pills inside. "We're looking for Saint Alchemist Pill One." Fatty Li revealed his identity and grinned. The staff member went to report and returned in a short while. "Saint Alchemist Pill One is on the 2nd floor. Follow me." The staff member led Fong Chen and Fatty Li to the 2nd floor. In a spacious room on the 2nd floor, Saint Alchemist Pill One was sitting quietly in a green robe. There was a touch of age on his face, and there was a bit of worry between his brows. Saint Alchemist, Pill 1. Fatty Lee saw him and cupped his hands in greeting. Kid, you still know to come and see me. Saint Alchemist Pill 1 looked at Fatty Lee and smiled. Saint Alchemist Pill 1, this is my good friend, Gujian. Fatty Lee introduced him to Saint Alchemist Pill 1. Junior Gujian greets Saint Alchemist Pill 1. Fong Chun cupped his hands in greeting. Saint Alchemist Pill 1 nodded. You caused the ancient golden bell to ring 9 times. You have the style of Gu Miefa from back then. Recently, everyone in Golden Sword City had been talking about Gujian. Saint Alchemist Pill 1 naturally knew about him. Furthermore, for Gujian to be able to cause the ancient golden bell to ring 9 times was enough to see his potential. Hearing Saint Alchemist Pill 1 praise him for having the style of Gu Miefa, Fong Chun grinned. Speak, why are you looking for me? Saint Alchemist Pill 1 looked at Fatty Lee. Saint Alchemist, I can't hide anything from you. This brother of mine wants to improve his soul, so he came here to ask for some medicinal pills, said Fatty Lee. Oh, to improve his soul, he should have to cultivate the ancient, golden, invincible sword art, said Saint Alchemist Pill 1. Fong Chun nodded. Saint Alchemist Pill 1's aura was very powerful. However, he gave off a feeling that he was past his prime. As for what was going on, Fong Chun couldn't say. Although Saint Alchemist Pill 1 and Saint Alchemist Pill Cloud were both alchemy Saint Alchemists, Saint Alchemist Pill Cloud couldn't compare to Saint Alchemist Pill 1. Saint Alchemist Pill 1 was a peak Saint Alchemist, while Saint Alchemist Pill Cloud had just become a Saint Alchemist. The Spirit Ascension Pill is a peak Tao-level medicinal pill, said Saint Alchemist Pill 1. No one knew more than Saint Alchemist Pill 1 about the effects of various medicinal pills. Saint Alchemist Pill 1, my brother just came to Golden Sword City. He doesn't have many violet crystals. Fatty Lee laughed mischievously. I'll give him the Spirit Ascension Pill for free, said Saint Alchemist Pill 1. Saint Alchemist. Fong Chun was a bit embarrassed. You don't need to say anything. Since he brought you here, it means your relationship isn't bad. Furthermore, I have a feeling that your future accomplishments won't be any lower than Gu Miefa's. This can count as my investment in you, said Saint Alchemist Pill 1. A Spirit Ascension Pill wasn't much to Saint Alchemist Pill 1, but to the current Fong Chun, it was extremely precious. At the very least, he didn't have enough violet crystals to buy it. After all, Fong Chun had caused the bell to ring 9 times. His potential was comparable to Gu Miefa's. It was just a Spirit Ascension Pill. If he failed, he wouldn't lose much. But if he succeeded, he would make a fortune. Saint Alchemist Pill 1, this junior will remember your kindness. If you need this junior's help in the future, I won't shirk my duty, said Fong Chun. Ha ha. Saint Alchemist Pill 1 cracked a smile and said, come find me in 3 days. Fatty Lee and Fong Chun bid farewell to Saint Alchemist Pill 1 and left the building. However, as they were leaving, they ran into Yong and coldly glanced at Fong Chun before entering the building. A moment later, Yong angrily walked out of the building. That damn Gujian, said Yong in a low voice. He had used his status as King Blood Refining's disciple to ask Saint Alchemist Pill 1 to refine a medicinal pill for him. He hadn't expected Saint Alchemist Pill 1 to refuse without any hesitation. And Saint Alchemist Pill 1's reason for refusing was that he wanted to refine the Spirit Ascension Pill for Gujian. Thinking of Gujian, Yong'in's heart was filled with anger. Just wait and see, said Yong'in coldly. Walking on the road, Fong Chun and Fatty Lee walked side by side. Gu Jinxing, why do you think we cultivate? Fatty Lee suddenly whispered. Fong Chun was startled. He felt that Fatty Lee's mood wasn't right. Turning his head, he saw that Fatty Lee's face was full of confusion. Brother Lee, us martial artists cultivate in defiance of the heavens. Naturally, it's for immortality, said Fong Chun. Immortality was every martial artist's dream. However, not every cultivator could reach such a level. However, people always had to have dreams. Without dreams, what was the meaning of life? Of course, Fong Chun had many dreams. He wanted to increase his strength, pursue immortality, protect his family, and find his mother. How could the realm of eternal life be so easy? Fatty Lee sighed. Saint Alchemist Pill 1 is so amazing in the Pill Tao, but in the martial path, he has been unable to break through. His limit is about to arrive. What Saint Alchemist Pill 1's limit is about to arrive? Fong Chun was also startled, his heart shaking. No wonder when he saw Saint Alchemist Pill 1. He had a kind of withered aura. He was like an old man past his prime. Saint Alchemist Pill 1 is obsessed with the Pill Tao. His talent in the Pill Tao is incomparably monstrous, but his martial cultivation has been unable to increase. In a few more decades, his limit will arrive, and he will turn into a pile of dirt, said Fatty Lee. Fong Chen's heart shook. He hadn't thought that an expert like Saint Alchemist Pill 1 would be unable to endure his limit. Thinking of that, Fong Chen shook his head slightly. Although one martial artist after another has fallen on the path of pursuing immortality, we still have to pursue it. I believe that one day we will come into contact with that mysterious realm, said Fong Chun. After going to Saint Alchemist Pill 1's place, Fatty Lee's mood was clearly very low. Fong Chun comforted Fatty Lee, and the two of them returned to the sword arena together. At this time, within the Blood Refining King's residence, Yong was making a request to the Blood Refining King. Master, I want to borrow your 5th level True Martial Realm Blood Puppet, said Yong, and, oh, what do you want a 5th level True Martial Realm Blood Puppet for? Asked the Blood Refining King with surprise. Blood puppets had extremely strong defenses and were also very strong. Martial artists in the same realm simply couldn't match them. A 5th level True Martial Realm Blood Puppet was also very important to the Blood Refining King. After all, it was not easy to refine a genuine martial realm blood puppet. Disciple was defeated by Gu Jian in the sword arena. I've never accepted this, said Yong gravely, his voice filled with killing intent. You want to deal with Gu Jian? The Blood Refining King's eyes flashed. Chapter 844. 3 days later, Fong Chun and Fatty Lee once again came to Saint Master Pill 1's building. At this time, Saint Master Pill 1's face was full of smiles, and his expression was no longer gloomy. Saint Master Pill 1. Fong Chun and Fatty Lee greeted Saint Master Pill 1. This is your Spirit Ascension Pill. Saint Master Pill 1 waved his hand, took out 3 Spirit Ascension pills, and handed them to Fong Chun. Saint Master. Fong Chun hesitated for a moment and didn't take the 3 Spirit Ascension pills. This time, I've also gained a lot from refining the Spirit Ascension Pill for you. Saint Master Pill 1 smiled and said, I've been troubled by an alchemy problem before. This time, I suddenly had an inspiration and thought of solution. As a result, my achievements in alchemy have improved further. Perhaps before the end of my life, I have hope of taking that step. Hearing this, Fong Chun and Fatty Lee were also stunned. No wonder Saint Master Pill 1 had changed so much in 3 days. His eyes were no longer gloomy. It turned out that Saint Master Pill 1 had improved further in alchemy. Moreover, when the two heard Saint Master Pill 1 say that he had improved further and had hope of taking that step before the end of his life, they were shocked. Saint Master Pill 1 was already a top alchemy Saint Master. If he improved further, wouldn't he be the legendary God Master of the ancient Sword Continent? After reaching the true martial realm, Fong Chen more or less knew some of the secrets of the ancient Sword Continent. He originally thought that Alchemy Saint Master was the highest achievement in alchemy. However, he later learned that there was a legendary God Master above the Alchemy Saint Master. God Masters could refine divine pills. It was said that divine pills could revive the dead and were countless times more powerful than Tao-level pills. However, it was too difficult to reach the level of God Master. In the ancient Sword Continent, there hadn't been a God Master in the past 10,000 years. Congratulations, Saint Master Pill 1. Fong Chun and Fatty Lee hurriedly cupped their hands and congratulated him. If Saint Master Pill 1 could really take that step, then he would be the first God alchemist in the Qingyun domain in the past 10,000 years. At that time, he might be able to find the mystery of immortality. Clearly, Saint Master Pill 1 was also very happy. He directly gave Fong Chun 3 Spirit Ascension pills. I hope so. Saint Master Dan once smiled. Fong Chun cupped his hands and said, Saint Master Dan, you've just comprehended something. We won't disturb you any longer. Saint Master Dan one nodded and said, If you need anything in the future, just come find me. Fong Chun and Fatty Lee separated after leaving Saint Master Dan Yi's residence. Fatty Lee's cultivation had also reached a bottleneck recently. He could reach LV5 of the true martial realm at any time. For this reason, Fatty Lee was also working hard to cultivate. As for Fong Chun, he was anxious to increase the strength of his soul. As soon as he returned to the sword arena, Fong Chun directly returned to his residence and sat down cross-legged, preparing to swallow the spirit rising pill. Whoosh Little Mouse came out of the special interspatial ring. At this moment, the little mouse was surrounded by a purple glow and had a very special aura. Boss, I'll protect you, the little mouse said. Fong Chun nodded and adjusted his body. Then he took out a spirit rising pill and swallowed it directly. Hiss, hiss. The medicinal effect of the spirit rising pill instantly spread through Fong Chen's body and gathered in Fong Chen's mind. Fong Chen's soul greedily absorbed the medicinal effect of the spirit rising pill. Fong Chen could sense that his soul was improving. The spirit rising pill was a top Dao level pill. It was very useful for true martial realm warriors. Middle yellow level, late yellow level, peak yellow level. The first spirit rising pill directly increased Fong Chen's soul strength to the peak of the yellow level. He was only one step away from the green level. The effect is so strong. Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. Ordinary people who worked hard for decades probably wouldn't be as effective as the spirit rising pill. Thinking of this, Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. On the path of martial arts, one's own efforts were important, but external factors were also very important. In short, to become an expert, one needed to combine all kinds of factors. After completely digesting the medicinal effect of the first spirit rising pill, Fong Chun began to swallow the second spirit rising pill. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With the experience of swallowing the first spirit rising pill, his control over the second spirit rising pill was clearly much better than the first. Not long after, the medicinal effect of the second spirit rising pill was completely absorbed by Fong Chun. At this time, Fong Chun felt his mind shake. Then, Fong Chen's yellow soul suddenly changed color. In the blink of an eye, the yellow color disappeared and was replaced by green. Within his mind, a green soul quietly floated. That green soul emitted a terrifying soul aura. The strength of his soul had reached the green level. Fong Chun could feel that after his soul reached the green level, it had become much stronger. Continue. The effects of the spirit rising pill were the best when swallowed for the first time. The more he swallowed, the weaker the effects would be. Fong Chun wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to completely swallow the third spirit rising pill. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After half an hour, the medicinal effects of the three spirit rising pills were completely absorbed. At this time, Fong Chun suddenly opened his eyes. The green soul around his head instantly converged. Fong Chen's face was full of smiles. The three spirit rising pills raised my soul to the middle stage of the green level. Immediately, Fong Chen's body shook. In the next moment, his soul cultivation level naturally rose to the middle stage of the fourth level. Middle stage of the fourth level. Fong Chun was slightly excited. The fourth level corresponded to the ninth level of the true martial realm. Middle stage of the fourth level corresponded to the middle stage of the true martial realm. While in Fong Chen's mind, his soul revolved, and the God Attraction art was instantly used. In the blink of an eye, the God Attraction art erupted with absolute power. Show with a thought, Fong Chen's dense green soul appeared above his head. These souls directly converged into a battle spear and shot out. Bang! Under Fong Chen's control, the soul battle spear fiercely stabbed into the ground. Suddenly, a lot of dust was stirred up. Moreover, Fong Chun found that traces of soul aura in the battle spear drilled into the ground. This is the ultimate attack form of the God Attraction art. Fong Chun couldn't help but laugh. His soul had reached the middle stage of the green level, and his soul cultivation level had reached the middle stage of the fourth level. So the God attraction art had also been cultivated to the strongest state. With the soul of the middle stage of the green level and the strongest state of the God attraction art, I have no pressure against a martial artist of the fifth level of the true martial realm, Fong Chun said. However, before Fong Chun could finish rejoicing, he was shocked to find that his body had changed a little. What's going on? Fong Chun looked inwardly at his body. In his body, the sword soul was changing. The third step of the 5 steps of the sword principle was the sword soul. After condensing the sword soul, Fong Chun had no time to cultivate the beginner volume of the sword principle truth. But now, the sword soul was changing automatically. Is the sword soul evolving? Fong Chun's heart shuddered. Just as Fong Chun expected, the sword soul was evolving. Looking at the sword soul evolving bit by bit, Fong Chun was very excited. Hiss! The green soul in his mind went into the sword soul, helping it to evolve quickly. As time went by, Fong Chun was shocked to find that with the help of the green soul, the sword soul was transforming into a sword soul. Am I going to reach the 4th step? Fong Chun said to himself. The 4th step of the sword principle, the sword soul, had a lot to do with the martial artist soul. Fong Chun gradually understood that the evolution of the sword soul should be related to the soul. As soon as the soul made a breakthrough, the sword soul was evolving. All of this was so connected. The evolution of the sword soul was much easier than Fong Chun thought. It took about 2 hours for the sword soul to completely transform into a sword soul. A sword-shaped soul floated in Fong Chun's mind and leaned against the original green soul. The sword-shaped soul emitted a vast sword chi. After the formation of the sword soul, Fong Chun felt that his understanding of the sword principle had improved. Is this the sword soul? Fong Chun stared at the sword soul and muttered to himself. According to the beginner scroll of the sword principle truth, after forming the sword soul, the martial artist talent in the sword principle would gradually be improved by the sword soul. Moreover, the sword soul could give the martial artist more sword chi. When a martial artist fought, he didn't have to worry about using up too much sword chi and not being able to launch a more powerful attack. After being in the sword burial state for almost a year, Fong Chun finally reached the 4th step of the sword principle. So powerful. Fong Chun stood up and felt the power in his body. At the same time, Fong Chun also found that his cultivation had reached the peak of LV for true martial realm. All of this was caused by the 3 spirit-raising pills. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. Fong Chun's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, receiving a comprehensive improvement. Elder Xian said that once my soul reaches the green grade, I'll be able to cultivate the ancient golden invincible sword. After a moment of excitement, Fong Chun thought carefully. Fong Chun secretly tried to cultivate the ancient golden invincible sword, but he still couldn't cultivate it. Fong Chun went to find Elder Xian. Elder Xian, my soul has already improved. Why can't I cultivate the ancient golden invincible sword? Fong Chun asked in astonishment. Elder Xian glanced at Fong Chun and smiled. Not bad. Your soul has reached the mid-green grade. Has your sword soul evolved into a sword soul? Elder Xian continued. Fong Chun was stunned. How did Elder Xian know that he cultivated the beginner scroll of the sword principle truth? Seeing Fong Chun's astonishment, Elder Xian smiled. Only a mortal continent like the ancient sword continent would treat the beginner scroll of the sword principle truth as a supreme treasure. Everyone in the sword burial state knows how to cultivate it. Fong Chun's heart trembled. He hadn't expected the beginner scroll of the sword principle truth to be so ordinary in the sword burial state. Once your soul reaches the green grade, your sword soul will naturally evolve into a sword soul. Once you possess a sword soul, your sword intent will be constantly nourished. It won't take long before your sword intent will automatically reach the 3rd grade. Elder Xian chuckled as he spoke. When Fong Chun heard this, he finally understood. Elder Xian had long since seen through his cultivation of the beginner scroll of the sword principle truth. The reason he wanted him to increase the strength of his soul was so that his sword soul could evolve into a sword soul and nourish his sword intent. So that's how it is. Fang Chen nodded and smiled. After he finished speaking, Fang Chen prepared to leave. However, Elder Xian stopped him. Since your overall strength has increased, there are some things that I should tell you. Elder Xian said. Elder Xian, please speak. Chapter 845. Under normal circumstances, when there was an irreconcilable conflict between cultivators, they would challenge each other. Yong'an was undoubtedly taking advantage of this opportunity to get rid of Fang Chen. When Yong'an and the Blood Refinement Monarch had come, Fang Chen had been in seclusion. Elder Xian hadn't dared to agree on his own. But now, Fang Chen had come out of seclusion, and his strength had increased. Elder Xian suddenly recalled this matter. Yong'an wants to challenge me. Fang Chen frowned. This Yong'an was too petty. Back when he had defeated him in the arena, he had harbored a grudge. This time, he had even brought his master, the Blood Refinement Monarch, along with him. He clearly wanted to kill him. I was a little worried before, but now that you've broken through, I'm not worried at all, said Elder Xian with a smile. Elder Xian, please help me spread the news that I accept Yong'an's challenge. The time is set for 3 days from now, said Fang Chen. Elder Xian grinned and nodded. The news of Fang Chen accepting Yong'an's challenge instantly spread throughout Golden Sword City. All the cultivators were discussing it. There were even some cultivators who were betting that Fang Chen and Yong'an would win. Luo Byron and the others were gathered at the top floor of the Golden Sword restaurant. Fang Chen had also been called over by Fatty Li. Brother Gujian, Yong'an was defeated by you back then. Now that he dares to challenge you so brazenly, he must have something to rely on, said Fatty Li. I heard some rumors. It is said that the Blood Refining King gave Yong'an some trump cards for his battle with you. Yishualin said in a low voice. It's just a few blood puppets. Wu Li's mouth twitched. Brother Gujian, although I believe you'll definitely win, Yong'an is too petty. He must have something to rely on. You have to be careful of his blood puppets, said Luo Byron. After interacting with Gujian for a long time, Luo Byron and the others were very friendly to him. Although Gujian had heaven-defying potential and was very strong, he didn't put on any airs. He was also very easygoing. He was greatly sought after by Golden Sword City's younger generation. Therefore, when they heard that Gujian was going to fight Yong'an, Luo Byron and the others asked Gujian out to remind him. Thank you for your reminder. In my eyes, Yong'an is just a motley crew. There's nothing to be afraid of, Fang Chen said softly. If it had been before, Fang Chen would have had to be wary of Yong'an's blood-mane puppet. But now, even if Yong'an had blood-mane puppet, Fang Chen had nothing to fear. Moreover, Fang Chen hated the Blood Refining King's bloodline from the bottom of his heart. He had almost become the blood puppet of the Blood Refining King. As he thought of this, Fang Chen felt a faint killing intent in his heart. Ha ha ha! Brother Gujian, this is what I admire about you. Wu Li laughed loudly. Many of the younger generation were also drinking with Gujian. At a certain moment, Yong'an arrived at the Golden Sword restaurant and ascended to the highest floor. Everyone looked at Yong'an strangely. A person who is about to die is still drinking here. As soon as Yong'an arrived, he pointed his spear at Fang Chen and said disdainfully, You're just a loser. Why do you have to criticize me? Fang Chen retorted. For a moment, the atmosphere in the Golden Sword restaurant was heavy. Luo Byron, Wu Li, and the others didn't say anything. They just quietly watched the confrontation between Fang Chen and Yong'an. Gujian, in 3 days, I will definitely chop off your head in front of everyone. Yong'an smiled sinisterly. In his opinion, Fang Chen was already a dead man. With the LV5 true martial realm blood-mane puppet given to him by his master, coupled with his offensive power, his combat strength was comparable to a LV6 true martial realm expert. A mere Gujian was nothing to him. So what if he can trigger 9 rings of the ancient golden bell? You can only be considered a true genius when you grow up. Who will remember a genius who dies halfway? Yong'an sneered. Since ancient times, there had been many geniuses who have been placed high hopes on. However, very few of them have been able to grow up, and even fewer had reached the peak. Many geniuses with monstrous talent had died halfway. In Yong An's opinion, Fang Chun was one of those geniuses who hadn't been able to grow up and had died halfway. Although Elder Xian had been protecting Gu Jian, once Gu Jian died, a dead genius definitely wouldn't make Elder Xian go to war. This time, Yong'an only had one goal, and that was to kill Gu Jian. At the very least, I'm stronger than you. I can still call myself a genius. What about you? Fang Chun said coldly. Fang Chun's attitude was very unyielding. He wasn't afraid of Yong'an at all. At this moment, Luo Byron also spoke. Isn't it too early to say who will win and who will lose? That's right. The battle in 3 days will determine the winner. Saying anything now is useless, said Wu Li. Fatty Li and He Shuolin didn't say anything, but their meaning was clear. They stood on Fang Chen's side. They didn't care about Yong'an at all. If Yong'an's master hadn't been the blood-refining king, he wouldn't have been able to reach the top floor of the Golden Sword restaurant. Gu Jian, just you wait. 3 days later, it will be your death date. After saying that, Yong'an turned and left. Fang Chun looked at Yong'an's back as he left, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Yong'an didn't hide his killing intent towards Fang Chun at all. Since the other party wanted to kill him, then he wouldn't show mercy to Yong, and 3 days later, I'll give you a surprise. Fang Chun said to himself. Brother Gu Jian, don't worry about him. Come, let's drink. Fatty Li raised his wine glass and smiled. Suddenly, many of the younger generation chatted with each other. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the 3rd day, many warriors poured into the entire sword battle arena. These warriors all came to watch the battle between Fang Chun and Yong'an. The battle time was at noon. There was still some time before noon. Many warriors came in advance to the arena where Fang Chun and Yong'an were fighting. When it was almost noon, even Luo Byron and the others came. You guys go in first. I'll come later, Fatty Li suddenly said. Luo Byron and the others didn't take it seriously and directly went to the bottom of the arena, waiting for Fang Chun and Yong'an to arrive. Just when Luo Byron, Wu Li, and the others arrived, Yong'an also came. Today, Yong'an was wearing a black robe, and his entire body emitted a terrifying aura. His face was full of a sinister smile. Crash! Yong'an stood on the arena and said arrogantly, Where's Gu Jian? Come out and die. Following Yong'an was the blood-refining monarch. The latter sat together with Elder Xian and looked at the arena with satisfaction. However, just as Yong'an's voice fell, a strange voice came from the crowd. Open, open. Bet on Gu Jian winning, 1. Bet on Yong'an winning, 100. When hearing this voice, Luo Byron, who was in front of the arena, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Obviously, this voice came from Fatty Li, and his words directly infuriated Yong, and what Yong'an winning 100? Many cultivators were very surprised. When they found out that it was Fatty Li who opened the bet, they gradually calmed down. Many people directly bet on Gu Jian winning, and some people had a fluke mentality and bet on Yong'an winning. As long as Yong'an won 100, it would definitely be a huge profit. I bet on Gu Jian winning 100,000 purple crystals. Luo Byron suddenly said. I also bet on Gu Jian winning 100,000 purple crystals. Wu Li said. Wu Li and Luo Byron spoke one after another, completely making the entire sword arena lively. On the arena, Yong'an's face was gloomy to the extreme. Li Yun Tian. Yong'an roared furiously. This damn fatty gave him a 100 bet. Wasn't this obviously insulting him? However, before Yong'an could get angry, the blood-refining monarch on the rostrum spoke. Since this little friend wants to bet, then I'll join in. I bet on Yong'an winning 1 million purple crystals. The blood-refining monarch said with a smile. Crash! There was an uproar in the sword arena. The blood-refining monarch bet 1 million purple crystals. As long as Yong'an wins, then he can earn 10 million purple crystals. At this moment, even Fatty Li was not confident in his heart, but with so many people watching, he couldn't say anything. Okay, I accept the blood-refining monarch's bet, Fatty Li said stubbornly. After the blood-refining monarch finished betting, there were still some cultivators who placed their bets. When noon arrived, the betting was finally over. At this time, Fang Chen's figure appeared on the arena in an instant, finally willing to come out. Yeoman saw Fang Chen and smiled sinisterly. "The time is just right," Fang Chen said. Yeoman's face was very ugly. He couldn't wait to kill Fang Chen. "Since both sides are here, the time is up. Let the battle begin," Elder Xian said. Both of them understood the rules, so there was no need to repeat them. After Elder Xian finished speaking, he sat on the rostrum. Suddenly, the atmosphere on the arena was extremely solemn. Crash! A terrifying aura emerged from Yong En's body. When everyone saw this, they were a little surprised. Yong En's cultivation had reached the late stage of LV5, true martial realm. Ancient golden invincible sword technique. As soon as Yong En came up, he directly displayed the ancient golden invincible sword technique. Facing Yong En's attack, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and activated the sword body at the late stage of body refinement realm. Then he activated the sword intent and instantly displayed the 5 elements sword technique. Whoosh, whoosh, bang. Yong En's golden sword light and Fang Chen's 5 elements sword light collided fiercely, and the arena was about to be overturned. A deafening sound rang out, and both of them took a few steps back. Yong En, who stabilized his body, looked at Fang Chen fiercely and said, "I said, you must die today." As soon as Yong En finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted again. Suddenly, Yong En's long sword stabbed toward Fang Chen. At the same time, Yong En's body rushed toward Fang Chen. Bang! Bang! Fang Chen used the hidden star sword's black fire attribute to block Yong En's fierce attack. The black fire took the opportunity to invade Yong En's long sword and corrode it. What fire is this? Chapter 846. On the main stage, Wang Tong stood up, his eyes flickering as he stared at the black flames on the hidden star sword. Why is this black flame so domineering? Wang Tong was a profound king, so he could control the surrounding energy of heaven and earth. He could tell with a single glance that Fang Chen's black flame was extraordinary. The black flame had invaded Yong En's sword and was corroding it. Beside him, Elder Xian was also astonished. Then he seemed to discover something, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. This kid is truly blessed by heaven. His monstrous potential is truly frightening. Elder Xian thought to himself. He could tell that Gu Yun's black flame had a trace of the undying flame's characteristics. Why does this kid's flame have the characteristics of the undying flame? Elder Xian couldn't understand. There was only one way to transform one's flame into the undying flame. That was to absorb the undying bird's essence blood. Could it be that this kid really did absorb the undying bird's essence blood? Elder Xian's heart trembled. If his guess was correct, then this kid was too terrifying. His future accomplishments were limitless. Once he truly transformed his flame into the undying flame, even a Mystic King realm expert would not dare to underestimate the power of that flame. What kind of existence was the undying bird? The undying flame was a flame that shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. Whoever obtained this flame would be able to suppress an era. This was the legend of the undying flame. Elder Xian hadn't expected to see a flame with the characteristics of the undying flame after living for so long. Elder Xian's eyes brightened as he looked at Gu Yun. Below the stage, Luo Byron, Wu Li, and the others also sensed the black flame's power. Brother Gu Jin's black flame is truly domineering, said Fatty Li. Yong En's sword is a Dao weapon, but it's a bit hard to resist after being corroded by the black flame, said Yishuolin. There's a crack in Yong En's sword. Wu Li observed carefully and said softly, "Even I wouldn't dare to face this black flame head-on," said Luo Byron. From their conversation, it was obvious how powerful Fang Chen's black flames were. In the arena, Yong En's sea of qi was revolving. Wild spiritual qi was continuously channeled into the longsword, wanting to completely extinguish the black flames. "Oomph. Do you think you can make me helpless with just this little bit of flame?" Yong En sneered. He activated all the strength in his body and performed his strongest ancient golden indestructible sword technique. Suddenly, a dense golden aura appeared in the sky, and within it, there was the word destroy. Under Yong An's control, the word destroy rushed towards Fang Chun. 5 elements sword art. Fang Chun swung his hand and displayed the 5 elements sword technique. The majestic sword light blasted towards Yong An's attack. At the same time, Fang Chen's mind stirred, and the true will of void emerged. Fang Chen's body instantly disappeared. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the void. They all knew that Gu Jian possessed a space-related true will. But as for what it was, no one knew. I can't sense it at all. Brother Gu Jian's space-related true will is truly domineering, said Fatty Li. Brother Luo, what do you think Brother Gu Jian's space-related true will is? Ishualin looked at Luo Byron. Luo Byron pondered for a moment, then said, when Brother Gu Jian used his spatial true intent, his body was hidden in the void, and no one could detect it. Even mystic kings couldn't detect it. It's definitely a high-level true intent. Among high-grade true meanings, there are only 2 or 3 space-related true meanings. I feel that his space-related true will is extremely likely to be the true will of illusions, said Luo Byron. Although Wu Li usually bickered with Luo Byron, he also agreed with Luo Byron's words. Gu Jian's true will was definitely a high-grade true will, and it was extremely likely to be the true will of illusions. The true will of illusions? The surrounding cultivators were all shocked when they heard this. Even Elder Xian and the Blood Refinement Monarch believed that Gu Jian's true will of illusions was the true will of illusions. So what if he has the true will of illusions? Sneered the Blood Refinement Monarch. The trump card he had given Yong and was enough to deal with Gu Jian. Rumble. Yong and was the only one left on the stage. His expression was grave as he surveyed his surroundings. Right at this moment, the space in front of Yong and was torn apart. A shocking sword blade appeared out of nowhere and slashed toward Yong and courting death. Yong roared and raised his sword to block. Crack! Yong had underestimated the power of this sword. When his long sword clashed with the hidden star sword, a cracking sound rang out. Following that, Yong discovered that countless cracks had appeared on his longsword. Crash! Following Fang Chen's appearance, Yong's longsword instantly shattered. Just like that, a Dao tool was shattered by Fang Chun. This shocked everyone in the sword arena. Damn it! Yong roared furiously as he was forced to retreat. A metal nail appeared in Yong's hand. Then, he crushed the metal nail with all his might. Instantly, rays of dazzling aura shot out from the metal nails and intertwined with each other to form a formation that enveloped Fang Chun. Spatial confinement. Luo Byron and the others were shocked when they saw this. They immediately looked at the Blood Refinement Monarch. At this moment, Elder Xian's expression changed slightly. He said unhappily, Blood Refinement Monarch, isn't this too much? Elder Xian, your words are really interesting. I didn't even make a move. How is this too much? Sneered the Blood Refinement Monarch. A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. You know what I mean, said Elder Xian coldly. The Blood Refinement Monarch had actually given such a supreme treasure to Yong'an. The metal nail contained a Dao-level formation. This formation was a spatial confinement formation. Once it was set up, a small area of space would be confined. Even a high-grade true will of illusions wouldn't be able to use it. Even the space is confined. I want to see how you'll use your true will of space. Yong'an looked at Fang Chun, who was within the formation. In his opinion, Gu Jian was only able to fight him because of his true will of space. Now that he had confined the space, Gu Jian wouldn't be able to use his true will of space. Within the formation, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a mocking smile. God Attraction Art. In the next moment, Fang Chun used the God Attraction Art without hesitation. A mid-4th rank soul cultivator combined with the strongest state of the God Attraction Art could easily kill a level 5 true martial realm martial artist. This array was specifically targeted at space-related true intents and could confine space. However, it couldn't restrict the transmission of souls. Fang Chun used the God Attraction art in his mind as he used the soul attack. The boundless green soul instantly gathered in the void and turned into a battle spear. Whoosh! This battle spear carried a terrifying aura as it pierced through the formation at a speed visible to the naked eye and shot towards Yong and humph! This soul attack is too trashy. Yong sneered when he saw this. He projected his soul to resist Fang Chen's God Attraction art. Hiss! Hiss! The green battle spear directly hit Yong and soul. Yongin, who had been sneering, suddenly let out a miserable cry. Ah! The battle spear pierced Yong's head, severely injuring his soul. Yong's body was sent flying. At the same time, the green battle spear dissipated in the air. On the main platform, the blood-refining king's face was ashen. He was furious. Gu Jian's soul attack had exceeded his expectations. It had actually injured Yong and soul. Idiot! The blood-refining king couldn't help but curse. On the other hand, Elder Xian was all smiles as he watched. Gu Jian had given him too many surprises. In front of the stage, Luo Byron and the others were also shocked. Brother Gu Jian is really abnormal. Not only is his martial strength strong, but even his soul attack is so strong. Fatty Li smiled. He was very happy. Gu Jian's strength had completely suppressed Yongin. As long as Gu Jian won, he would be able to earn at least 1,000,000 purple crystals. That's 1,000,000 purple crystals. Even a genius like Fatty Li didn't have 1,000,000 purple crystals in his entire net worth. Gu Jian's soul attack is very strange, said Luo Byron. I wonder what other tricks Yongin has, said Wu Li. On the stage, Fang Chun was still trapped in the formation. Yongin, who had fallen to the ground, slowly crawled up. His soul had been injured, and his head was in pain. However, he endured the pain and stared at Fang Chun with his scarlet eyes. Gu Jian, I want you dead. Yongin roared. Crash! As soon as Yong'an's voice fell, a blood puppet appeared beside him. As soon as this blood puppet appeared, it caused an uproar. What stage 5 true martial realm blood puppet? Elder Xian shouted when he saw this. I should have taken it out long ago, blood-refining king muttered to himself as he looked at his blood puppet. If Yong'an had taken out the blood puppet earlier, his soul wouldn't have been injured. Blood-refining king, do you think there's no one in the sword battle arena? Elder Xian stood up and glared at the blood-refining king. Elder Xian, I gave this blood puppet to my disciple, Yong'an. It's also a part of his strength. It doesn't seem to have broken the rules, said the blood-refining king. A stage 5 true martial realm blood puppet is comparable to a stage 6 true martial realm expert. You're really insidious, said Elder Xian angrily. My disciple, Yong'an, didn't break the rules. As for your sword battle arena, if you can't afford to play, just admit defeat, snorted the blood-refining king. Elder Xian was furious, but he couldn't say anything. In terms of the rules, the blood-refining king didn't break the rules. However, everyone knew that this was cheating. Xue Meng, who was at the 5th level of the true martial realm, and Yong'an had besieged Gu Jian, using numbers to bully him. If this wasn't cheating, what was? Damn it! Elder Xian sat down on the rostrum with a thump. He didn't say anything. Many cultivators below the arena were also astonished. Luo Byron and the others looked gloomy. The blood-refining king is too shameless. He gave a stage 5 true martial realm blood puppet to Yong'an, said Fatty Li. Brother Gu Jian was tricked by them. If he can't break the formation, he'll definitely lose, said He Xiulin. I'm afraid Brother Gu Jian won't be able to break the space confinement formation with his strength, said Wu Li. Luo Byron clenched his fists. His eyes were cold, but he didn't say anything. On the stage, Yong'an took out some purple crystals and put them into the blood puppet. Then he laughed sinisterly. Chapter 847. Within the array, Fang Chun stared at Yong'an through the array with a gloomy face. Blood puppet at LV 5, genuine martial realm. Fang Chun muttered to himself. No one was more familiar with blood puppets than him. After all, he had been refined into a blood puppet by the blood-refining king. The most important question now was how to escape. Gu Jian, go to hell. Yong'an growled. Blood Puppet exuded a terrifying aura and launched a fierce attack at Fang Chun. At the same time, Yong'in's figure flashed as he dashed into the array. Void travel. Fang Chen's eyes shot out a ray of golden light as he stared at Yong'in. At this moment, he couldn't care less and activated the strongest form of the true intent of the void. All this while, Fang Chun had disguised the true intent of the void as another space-related true intent. At this moment, Fang Chun displayed the true form of the true intent of the void. Void travel was an ability that the true intent of the void had given to Fang Chun. Crash! As soon as the void travel was displayed, the true intent of the void around Fang Chun condensed to the maximum. Immediately after, Fang Chen's figure disappeared from the formation. Bang! Using the true intent of the void, Fang Chun wanted to leave the array. However, he failed. Fang Chen's figure appeared from the void. His face was ashen. Ha! You want to break the confinement array? Dream on. Yong and his blood puppet were about to attack. Fang Chen's mind was filled with thoughts as he tried to think of a way to break out of the array. Fang Chun had only cultivated the true intent of the void to the first grade. If he had reached the second grade, breaking out of the array would be child's play. At this moment, Elder Xian was extremely worried. Below the arena, Luo Byron and the others were also staring at Gu Jian in the array. Yong'in's face was filled with a sinister smile. It was as if he could already see Gu Jian dying in front of him, and his heart was filled with excitement. As Bloodmaned was about to enter the formation, Fang Chen's spatial ring suddenly vibrated. Immediately afterward, Fang Chun discovered that the token transformed from the head in the cauldron had instantly appeared in his hand. Fang Chun held the sword token in his hand, and ripples appeared, stirring up the surrounding power of heaven and earth. What happened? Holding the sword token, Fang Chun felt as if he had merged with the void. The appearance of the sword medallion made Fang Chen's body extremely compatible with the space of the sword burial prefecture. Void travel. Fang Chun once again used void travel. This time, the true will of the void surrounded Fang Chen's body. Swoosh! Fang Chen successfully emerged from the array and appeared in the arena. At this moment, Fang Chen's face had completely darkened. Void destruction / Fang Chun put away the sword token and shouted in a low voice. The true will of the void combined with the void destruction / appeared in front of Yong and Pucci. The hidden star sword stabbed into Yong and's body. He's out. Seeing Fang Chun suddenly appear, the blood-refining king's face changed, and he cried out involuntarily. No one knew the power of the spatial imprisonment array better than him. Even an ordinary LV6, true martial realm martial artist, would not be able to escape. Gu Jian had actually come out, and he was unharmed. Elder Xian, who had been frowning, revealed an excited smile. In the arena, Fang Chen's hidden star sword stabbed into Yong and's body. By the time Yong reacted, the black flames had already invaded his body. Bloodmaned. Yong roared and waved his hand, ordering Bloodmaned to continue attacking Fang Chun. In the face of Bloodmaned's fierce attack, Fang Chun sneered. Whoosh! After pulling out the hidden star sword from Yong'in's body, Fang Chun turned around and leaped toward Bloodmaned. In front of everyone's stunned eyes, Fang Chen's hidden star sword pierced Bloodmaned's chest in a perfect posture. Crack! Bloodmaned's body instantly exploded. Bloodmaned, who was at LV5 True Martial Realm, was easily killed by Fang Chun. The entire sword battle arena went completely crazy. All the martial artists looked at Gu Jian in a frenzy, and their hearts were in turmoil. How powerful did a LV4 True Martial Realm martial artist need to be to kill a puppet at LV5 True Martial Realm with a single slash? At this moment, even the blood-refining king could not sit still. He stood up and prepared to stop Fang Chun. Blood-refining king, are you going to intervene? Elder Xian stopped the blood-refining king. The blood-refining king's expression changed, but he did not act rashly. In the arena, when Fang Chun destroyed Bloodmaned, Yong'in's last hope was finally extinguished. I admit it, Seeing Fang Chun walking toward him, Yeoman roared in a hoarse voice. He wanted to admit defeat so that he would not be killed by Gu Jian. As long as there is life, there is hope. However, Fang Chun would not give him such a chance. When Yeoman said that he could read, the hidden star sword had already pierced his mind. Dong! Yeoman's soul was shaken and shattered instantly. Yeoman's body twitched and finally fell to the ground, his soul scattered. Stop! Seeing Fang Chun's intention to kill Yeoman, the Blood Refinement King bellowed when he saw the hidden star sword stabbing towards Yeoman. At the same time, his figure flashed and appeared on the stage. However, it was too late. His disciple, Yeoman, was already dead. You kill my disciple. You deserve to die. The Blood-Refining King's eyes were scarlet, and he was furious. How could a true martial realm martial artist compare to the anger of a mysterious king? Fang Chun suddenly felt a pressure on his chest. His body was imprisoned, and he could not move. Blood-Refining King, stop! Elder Xian flew over and stood in front of Fang Chun as he berated loudly. This person killed my disciple. How can I remain indifferent? Roared the Blood-Refining King. Blood-Refining King, this was a battle of life and death. Your disciple was too weak to be killed. How can you blame Gu Jian? Said Elder Xian. Yeoman has already admitted defeat, said the Blood-Refining King coldly. A battle of life and death is decided by one side's death, said Elder Xian. The Blood-Refining King stared at Fang Chun. If looks could kill, Fang Chun would have been killed countless times already. If I don't do something today, how will I be able to survive in the Sword Burial Prefecture? Said the Blood-Refining King sinisterly. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of heaven and earth surged around Lord Blood-Refining. Seeing this, Elder Xian attacked without hesitation. The battle between two mysterious kings immediately attracted the attention of countless martial artists. Rumble. The entire sword battle arena shook. The power of a mysterious king was not something ordinary people could compare to. Bang! The Blood-Refining King punched Elder Xian's body. At the same time, Elder Xian's fist also landed on the Blood-Refining King. The entire sword arena was shaking. At this moment, a melodious voice came from the depths of the arena. Let's end this here. This melodious voice instantly stabilized the restless situation in the sword arena. Even Elder Xian and the Blood-Refining King, who were fighting fiercely, quietened down. The sword arena's ancestor, thought the Blood-Refining King. That aura just now had made his heart throb. Who else could it be but the sword arena's ancestor? It was rumored that the ancestor was nearing the end of his lifespan and had been in seclusion, seeking a breakthrough. Moreover, this ancestor's strength was stronger than King Blood Refinement to begin with. Under normal circumstances, a mysterious king who was nearing the end of his lifespan would go crazy. No one would fear him when he went crazy. No one knew what he would do. All of you leave. That voice rang out once again. The Blood-Refining King gave up. Looking at the situation, he could not kill Gu Jian today. The Blood-Refining King glared at Gu Jian and said coldly, "Kid, you will regret offending me." After saying that, the Blood-Refining King turned and left. Blood-Refining King, my 1,000,000 purple crystals. At this moment, Fatty Lee suddenly remembered and shouted. The Blood-Refining King, who had just left, was stunned when he heard the Fatty's shameless voice. He was furious and threw out 1,000,000 purple crystals with a wave of his hand. The Fatty took the 1,000,000 purple crystals and laughed wildly. Many martial artists around were sad and happy. Some martial artists sighed inwardly. The Blood-Refining King had suffered a double loss this time. Not only did he lose 1,000,000 purple crystals, but he also lost his disciple and a level 5 true martial realm blood puppet. It was a great loss. Follow me. Elder Xian left the arena with Fang Chun. Fatty Lee, who was grinning from ear to ear, was distributing purple crystals to everyone. Below the arena, in a luxurious palace, an old man with a yellow face sat cross-legged on a futon. His body was filled with traces of death chi. Old ancestor. Elder Xian brought Fang Chun here. You're here. The old ancestor raised his head and looked at Fang Chun. Being stared at by the old ancestor, Fang Chan felt that his secret had been seen by the old ancestor. After a long time, the old ancestor said in a hoarse voice, "Take out your token and let me see it." Okay. Fang Chan was surprised. Did the old ancestor call him here for the sword token? Although he was puzzled, Fang Chan still took it out. The old ancestor's withered hand took the token and carefully observed it. Fang Chan saw that the expression on the patriarch's face kept changing. Finally, the old ancestor suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha, after so many years, I finally found it." The old ancestor's voice was filled with sadness. "Old ancestor, are you okay?" Elder Xian asked worriedly. The old ancestor held the sword token in his hand, and a long-lost smile appeared on his withered face. Then, he looked at Fang Chan and said, "Where did you get this token?" Fang Chan didn't hide anything. He told the old ancestor about how he got the three-legged, two-eared cauldron and how he came to the sword burial prefecture. After hearing Fang Chan's story, the old ancestor shook his head and said, "You're back. You're finally back." At this moment, the sword token trembled. "Old ancestor, what's going on?" Elder Xian asked, puzzled. Chapter 848. The ancestor slowly raised his head and regained his composure. With a thought, the token returned to Fang Chen's hand. "This token is the personal token of my sworn brother," said the ancestor. Fang Chen was shocked. So the head in the cauldron really was an expert from the burial sword prefecture. But why would he appear in the ancient sword continent? Both Elder Xian and Fang Chen were puzzled. However, the ancestor clearly didn't want to talk about anything else. He waved his hand and said, "You can leave." Elder Xian nodded and left with Fang Chen. "Cultivate the ancient golden invincible sword as soon as possible and head to the burial sword city. Your doubts will be answered then," said the ancestor. Returning to the ground of the sword arena, Fang Chen's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. "Gu Jian, I'll deal with today's matter. Go back and rest," said Elder Xian. Gu Jian's killing of Yong In and the destruction of a fifth-stage true martial realm expert's blood puppet had shocked Golden Sword City. Some martial artists even believed that Gu Jian's strength was on par with the top experts of a younger generation, Luo Byron and Wu Li. In short, everyone in Golden Sword City was talking about Gu Jian. The atmosphere in the Lord of Blood Refining's residence was extremely solemn. The Lord of Blood Refining was furious that he had lost his disciple, a fifth-stage true martial realm expert, and 1,000,000 purple crystals. However, the ancestor of the sword arena had appeared, so he didn't dare to say anything. "Gu Jian, I'll kill you," said the Lord of Blood Refining furiously. No matter how chaotic the outside world was, Fang Chan was quietly resting in the courtyard. The little mouse came out of the special space with a whoosh. "Boss," said the little mouse with a grave expression. "What's wrong?" asked Fang Chan. "Boss, I feel that my cultivation has been rising too quickly ever since I came to the burial sword prefecture," said the little mouse. "Your cultivation is rising too quickly?" Fang Chan was puzzled. "Even I find the speed of his cultivation inconceivable." The little mouse said, "I vaguely feel like I belong here. Everything here feels very familiar." Hearing this, Fang Chan was shocked. Was the little mouse really from the sword burial state? At this moment, Fang Chan recalled what the ancestor of the sword arena had said. The owner of the sword token was his sworn brother. The owner of the sword token was the head inside the three-legged, two-eared cauldron. It was also because of the little mouse that he discovered the three-legged cauldron. Could it be that the little mouse is related to the head in the cauldron? Thinking of this, Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. With such a detailed analysis, he increasingly felt that the little mouse was related to the head in the cauldron. "Don't worry, I will definitely find the mystery of your birth." Fang Chan patted the little mouse's head and said softly. Everything was definitely not a coincidence. The little mouse had discovered the three-legged, two-eared cauldron outside the Five Elements Academy, and the head in the cauldron happened to be the head of the sword burial state. Previously, Fang Chan had learned from Elder Xian that the founder of the Five Elements Academy was from the sword burial state. After connecting all these pieces of information together, Fang Chan was shocked to find out. The source of everything was in the sword burial state. The answer to everything was in the sword burial state. When I master the ancient golden invincible sword, I will be able to go to the sword burial city. The truth will be revealed then, Fang Chun thought to himself. In the few days after killing Yong, and many mystic kings came to visit Fang Chun. However, they were all rejected by Fang Chun. These mystic kings all wanted to befriend Fang Chun. After the battle with Yong Un, they clearly understood Gu Jian's potential. Moreover, Gu Jian was the first cultivator in the past 100 years to trigger 9 rings of the ancient golden bell. For a time, an endless stream of mystic kings came to the sword arena. The sword arena instantly became lively. As for the main character, Fang Chun, he was quietly cultivating. After the battle with Yong, and Fang Chun learned a lot and knew many of his shortcomings. The reason why he was able to kill Yong and was because of many tricks. After the battle, Fang Chun had summed up a few points. First, the grade of his true meaning of the void was too low, and he couldn't unleash its true power. Without the support of the sword token, he wouldn't be able to penetrate the spatial imprisonment array. Second, he was able to destroy the blood puppet with one strike, because he had been refined into a blood puppet by the blood-refining monarch. He knew the internal structure of the blood puppet better than anyone else, so he was able to pierce the core of the blood puppet with one strike. These 2 points were indispensable. However, Fang Chun had both to kill Yongin. Even now, the blood-refining monarch still couldn't figure out how Gu Jian could penetrate the spatial imprisonment array and kill the blood puppet with one strike. It was a mystery that no one could solve except for Gu Jian. Given the blood-refining monarch's character, he would have taken action if Gu Jian killed his disciple, even if Elder Xian stopped him. However, the blood-refining monarch didn't dare to act rashly after alerting the patriarch of the sword arena. A few days later, the news of the battle between Gu Jian and Yong and still hadn't dissipated. On a certain day, a group of people arrived at the Golden Sword City. In a meeting hall of the blood-refining monarch's residence. Blood-refining monarch, the Azura Sword City has come to the Golden Sword City for 2 reasons. First, to exchange pointers with the younger generation, and second, to discuss some matters with you. A middle-aged man said softly, Lord Xiaoyun, I can agree to the Azura Sword Sect's request, but I also have a request. The blood-refining monarch pondered for a moment and said, The Azura Sword City was adjacent to the Golden Sword City. The Azura Sword Sect was the absolute overlord of the Azura Sword City, and the Azura Bell was controlled by the Azura Sword Sect. The Azura Sword Sect's members cultivated the Azura Sword City's sword art, the Azura Sword Art, which was extremely tyrannical. Xiaoyun was the Azura Sword Sect's deacon elder, and he was here to represent the Azura Sword Sect. Oh, what's your request? Xiaoyun asked softly. Lord Xiaoyun, my disciple died at the hands of a thief not long ago. Unfortunately, that thief was protected by the sword arena's Elder Xian, so I couldn't take revenge. Xiaoyun said gloomily. What's the cultivation of the person who killed Yong Un? Xiaoyun asked. Peak stage 4 true martial realm, but his fighting strength is comparable to a stage 6 true martial realm expert. Oh, when did the Golden Sword City have such a genius? Xiaoyun was surprised. Lord Xiaoyun, this person is not only strong, but also talented. Not long ago, the golden ancient bell rang 9 times. The blood-refining monarch said. Hearing this, Xiaoyun fell into silence. It could be seen that the 9 chimes of the bell had shaken him greatly. After a long time, Xiaoyun said, 9 rings, this person's talent must be monstrous. At this moment, Xiaoyun already had an idea. Lord Xiaoyun, the blood-refining monarch asked, leave this matter to me. This competition of the younger generation will be the day this person dies. Xiaoyun said, the Azura Sword City and Golden Sword City had always been competitors. If he could use this opportunity to get rid of the Golden Sword City's monstrous genius and recruit the blood-refining monarch, why not? All right, since Lord Xiaoyun is so straightforward, I won't refuse. As long as this person dies, I'll join the Azura Sword Sect. The blood-refining monarch said straightforwardly. In the past, the Azure Sword sect had tried to recruit the blood-refining monarch many times. The latter also wanted to join the Azure Sword sect, but he didn't agree. This time, because of Gu Jian, the blood-refining monarch accepted the Azure Sword sect's request without hesitation. Xiao Yan laughed when he heard that. He had to thank Gu Jian. If it weren't for him, the blood-refining monarch wouldn't have joined the Azure Sword sect so easily. The blood-refining monarch was famous for refining blood puppets. Although he wasn't the strongest in the profound king realm, many forces wanted to recruit him. The blood-refining monarch's blood puppets were very famous. If the Azure Sword sect wanted to expand, they needed the blood-refining monarch. "Tomorrow, I'll bring people to the sword arena," said Xiao Yan. The blood-refining monarch was wild with joy. The sword arena also knew about the Azure Sword sect's arrival. Elder Xian summoned a few other mysterious kings to discuss this matter. "How should we deal with the Azure Sword sect's visit?" asked Elder Xian. "What are you afraid of? Our Golden Sword City's younger generation has Luo Bairen, Wu Li, and Gu Jian. Why should we be afraid of the Azure Sword sect?" laughed the Glacier Monarch. The other Mystic Kings nodded as well. The Azure Sword sect's arrival is fierce. They definitely have a trump card. "Don't be careless," warned Elder Xian. "Don't worry. Our ancient golden invincible sword isn't any weaker than their Azure Sword art." It didn't take long for everyone to reach a unanimous decision. Then, they split up and gathered the younger generation. When Luo Bairen and the others found out about this, they couldn't wait to join the battle. "It's been a long time since I've fought with my full strength. Let the Azure Sword sect's people be my stepping stones," said Luo Bairen. Chapter 849. The Azure Sword City was one of the many cities in the Burial Sword Province. It was adjacent to the Golden Sword City. However, everyone knew that the sword cultivators of the Azure Sword City were much stronger than the cultivators of the Golden Sword City. Furthermore, the Azure Sword City was very unified. The Azure Sword sect was the strongest. It wasn't like the Golden Sword City, where there were many experts. Although the Sword Arena was the strongest among the many powers, the other powers weren't weak either. Therefore, the Sword Arena wasn't able to suppress everyone. There was another reason. The sword cultivators of the Azure Sword sect specialized in the Azure Sword Dao. When the Azure Sword Dao was mentioned, countless cultivators would be moved. The Azure Sword Dao was a fiendish sword Dao. Sword cultivators who cultivated this sword Dao were filled with evil qi. Therefore, the disciples of the Azure Sword sect were all very battle-hungry. Almost every year, they would come to the Golden Sword City to spar. With the arrival of the Azure Sword City, the various powers of the Golden Sword City gathered together to discuss how to deal with the Azure Sword City. The Golden Sword City had the Golden Ancient Bell. Anyone who wanted to obtain the ancient undying sword art had to obtain the Golden Ancient Bell's approval. As for the Azure Sword City, they had the Azure Bell. If one wanted to obtain the Azure Sword City's ultimate technique, they had to obtain the Azure Bell's approval. This time, the Azure Sword sect had come with great momentum. They had sent their sect's young geniuses to sweep through the younger generation of the Golden Sword City. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Under Xiao Yun's lead, the Azure Sword sect's group arrived at the sword arena. The location of the battle between the two cities' young geniuses was the sword arena. "Ha ha, Xiao Yun, long time no see." Elder Xian welcomed the Azure Sword sect's group. "Elder Xian." Xiao Yun nodded slightly. Although Xiao Yun was also a profound king, he didn't dare to act rashly in front of Elder Xian. Elder Xian was a veteran expert. His cultivation was unfathomable. Even the other elders of the Azure Sword sect wouldn't dare to act rashly against him. Therefore, Xiao Yun was still very polite to Elder Xian. "Elder Xian, I've already been in the Golden Sword City for 3 days. How are your preparations?" Xiao Yun smiled. "This way, please." Elder Xian grinned and said, "Everything is ready." After that, Elder Xian brought Xiao Yun and the rest to a very spacious arena. This arena was obviously built at the last minute. There was a row of rostrum at the front of the arena. "Xiao Yun, take the seat of honor," Elder Xian said. Xiao Yun nodded, then sat on the platform. As for the younger generation disciples of the Azure Sword sect, they sat in the resting area on the right. Luo Byron and the others had already arrived. When they saw the younger generation of the Azure Sword sect, their eyes lit up. Elder Xian, I'm sure you're clear about the purpose of my Azure Sword sect's visit this time. Xiaoyan laughed as he sat on the platform. I believe Xiaoyan already has an idea. Elder Xian asked. Xiaoyan nodded. At the beginning, let's have the younger generation interact with each other. When it's over, we'll have the 3 official matches. How about it? Elder Xian nodded and immediately agreed. Since that's the case, from now on, time will be handed over to the younger generation, Xiaoyan said. After the 2 mysterious kings finished their discussion, they no longer paid attention to the younger generation and chatted with each other. From the Azure Sword Sect's camp, a figure walked up to the arena. Azure Sword Sect's Luo Hao. I wonder if anyone from the Golden Sword City is willing to spar with me? Luo Hao, who was wearing a black robe, asked in a deep voice as he looked around the area where Luo Byron and the others were. Luo Hao's cultivation was at LV4 true martial realm. In the eyes of Luo Byron and the others, he was nothing to be afraid of. Since it was an exchange, Luo Byron and the other geniuses would definitely be the finale. The person who spoke was a man called Ding Hu. His cultivation was also at LV4 true martial realm. Originally, LV4 true martial realm cultivators were already considered geniuses in the Golden Sword City. However, because of Fatty Li and He Shulin, the 2 invincible LV4 true martial realm cultivators, their radiance was dim. This time, Ding was going to fight to clear his name. You no match for me. Luo Hao snorted and said disdainfully when he saw Ding Hu go up to the arena. Whether I am or not, we'll know after we fight, Ding Hu said coldly. All right. As soon as Luo Hao's voice fell, a vast sword intent suddenly emerged from his body. A monstrous aura instantly filled the air. Swoosh! A long sword appeared in Luo Hao's hand without anyone noticing. On the tip of the long sword, there was a black dot of light. This black dot of light contained a vast aura. When this black dot of light condensed to its limit, Luo Hao's figure suddenly moved. Azure Sword Skill. Luo Hao displayed the Azure Sword Skill. Instantly, a blood-red sword light shot out from the long sword. These sword lights contained a dense aura of death. Is this the Azure Sword Skill? Fang Chun thought to himself as he watched Luo Hao display the Azure Sword Skill. This Azure Sword Skill was the complete opposite of the ancient Golden Immortal Sword Skill. The ancient Golden Immortal Sword Skill was sharp and domineering. The Azure Sword Skill was gloomy and bloody. It was no wonder that sword cultivators who practiced the Azure Sword Skill were filled with hostility. Fang Chun shook his head slightly. He could see that Luo Hao's strength was much stronger than Ding Hu's. Sure enough, just as Fang Chun shook his head, the Azure Sword Skill on the stage directly defeated Ding Hu's sword light and forced him to retreat. No! Ding Hu roared and pushed the ancient Golden Immortal Sword Skill to its limit. Carrying a monstrous aura, he instantly attacked Luo Hao. The ancient Golden Immortal Sword Skill is only SOSO. Luo Hao coldly snorted and lightly waved the long sword in his hand. Instantly, a dazzling sword light crossed the void and appeared in front of Ding Hu's chest. Ding Hu was shocked when he saw this. He instantly gave up his attack and retreated. Bang! The dazzling sword light exploded in the void, and the shockwave sent Ding Hu flying. Ding Hu fell to the ground with an apologetic expression. Ding Hu, are you all right? A cultivator hurriedly ran over to help Ding Hu up and asked worriedly. Ding Hu limped back to the Golden Sword City's camp. He looked at Luo Byron apologetically and said, I'm sorry. Luo Byron gently patted Ding Hu's shoulder, indicating that he was fine. It's just a small victory. Who else wants to spar with me? After Luo Hao's victory, his face was full of arrogance. He simply didn't put the Golden Sword City's cultivators in his eyes. He Shuolin was furious and wanted to attack, but he was stopped by another cultivator. This cultivator and Ding Hu were like brothers. Seeing Ding Hu defeated and humiliated by Luo Hao, he was ready to take revenge for Ding Hu. Seeing this, he surely nodded. Are there no more cultivators in Golden Sword City? Why are they all so weak? Luo Hao looked at this cultivator and said arrogantly, "A LV4, true martial realm cultivator, shouldn't embarrass yourself. You're not my match." Hearing Luo Hao's arrogant voice, this cultivator was even more furious. "You're courting death," the warrior shouted in a low voice. In an instant, he raised his ancient golden immortal sword technique to the extreme and started fighting with Luo Hao. After a while, Luo Hao found this cultivator's weakness and directly sent him flying. Asking for humiliation, Luo Hao was extremely arrogant and sneered. At this time, many geniuses in the Shura Sword sect area were smiling. With Luo Hao's strength, no one in the LV4 true martial realm is his match, a thin man said. That's not necessarily true, the man in the blood-red robe said indifferently. Senior brother Lu, are you talking about Gu Jian? Seeing the man in the blood-red robe speak, other cultivators asked doubtfully. Senior brother Lu didn't speak. His gaze passed through the arena and looked at the Golden Sword City's camp. Finally, his gaze fell on Fong Chun. Fong Chun, who was seated cross-legged, suddenly felt a fiery gaze. He immediately raised his head and looked over. To his surprise, he discovered the provocative gaze of the blood-red robed man. Fong Chun stared at the man in the blood-red robe. At this time, the man's eyes revealed a trace of disdain, and then he looked away. This person's soul is very strong, Fong Chun thought to himself. If he guessed correctly, the man in the blood-red robe could be considered a peerless genius in the Shura Sword sect. Fong Chun, who was thinking, was interrupted by Luo Hao's arrogant voice. I'm invincible in the LV4 true martial realm, Luo Hao said arrogantly. Hearing this, He Shulin stood up. His face was gloomy, and he jumped onto the arena. How laughable! With your strength, you dare to call yourself invincible in the LV4 true martial realm? He Shulin sneered. Who are you? Luo Hao felt the powerful aura from He Shulin and asked coldly. He Shulin. You're He Shulin? Luo Hao's eyes lit up. Obviously, he had also heard of He Shulin. I've long heard of your name in Shura Sword City. I heard that you're invincible in the LV4 true martial realm of Golden Sword City. If I can defeat you, then I'll be invincible in the LV4 true martial realm, Luo Hao said eerily. I'm afraid you don't have the ability, He Shulin said. He Shulin always gave people a gentle and refined aura. It was rare to see him angry. At this moment, He Shulin was looking at Luo Hao with a face full of anger. Obviously, he was really angry. Brother Gujian, do you think He Shulin can defeat Luo Hao? Fatty Li glanced at Gujian and asked. He should be able to, Gujian said. This Luo Hao is really laughable. Brother Gujian didn't say anything, yet he dares to call himself invincible in the LV4 true martial realm. Fatty Li grinned. In everyone's heart, only Gujian was worthy of the title of invincible in the LV4 true martial realm. Luo Hao didn't have that qualification. In a flash, He Shulin and Luo Hao began to fight on the arena. One person used the ancient golden immortal sword art. The other used the Shura sword art. The battle became more and more intense. It had to be said that He Shulin's strength was very strong. In a short while, he completely gained the upper hand and took control of the battle. Damn it! Luo Hao was forced to retreat step by step. He roared loudly, and the long sword in his hand suddenly stabbed out. Chapter 850. It's useless. He Shulin sneered as he suppressed Luo Hao from a higher position. Crack! He Shulin shattered Luo Hao's Shura sword light with the ancient golden immortal swordsmanship, destroying Luo Hao's last hope. With a whoosh, He Shulin appeared in front of Luo Hao and kicked him out of the arena. Invincible in the LV4 genuine martial realm. What a joke. He Shulin sneered. Luo Hao was furious after his defeat. He Shulin, I'm going to kill you. Luo Hao got up from the ground and roared furiously. Aren't you ashamed? Suddenly, a voice shocked Luo Hao. Luo Hao suppressed the anger in his heart and returned to the Shura sword sect's camp when he heard the man in the blood-red robe speak. Senior brother Lu, I can beat him. Luo Hao lowered his head and said, You still haven't figured out your strength? The man in the blood-red robe called Senior Brother Lu said harshly. Senior Brother Lu is right. Luo Hao said and went to the back row. After the defeat, a martial artist from the Shura sword sect's camp stepped onto the arena. Let me see what you're capable of. Bang, bang. The two of them fought fiercely. After about a quarter of an hour, Yishualin found an opportunity and defeated the Shura sword sect's martial artist. In the following time, people from both sides continued to step onto the arena. After 3 consecutive victories, Yishualin was finally defeated by an LV5 genuine martial realm martial artist. Later on, Fatty Lee also went up. He won a match, but he encountered a monster in the 5th level of the true martial realm and was defeated in the end. The friendly spar lasted for 6 hours. The younger generation of both sides had basically fought with each other. There were victories and defeats. Of course, everyone knew that the exchanges in the early stages were nothing. The real highlight was the last 3 official battles. During this period, Fang Chen didn't make a move. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but the martial artists sent by the other side were too weak to resist his attacks. Luo Byron and Wu Li didn't make a move either. The 3 of them seemed to have discussed it beforehand and were ready for the last 3 battles. Of course, Gu Jian's strength was more than enough to participate in the last battle. Finally, after 6 hours, the people from both sides no longer stepped onto the stage. At this time, Elder Xian, Xiao Yun, and the others were talking and laughing as they looked at the arena. Elder Xian, the younger generation, has exchanged for 6 hours. Why don't we start the last 3 battles? Xiao Yun smiled. Okay, Elder Xian said. When Xiao Yun heard this, he gave a look to the Azura sword sect's camp. Immediately, a martial artist ascended the arena. Elder Xian, the younger generation, is having so much fun interacting with each other. There's no point in us just sitting around. Why don't we make a bet? Xiao Yun laughed. What do you want to bet? Asked Elder Xiao Yun. It's simple. Let's bet 1 million purple crystals, Xiao Yun said confidently. All right, Elder Xian replied. 1 million purple crystals to the 2 of them was not a small amount. After the bet was established, Xiao Yun's eyes were full of smiles. He was very clear about Shura sword sect's strength. His Shura sword sect would definitely win this bet. The Shura sword sect's people stepped onto the arena. My name is Xi Ming. Who wants to spar with me? A tall and sturdy man stood on the arena. Let me, said Fang Chen. Of the 3 of them, his cultivation was the lowest. He should be the one to fight. But just as Fang Chen was about to stand up, Xi Ming suddenly said, I won't fight you. Your senior apprentice brother Lu's cup of tea. Fang Chen was startled. He looked at the Shura sword sect's camp. The man in blood-red robes was looking at him with narrowed eyes. I'll go. Wu Li jumped onto the arena. Wu Li, you're Wu Li? Xi Ming's eyes widened as he looked at Wu Li. You talk too much nonsense, said Wu Li impatiently. Shura sword skill. Xi Ming was enraged. He directly used the Shura sword skill, but his cultivation was inferior to Wu Li's. When Wu Li used the ancient golden invincible sword, he was instantly suppressed. Too weak, said Wu Li. As soon as Wu Li finished speaking, the sword in his hand strangely stabbed out. It instantly pierced Xi Ming's arm. Pucci caught off guard. Xi Ming's arm was injured and his body was forced out of the arena. Xiao Yun, Golden Sword City wins the first round, laughed old Xian. Xiao Yun calmly nodded. After Wu Li defeated Xi Ming, he walked off the arena. Xi Ming was furious. He looked at Senior Apprentice Brother Lu and asked, Senior Apprentice Brother Lu, why didn't you let me deal with Gu Jian? Compared to the final plan, 1 loss is nothing, said Senior Apprentice Brother Lu. The Shura Sword sect sent out a man called Gu Yiming for the 2nd round. His cultivation had reached the 6th stage of the true martial realm. In the Shura Sword sect, he was second only to Lu Tianze. Luo Byron, come up. Clearly, Gu Yiming had been waiting for Luo Byron. Lu Tianze secretly gave the order to leave Gu Jian to him. He wanted to personally kill Gu Jian. So the remaining Wu Li and Luo Byron were assigned to Gu Yiming and Shi Ming. Shi Ming was a bit miserable. He was defeated by Wu Li in the first round. As for the second round, Gu Yiming swore he had to win, and he had to win decisively. Crash! Luo Byron's figure flashed, and he stepped onto the arena. "If I win, there's no need for the third round," said Luo Byron. Luo Byron was the strongest of Golden Sword City's younger generation. His strength had reached an unfathomable level. Luo Byron's body emitted a terrifying aura as he stared at Gu Yiming. "Do you think you still have a chance to win?" laughed Gu Yiming. "Shio!" Gu Yiming flicked his wrist, and a sword appeared in his hand. Gu Yiming personally pulled out the scabbard, and a bloody light soared into the sky. This was a sword that Gu Yiming had refined with his own blood. It was closely related to the Shura sword skill. Luo Byron, start the battle. Gu Yiming's foot tapped against the ground, and he charged at Luo Byron. At the same time, he clenched his fist and punched Luo Byron. Child's play. Luo Byron stood on his tiptoes. Using his right leg as a foundation, he spun and punched out. When their fists collided, both of them retreated. "Is there any meaning in probing like this?" sneered Luo Byron. "Since you're in such a hurry, I'll fulfill your wish." Gu Yiming sneered. In his sea of qi, spiritual qi surged. The sword will around him was pushed to the extreme. It directly merged with the bloodlight and drilled into the long sword. "Sure, a sword skill," Gu Yiming roared. The sword in his hand, strangely, slashed through the air. Wherever the long sword passed, the surrounding air would dissipate in all directions. Below the ring, Fang Chen's eyes flickered after seeing this. "Grade 3 sword intent is so tyrannical," muttered Fang Chen to himself. Both Luo Byron and Gu Yiming's sword intent had reached grade 3. Gu Yiming's was slightly stronger, reaching the peak of grade 3. Fang Chen could clearly feel the difference between grade 3 and grade 2 true meanings. "Gu Yiming's Shura sword skill has also reached the subtle realm," said Fang Chen. At the same grade, the Shura sword skill was clearly stronger than the ancient golden undying sword skill. The ancient golden undying sword skill had a balance between offense and defense, while the Shura sword skill focused on offense. Dong! Just as Fang Chen was thinking, a deafening sound came from the arena. Immediately after, a wild sword intent spread out in an instant, causing the crowd to be unable to see clearly what was going on in the arena. At this time, on the main stage, Xiao Yun grinned. "It looks like my Shura sword sect is going to win this second round." True martial realm experts were unable to clearly see the situation on the stage, but Mysterious King realm experts could see it clearly with a single glance. At this time, Luo Byron and Gu Yiming's swords had collided. Although it looked like they were evenly matched, Luo Byron had already suffered internal injuries. The Shura sword chi had invaded his body, corroding his internal organs. If he continued to fight, he would suffer disastrous losses. Crash! The soaring sword intent dissipated, and the two stood quietly on the arena. "Is it necessary to continue fighting?" Gu Yiming asked first. "You won." Luo Byron's voice was hoarse, and his heart was filled with helplessness. Turning around, Luo Byron slowly walked out of the ring, leaving a meaningful back view for the audience. This battle was a big blow to Luo Byron. He had always thought that he was invincible in the LV6 true martial realm. This defeat was like a wake-up call to Luo Byron, waking him up to reality. "Brother Luo," Fatty called. Luo Byron waved his hand and closed his eyes, looking tired. Gu Yiming walked down the arena, and Lu Tianzi in a blood-red robe came up. "I am Lu Tianzi," Lu Tianzi said loudly. Seeing Lu Tianzi on the arena, Elder Xian's face turned pale. Lu Tianzi was much stronger than Gu Jian. Gu Jian couldn't defeat him. Fang Chen gently patted Luo Byron's shoulder and walked up the arena. "I heard that you caused the ancient golden bell to ring 9 times. Lu Tianzi looked at Gu Jian mockingly. Fang Chen didn't say anything, staring at Lu Tianzi. "So what? In the end, you're not as good as me, a martial artist who caused the Azura bell to ring 7 times. Lu Tianzi laughed. "If I were the same age as you, or in the same realm as you, I would beat you until you couldn't stand up, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Lu Tianzi's eyes flickered, and then he laughed. Same realm? That's ridiculous. Fang Chen, in the LV4 true martial realm, killed Yong Un and destroyed Xuemeng. This was no joke. Lu Tianzi had also heard of this, which was why he asked Shi Ming and Gu Yiming to leave Gu Jian for him. He wanted to suppress and kill Gu Jian with his absolute strength, because Gu Jian's life was related to whether the blood-refining king would join the Azure Sword sect. Moreover, there was another more important reason. Lu Tianzi couldn't accept that an ant-like martial artist could cause the ancient golden bell to ring 9 times, while a monstrous genius like him could only cause the Azure bell to ring 7 times. When Lu Tianzi walked up the arena, he was already prepared. Gu Jian would die without a doubt. On the main stage, Elder Xian muttered in his heart. He hoped that Gu Jian would admit defeat. Once the battle started, the situation would be out of control. Being injured by Lu Tianzi wouldn't be worth it. In Xiaoyun's heart, he was also secretly calculating. As long as Gu Jian died, the blood-refining monarch would definitely join the Azure Sword sect. Chapter 851. Lu Tianzi was the #1 genius of Shura Sword sect. His potential was comparable to Luo Byron's. Back then, he had also triggered 7 chimes of the Shura bell when he challenged it. Like the ancient golden bell, the Shura bell was an ancient treasure. It contained the Shura sword skill that specialized in killing. One could only obtain the Shura sword skill if they were recognized by the Shura bell. The only difference was that the Shura bell was completely controlled by Shura sword sect. They could activate it whenever they wanted. However, the ancient golden bell was different. Every time it was activated, it required a huge amount of resources. Therefore, the major forces would only activate it once a year. This time, Lu Tianzi's mission was to kill Gu Jian. He stared at Gu Jian with eyes full of disdain. Although Lu Tianzi's cultivation was only at LV6 true martial realm, no one below LV7 was his match. How could a mere LV4 true martial realm martial artist be his match? Crash! A majestic aura surged around Lu Tianzi's body. There was a sinister smile on Lu Tianzi's face. His blood-red robe fluttered even though there was no wind. Lu Tianzi clenched his fists. A vast amount of spiritual qi gushed out from his qi sea. Lu Tianzi's fist was instantly wrapped in spiritual qi. He punched towards Fang Chen. Rumble. This punch was too powerful. Even an LV6 true martial realm martial artist would not dare to face it head-on. So strong. Fang Chen also felt the power of Lu Tianzi's punch. Without hesitation, he used the 5-element sword skill to block Lu Tianzi's attack. Crack! Wherever Lu Tianzi's fist passed, the air dissipated and the void was about to be torn apart. After colliding with Fang Chen's sword radiance, the 5-element sword radiance was instantly shattered. Then, the terrifying fist radiance blasted towards Fang Chen's body. Bang! Sword chi surrounded Fang Chen's body. His late-stage refined body sword body was activated to the extreme. His defense was raised to the highest level. After being hit by the terrifying fist radiance, Fang Chen's body kept retreating. The sword chi around him revolved, resisting Lu Tianzi's fist radiance with difficulty. Hiss! His Fang Chen's sword body had reached the late stage of the tempered body realm. It was comparable to a 9-star Dao body, but its defense was much stronger than a 9-star Dao body. His physical defense was already the strongest on the ancient sword continent. It was common knowledge that the 9-star Dao physique was the strongest physical defense on the ancient sword continent. As for Fang Chen's special physique, he had also cultivated to the level of a 9-star Great Path physique, which was amazing. Boom! In the end, under Fang Chen's powerful defense, Lu Tianzi's fist light instantly dissipated, while Fang Chen only took a few steps back. Seeing this, many martial artists below the ring widened their eyes. He actually managed to block senior apprentice brother Lu's attack with just his physical defense. Could it be that his physical strength has reached the level of a 9-star Dao body? 9-star Dao body. Is this kid a monster? In the Golden Sword City area, The eyes of Luo Byron and the others flickered. After a long while, they sighed. Brother Gujian's potential is the strongest I've ever seen, Luo Byron said softly. He's only at LV4 true martial realm, but he can easily defeat an LV5 true martial realm martial artist. His physical strength is also so strong, Willie said with a grin. Fatty Lee and He Shualin were also speechless. Even a genius like Luo Byron's physical strength had not reached the level of a 9-star Dao body. Yet, Gujian had managed to do it. On the main stage, Elder Xian and Xiao Yun's eyes flashed with a look of astonishment. Elder Xian, your sword arena has accepted a good disciple, Xiao Yun whispered, his eyes flickering. Elder Xian chuckled. He was very happy. Fang Chun had cultivated his physical body to the level of a 9-star Dao body with his own efforts. It was too difficult. In the beginning, Elder Xian was still worried. But now, after seeing Fang Chen's physical defense, he was no longer worried. Even if he could not defeat Lu Tianzi, he would not be seriously injured by him. This kid, Elder Xian said to himself. In the arena, Lu Tianzi stared at Fang Chun in surprise. After a long while, he sneered, 9-star Dao body. So what if he had a 9-star Dao body? He was just testing the waters. Next, the real attack would begin. Rumble. In an instant, the surrounding power of heaven and earth rushed into Lu Tianzi's body. A long sword appeared in Lu Tianzi's hand. This long sword was bright red, as if it was dripping blood. Lu Tianzi held the sword hilt. The sword trembled and emitted a sword cry, as if it was resonating with its master. Gujian, I'll show you the real Azura sword skill. Lu Tianzi growled. Suddenly, Azura sword chi appeared around his body. He then displayed the Azura sword skill. The Azura sword skill had a total of 5 levels, and each level was different. Lu Tianzi had already cultivated the Azura sword skill to the 4th level. As long as he could reach the 5th level, he would be able to enter the legendary Burial Sword City. Whoosh! Lu Tianzi's wrist shook. A blood-red long sword suddenly appeared in the sky. Immediately, while the Azura sword chi emerged from the blood-red long sword, it quickly condensed into a ray of Azura sword light in the sky. This Azura sword light was different from the ones that Shi Ming and the others had condensed. This Azura sword light clearly contained an even stronger Azura sword chi. The first level of the Azura sword skill could condense 1 true Azura sword light. The second level could condense 2, and the third level could condense 3. Lu Tianzi had condensed 4 Azura sword lights in one go. In the sky, 4 terrifying Azura sword lights floated together. The tips of the swords were fixed on Fang Chun, ready to strike at any time. At this moment, Fang Chun did not hesitate to push the 5 elemental sword skill to its limits. The 5 elemental sword lights floated in the sky. Then, under Fang Chun's control, the 5 elemental sword lights blasted towards the 4 Azura sword lights in the sky. At the same time, Fang Chun used the soul attraction art. A green soul spirit emerged from his mind. Under the control of the soul attraction art, it turned into a green battle spear and followed the 5 elemental sword lights, shooting towards Lu Tianzi. Then, with a thought, Fang Chun activated the true meaning of void and disappeared. Although he already knew that Gu Jian possessed the true meaning of space, his heart was still shaken when he felt it for the first time. I can't feel it at all. Lu Tianzi's eyes flickered. A moment later, he controlled the 4 Azura sword lights to attack the 5 elemental sword lights. Kacha! The 5 elemental sword lights shattered, but only 1 Azura sword light shattered. The remaining 3 Azura sword lights continued to attack the green battle spear. Rumble! When the green battle spear collided with the 3 Azura sword lights, the attack of the Azura sword lights was stopped. The sound of metal colliding rang out. After a series of collisions, the green battle spear slowly dissipated. At the same time, 2 of the Azura sword lights were shattered. Out of the 4 Azura sword lights, only 1 remained. This last Azura sword light floated in the air, containing the strongest power, waiting for Fang Chun to appear. Damned true meaning of space. Lu Tianzi couldn't help cursing. Gu Jian activated the true meaning of space, hiding in the void, making it impossible for him to lock onto Gu Jian's position. In the void, Fang Chen's figure was hidden, and Lu Tianzi couldn't find him. Too strong. Even if I use the Void Annihilation Slash, I won't be able to defeat Lu Tianzi. Instead, I'll expose my identity. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Lu Tianzi's last Azure Sword Light was waiting for Fang Chen to appear. As long as Fang Chen appeared, he would definitely be hit by the Azure Sword Light. If you don't come out, I'll force you out. After waiting for a while, Gu Jian still didn't appear. Lu Tianzi was thoroughly enraged. He directly detonated the last Azure Sword Light and displayed the Azure Sword skill's 4th stage. 4 Azure Sword Lights crisscrossed in the air above the stage, exploding one after another. A powerful force instantly exploded in the air. Lu Tianzi was using this method to lure Fang Chen out. At this time, there were 2 old men in the clouds. No one in Golden Sword City noticed them. True meaning of void. I didn't expect this kid to have the true meaning of void. One of the old men said in surprise. How did this kid come to the sword burial state? The last time I saw him, he was only in the spirit vortex realm. The other old man said. Chapter 852. A transcendent true meaning. There isn't a single cultivator in the entire sword burial prefecture with a transcendent true meaning, said the tall man. Do you think he's a 12th layer tribulation cultivator? Asked the short man suddenly. Very likely. The tall man's eyes twinkled. Just as the 2 old men spoke, Fang Chen was forced to reveal himself in the arena below. What? You're not hiding anymore. Lu Tianzi's eyes turned scarlet when he saw Gu Jian appear. There was a helpless expression on Gu Jian's face as he spread out his hands. His true meaning of the void was only at the 1st grade, so he wasn't able to display its full power. He wouldn't be able to hide for long in the face of such an explosion. It looks like I'm going to fail, muttered Fang Chen. At this moment, a terrifying aura surged from Lu Tianzi's body. He didn't hesitate to use the Azure Sword Art. 4 Azure Sword Lights pierced toward Fang Chen. Crack! The 5 elemental sword lights shattered. The God Drawing Art's green spear shattered, and even the Void Annihilation Slash shattered. Fang Chen's figure kept retreating. He didn't dare face the powerful sword lights head-on. Let's see if you can survive this time. Lu Tianzi smiled sinisterly. At this moment, in the clouds, the tall man and the short man shook their heads slightly when they saw this scene. This kid hasn't matured yet. He can't defeat Lu Tianzi. Lu Tianzi wants to kill this kid. It looks like we'll have to do it ourselves. As they spoke, 2 old men instantly appeared from the clouds and landed in the sword battle arena. Stop! Shouted the tall man. Let's end this battle here. The short man waved his hand, dispersing the terrifying Azure sword lights. Lu Tianzi was a little surprised by this sudden turn of events. He had thought that he could kill Gu Jian, but these 2 old men had ruined his plan. Gu Jian died. While the 2 old men were looking at the rostrum, Lu Tianzi quickly launched a destructive attack in an attempt to kill Gu Jian. Oof! The tall man snorted coldly. Just a look from him was enough to make Lu Tianzi retreat continuously. The 2 of you, I'm afraid it's not good for the 2 of you to interfere in the exchange of pointers between Golden Sword City and Azure Sword City's younger generation, said Xiaoyun coldly. Oh, then what do you want? The tall man narrowed his eyes. The 2 of them hadn't appeared in the world for so long that no one remembered them. On the platform, Elder Xian's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. Xiaoyun was a bit unhappy. I hope that the 2 of you will not interfere in this matter. Xiaoyun forcefully suppressed his anger and said, This matter ends here. We're taking this kid away. The short man did not give Xiaoyun any chance to speak. He grabbed Fang Chen and disappeared into the void, where these 2 old men from the Azure Sword City. These 2 elders are extraordinary. Elder Xian thought to himself. At this moment, Lu Tianzi's face was gloomy. He flung his sleeves angrily and turned to leave. The friendly exchange between the 2 cities had come to an end. Xiaoyun was very dissatisfied. He bid farewell to Elder Xian and left the sword battle arena. After returning to the Blood Refinement King's residence, Xiao Yun went to find him. Blood Refinement King, you saw what happened. It's not that we don't want to kill Gu Jian, but those two old men are stopping us, said Xiao Yun. As long as you join the Azura Sword sect, Gu Jian will die sooner or later. The Blood Refinement King pondered for a moment before agreeing. All right, I agree, Blood Refining Monarch said. Xiao Yun was very happy. After all, his most important goal was to rope in the Blood Refinement King. Although he hadn't killed Gu Jian, he had succeeded in roping in the Blood Refinement King. All right, pack up and we'll set off, said Xiao Yun. The three of them rapidly flew through the air. Fang Chun was also shocked. Seniors, I didn't expect you to be from the Sword Burial Prefecture. Fang Chun was also shocked. Back in the Iron and Blood Empire, two old men had appeared out of nowhere to help Fang Chun defeat the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect when he was dealing with them. Back then, Fang Chun had guessed that the two old men must be very powerful. Unfortunately, the two old men had concealed their auras at that time, so Fang Chun had no idea that they were profound King Realm experts. Brat, you've arrived at the Sword Burial Prefecture so quickly, laughed the shorty. The taller man also glanced at Fang Chun. The two of us only arrived at the ancient Sword Continent by chance. We were just looking for a few things. Whoosh! A Mystic King Realm expert's speed was very fast. After flying for about 2 hours, he stopped moving forward. The three of them landed on the ground. The shorty pointed at the plains in front of them. This is the edge of Sword Burial City. Once we enter, we'll enter the Sword Burial Prefecture. Seniors, where are you taking me? Asked Fang Chun. You'll know once we get there, said the taller man. The three of them quickly walked. When they reached the edge of the plains, a ripple suddenly appeared, blocking Fang Chun's path. The two old men had already entered the plains, while Fang Chun was blocked outside. Yes, we're blocked. The taller man looked at Fang Chun with surprise. Brat, you've been in Gold Sword City for so long. Have you still not cultivated the ancient golden sword art? Fang Chun shook his head slightly. Not yet. The two old men exchanged a glance and then said, All right, then we'll wait here. After saying that, they closed their eyes. It was unknown what they were doing. In the blink of an eye, they opened their eyes and said, We've already notified the palace master. He'll be here immediately. Just as the two old men finished speaking, an oppressive aura suddenly filled Fang Chun's heart. Fang Chun's heart shook. He looked around, but he didn't see anything. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly realized that a terrifying sword light had pierced through layers of the void and was heading straight for him. Too strong. Fang Chun's soul trembled. This sword light was the strongest he had ever seen. He didn't even think about it. He directly activated the void true intent and hid himself in the void. At this moment, the terrifying sword light dissipated and the countless strands of sword chi condensed into a figure. Palace Master. The two old men cupped their hands at the figure in front of them. This child truly does possess the void true intent. Wait here, said the Palace Master softly. In the next moment, she vanished into the void. Fang Chun used the void true intent to hide himself in the void. He was incomparably shocked. Just who is it that wants to kill me? Just as Fang Chun was lost in thought, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Fang Chun was given a fright. He reflexively wanted to attack, but the figure stopped him. Little fellow, I don't have any ill intentions towards you. The figure grinned. You're the palace master the two seniors were talking about? Asked Fang Chun hastily. Correct. I'm the palace master. They brought you here to see me, said the figure. Then what about that terrifying sword light? Asked Fang Chun. I was testing you, said the figure. I really didn't expect you to comprehend the void true intent at such a young age. The void true intent was a supreme true intent. Let alone the Sword Burial Prefecture, even in the starry sky, it was a shocking true intent. May I ask the palace master? Before Fang Chun could finish his words, he was stopped by the shadow. You possess the void true intent, so you're worthy of me personally meeting you. Of course, I also have a question. The figure smiled. Please ask, Palace Master, said Fang Chun. Such a supreme existence was able to enter the void. His void, true intent, had nowhere to hide in the figure's eyes. As long as the figure willed it, he would die. As if seeing through Fang Chen's thoughts, the figure explained, "The void true intent is a supreme true intent. It's very powerful. Unfortunately, you're in the Sword Burial Prefecture. I have a natural advantage and can sense your existence. If you were in the outside world, even if I used my full power, I wouldn't be able to find you." Fang Chen suddenly understood. So that's how it was. Chapter 853. The virtual shadow really couldn't think of any other geniuses who could trigger the 12th level tribulation apart from those geniuses who possessed the true meaning of void. Back then, the appearance of the 12th level tribulation had shaken the entire Sword Burial Prefecture. Countless profound King Realm experts appeared one after another. Even some old bastards who had been in seclusion for a long time had come out of seclusion. In short, the 12th level tribulation had swept through the Sword Burial Prefecture like a storm. After the 12th level of tribulation ended and the curtains fell, numerous profound King Realm experts swarmed in, wanting to search for that genius. But they found that genius was nowhere to be seen. Many mystic kings even believed that the person undergoing the tribulation must have died under the 12th level tribulation. Because of this, many mysterious kings sighed and expressed their regret. To be able to draw out the 12th level tribulation meant that he would definitely become a heaven-shaking figure in the future. Who would have thought that he would die? Of course, there were many old bastards who didn't think so. They felt that this matter was unusual. The person undergoing the tribulation hadn't died. The illusory figure was one of them. He was the master of the Immortal Palace. The one who came this time was merely a clone condensed from his will. Originally, the tall and short elders had sent him a transmission saying that a cultivator with the true meaning of the void had appeared. He hadn't thought much of it. He had only been shocked. However, after seeing Fang Chen, the illusory figure had an answer in his heart. This person should be the peerless genius who had undergone the 12th level tribulation. Everyone thought that the person who went through the tribulation had already died in the 12th tribulation. Who would have thought that this person was in Gold Sword City? The shadow stared at Fang Chen and muttered to himself. Fang Chen sank into silence. He didn't reply, but he also didn't deny it. Fang Chen didn't want to cause any trouble before he knew what the illusory figure's intentions were. It was as if he could see Fang Chen's apprehension. The illusory figure smiled. "If I want to kill you, a single thought is enough." Fang Chen was startled when he heard the words of the illusory figure. He nodded heavily. The illusory figure had only said that to express to Fang Chen that he didn't have any malice toward Fang Chen. Otherwise, there was no way Fang Chen would be standing here. "Senior, may I ask who you are?" asked Fang Chen. Fang Chen knew that this person's strength was definitely heaven-defying. However, he didn't know who this person was. "You finally can't help but ask?" laughed the illusory figure. By saying this, Fang Chen had indirectly admitted that he was the one who had transcended the tribulation. "Have you heard of the Sword Burial Prefecture's Sword Burial Immortal Palace?" asked the illusory figure. Fang Chen's eyes twinkled, and then he nodded. There was probably no one in the Sword Prefecture who hadn't heard of the Sword Immortal Palace. The Sword Immortal Palace was the highest level of the Sword Prefecture. It was said that the sword-burying Immortal Palace was located on a towering mountain peak, but the world had never seen it before. The Sword Burial Immortal Palace was extremely mysterious, but all the martial artists in the Sword Burial Prefecture paled at the mention of it. This was because the Sword Burial Immortal Palace was the totem of the Sword Burial Prefecture. It was said that the Sword Burial Immortal Palace was formed from the heart of the Sword Burial Emperor and was the core of the entire Sword Burial Prefecture. And the Sword Burial Immortal Palace had always existed in legends. "I'm the Sword Burial Immortal Palace's Palace Master," said the illusory figure. Fang Chen's mind buzzed as he stood in a daze in the void. Seeing Fang Chen's dazed expression, the illusory figure chuckled mischievously. Fang Chen's reaction was completely within his expectations. In the Sword Burial Prefecture, apart from the two elders, Anyone who heard the word Sword Burial Immortal Palace's Palace Master would be incomparably shocked. That was because no one had ever seen the Sword Burial Immortal Palace's Palace Master. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. He had never thought that he would one day meet the legendary Sword Burial Immortal Palace's Palace Master. Are you really the Sword Burial Immortal Palace's Palace Master? Asked Fang Chen, trying his best to suppress his shock. The illusory figure laughed. Who would dare to pretend to be the Immortal Palace's Palace Master? Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. Indeed, who would dare to pretend to be the Immortal Palace's Palace Master in the Sword Burial Prefecture? The Sword Burial Immortal Palace was the totem of the Sword Burial Prefecture, and it was formed from the Sword Burial Emperor's heart. In the Sword Burial Prefecture, the Sword Burial Immortal Palace was incomparably sacred. As for the Immortal Palace's Palace Master, he was the spiritual leader of the Sword Burial Prefecture. No one would dare to pretend to be him. Fang Chen stared at the illusory figure with a burning gaze, not saying anything for a long time. In his heart, he was too shocked. The Sword Burial Immortal Palace's Palace Master was right in front of him, and he was even talking to him. It was like a dream. Now, can you tell me about yourself? Asked the illusory figure. Fang Chen sorted out his thoughts and said, Junior is from the ancient Sword Continent. Fang Chen told the Palace Master everything about how he had been killed by the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture, how he had been brought to the Sword Burial Prefecture by the Cauldron, and how he had undergone the 12th tribulation. Of course, he also hid the fact that he had been refined into a blood puppet by the Blood Refinement Monarch. If the Palace Master learned that he could be revived after being refined into a blood puppet, he would definitely inspect his body. Perhaps his golden heart would be exposed. Before he had absolute strength, Fang Chen definitely wouldn't let others know about his golden heart. So that's how it is. The illusory figure nodded slightly. May I ask the Palace Master, who is the founder of the Five Elements Academy? And who is that head in the cauldron? These are all questions that Fang Chen had been puzzled by. Back at the Sword Arena, Elder Xian had said that he would know once they reached Sword Burial City. Now that he had finally met the Palace Master, he naturally had to ask him. The founder of the Five Element Academy was the city master of the Sword Burial Prefecture's Five Elements Sword City, said the illusory figure directly. Five Elements Sword City? Fang Chen was incomparably shocked. He hadn't expected the first dean of the Five Elements Academy to be from the Sword Burial Prefecture. And his status there was so high. Since you came from the Five Elements Academy, you should have cultivated the Five Elements sword art, right? Asked the illusory figure. Fang Chen nodded. The phantom continued. If you want to enter the Burial Sword City, you have to cultivate one of the city's most powerful martial arts to the transformation level. You haven't cultivated the ancient golden invincible sword art yet, and the Five Element sword art is one of the ways. If you have time, go to the Five Element Sword City and get the general outline of the Five Element sword art. Cultivate the Five Elements sword art to the transformation level as quickly as possible. Then come to the Burial Sword City. Many thanks for the pointers, Palace Master. Fang Chen cupped his hands in thanks. Your potential is extraordinary. You've already crossed 12 tribulations. In the entire Sword Burial Prefecture, you're the only one with the highest chance of obtaining the Sword Emperor's approval, said the illusory figure excitedly. The reason the Palace Master had chosen Fang Chen was because he had crossed 12 tribulations. That was a world-shaking achievement. It was very likely that he would obtain the Sword Emperor's approval. Ever since the Sword Emperor had fallen, no one had been able to obtain the Sword Emperor's approval. Sword Burial City has an extremely powerful seal. Even I can't easily take action. If you want to enter Sword Burial City, you have to rely on yourself. A jade pendant appeared in the illusory figure's hand, and he handed it to Fang Chen. If your life is in danger, crush the jade pendant. The illusory figure instantly vanished. However, before the illusory figure disappeared, a voice entered Fang Chen's ears. The owner of the sword token was one of the profound king commanders of the Sword Burial Prefecture in the past. Fang Chen's heart trembled when he heard that. He looked at the jade pendant with a burning gaze before carefully putting it into his spatial ring. Crash! After the illusory figure left, Fong Chun appeared in the air. Kid, you're not bad. You've obtained the palace master's approval. I hope you work hard, said the tall elder with a smile. When we first met you in the ancient sword continent, we felt that you had an extraordinary bearing. We weren't wrong about you, said the short man with a smile. It's all thanks to the two seniors that I was able to meet the palace master, said Fong Chun modestly. Kid, you don't have to be modest. Hurry up and go back to cultivate, said the tall elder with a wave of his hand. Yeah, when you arrive at Sword Burial City, come find us, said the short man. After that, the two of them instantly disappeared. Fong Chun looked at the edge of Sword Burial City in front of him. The shock in his heart didn't dissipate for a long time. All the mysteries were gradually unraveled. The first dean of the Five Elements Academy, the head in the three-legged, two-eared cauldron. Fong Chun knew the identities of these people one by one. Chapter 854. Fong Chun stood quietly on the ground outside the Burial Sword City, carefully combing through the information he had just received. First of all, the first dean of the Five Elements Academy was the former city lord of the Five Elements Sword City. In other words, the Five Elements Sword technique was actually the ultimate technique of the Five Elements Sword City. Fong Chun had only obtained an incomplete version from the Five Elements Academy. The true general principles were in the Five Elements Sword City. No wonder the Five Elemental Sword Art is such an exquisite sword art, but it is only a 6th grade sword art. So that's how it works, Fong Chun thought to himself. Once he obtained the true general principles, the Five Elements Sword technique would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. The identity of the head in the three-legged, two-eared cauldron was also revealed. It was one of the mysterious king realm commanders of the Sword Burial Prefecture. When I first set foot on the mountain, I fell into an illusion. The scenes I saw were actually real. Fong Chun was shocked. Back then, Fong Chun had seen himself on a battlefield. Corpses were piled up like mountains, blood flowed like rivers, and smoke rose from all directions. A black figure stood quietly on the ground, as if it had existed since ancient times. The entire land was in chaos. What shocked Fong Chun was that the true martial realm experts were just cannon fodder. From this, one could imagine how intense the battle back then was. So that was the battle of the Sword Burial Prefecture, Fong Chun muttered to himself. So that was the battle of the Sword Burial Prefecture. According to the information he had, the former city lord of the Five Elements Sword City shouldn't have been as important as the head in the cauldron. When he first came into contact with the cauldron, the head in the cauldron had taken him to the Sword Burial Prefecture. Then he had been killed by the Devil Cloud Prefecture. The head in the cauldron had taken him across the Forbidden Ocean to the Sword Burial Prefecture. The thing that the head in the cauldron wanted to do the most was to bring its corpse back to its hometown. Fong Chun pondered for a moment, then fell silent. The Five Elements Sword City was located in the southeast of the Sword Burial Prefecture. It was separated from the Golden Sword City by the Azura Sword City. With Fong Chun's flying speed, he used 6 hours to arrive at the Five Elements Sword City. His purpose for coming here was to obtain the legendary Five Elemental Sword Technique General Outline. This is the Five Elements Sword City. Standing on the wasteland, Fong Chun stared at the towering city gate in the distance. There was a golden plaque hanging above it with the words Five Elements Sword City written on it. These 4 words contain majestic 5 elements sword chi. At the same time, Fong Chun felt that the 5 elements sword chi in his body was ready to move. After successfully entering the 5 elements sword city, Fong Chun saw that the bustling streets were filled with stalls. It seems to be more prosperous than Golden Sword City. Fong Chun muttered to himself. Fong Chun found an inn and inquired about some information. Not long later, Fong Chun obtained the basic information of the 5 elements sword city. There were a total of 2 powers in the 5 elements sword city. These 2 powers were evenly matched and had always been fighting for control of the 5 elements sword city. Whoever could gain control of the 5 elements sword city would become the new city lord of the 5 elements sword city. Myriad Elephant Palace. Destruction Divine Hall. These 2 powers' combined strength was comparable to the Azura Sword sect. While Fong Chun was inquiring about the news, a handsome man was quietly sitting on the top floor. Young master, there's an unfamiliar man who just entered the city. His aura is quite dense, and he should be an expert. As soon as he came, he asked for some information about the five-element Sword City. I suspect that he's here for that historical remnant. A servant walked up and said in a low voice, "Oh, even you can't see through him?" asked the handsome man with surprise. The servant shook his head. When my soul touched him, it was like it was devoured. I couldn't see through him at all. Interesting. I'll go meet him, said the handsome man. Young master, you can't. If he's someone the destruction divine hall invited, it'll be detrimental to you. The servant hastily stopped him. It's fine. In broad daylight, the destruction divine hall wouldn't dare attack me. The handsome man smiled. Then he stood up and went to the first floor of the inn. He smiled as he walked towards Fong Chun. Seeing the handsome man appear on the first floor, the expressions of many martial artists changed. They all got up and hastily left. By the time the handsome man reached Fong Chun, the entire first floor was empty. However, Fong Chun turned a blind eye to it and continued drinking. "Brother, can I ask for a cup of wine?" asked the handsome man. "Of course." Fong Chun didn't seem to care. "Then I won't be courteous." The handsome man directly sat across from Fong Chun and poured himself a cup of wine. He raised his cup. "Brother and I have some fate. How about a cup?" Fong Chun raised his cup and drank it in one gulp. The handsome man secretly checked on Fong Chun. The more he checked, the more shocked he was. However, he didn't reveal anything on the surface. Secretly checking on others? Is this how the five-element Sword City's people treat others? Asked Fong Chun with a faint smile. When the handsome man heard this, he was startled. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. The servant behind him immediately stepped forward, guarding against Fong Chun. However, the handsome man waved his hand. The servant stopped and looked at Fong Chun with an unfriendly gaze. As long as Fong Chun dared to act blindly without thinking, the servant would definitely attack. "Brother, do you recognize me?" asked the handsome man. Fong Chun shook his head, indicating he didn't recognize him. The handsome man frowned slightly. There was probably no one in the five-element Sword City who didn't recognize him. This person didn't even think about it. He directly shook his head. Either he really didn't know him, or he was just pretending. "I am Luo Hong." The handsome man introduced himself, staring at Fong Chun. He wanted to see Fong Chun's reaction. Fong Chun shook his head slightly. "I've never heard of you, but I do know a fellow called Luo Hao." The Luo Hao Fong Chun spoke of was someone from the Azure Sword sect. However, it was clear that Luo Hong had never heard of Luo Hao. "You don't need to test me. This is my first time in the five-element Sword City. I only came for the five-element sword arts," said Fong Chun bluntly. The handsome man's aura wasn't weak. He should be someone from one of the two major powers. "Ha ha. This brother is straightforward. It seems that I was too careful. This cup is my apology to you." The handsome man, Luo Hong, laughed when he heard this. He raised his cup and drank it in one gulp. "May I ask where brother came from?" asked Luo Hong. "If I told you I came from Burial Sword City, would you believe me?" asked Fong Chun. Luo Hong laughed mischievously and shook his head. He clearly didn't believe him. "Actually, it's quite embarrassing to talk about this. I went to Sword Burial City alone, and when I reached the border of the city, I was stopped from entering. Later, I learned that I had to cultivate one of the city's core techniques to the transcendent realm before I could enter. So, I came back with my tail between my legs," Fong Chun said. Hearing this, Luo Hong was also stunned. He stared at Fong Chun. He didn't feel like he was lying. "I see. May I ask brother's name?" asked Luo Hong. "Fong Chun," said Fong Chun. "Brother Fong Chun, if you don't mind, you can come with me to the five-element palace. There's still a month before the five-element bell opens. At that time, I could take you to challenge it. What do you think?" asked Luo Hong. "Sure," said Fong Chun. Fong Chun had just arrived in the five-element Sword City and didn't have a place to stay. From Luo Hong's appearance, he didn't seem like an evil person. Fong Chun immediately agreed. As for Luo Hong, he had his own plans. He couldn't see through Fong Chun's strength, so he should be very strong. If he could rope him in, it would be a good thing for the five-element palace. Recently, The friction between the five-element palace and the divine destruction palace had been growing. A war could break out at any time. Young master, the servant stopped him. Let's go back. Luo Hong shook his head. Following this, Fang Chun followed Luo Hong and left the inn for the Five Elements Palace. On the way, Luo Hong told Fang Chun that he was from the Five Element Palace. Brother Fang, to tell you the truth, I'm a disciple of the Five Element Palace, said Luo Hong. I'm afraid you're not just an ordinary disciple. Fang Chun curled his lips. 6th level, true martial realm. At the very least, you're a genius. Hearing this, Luo Hong's heart trembled. He was even more curious about Fang Chun. Fang Chun could see through his cultivation at a glance, but he couldn't see through him. Chapter 855, Golden Sword City, Sword Arena. In Elder Xian's courtyard, several mystic kings sat on stone benches with gloomy faces. The blood-refining monarch left Golden Sword City and joined the Shura Sword sect, Glacier King said coldly. Thinking back to when he first came to Gold Sword City, how many resources did we give him? What an ungrateful fellow. Another profound King Realm expert berated. Even Mountain River King, who was on good terms with the blood-refining monarch, turned pale. Leaving Golden Sword City meant betraying Golden Sword City and joining the Shura Sword sect. Although Mountain River King was on good terms with the blood-refining monarch, his position was important. I misjudged him, Mountain River King said unhappily. Everyone looked at each other, then at Elder Xian. The blood-refining monarch chose to leave. Don't mention it again, Elder Xian said. One could tell that his tone was filled with displeasure. The blood-refining monarch left with Xiao Yun and the others. Within Golden Sword City, discussions about Gu Jian had always existed. That's right. He's ungrateful and not worth mentioning. When we meet him in the future, we'll personally deal with him, Glacier King said. The other Mystic Kings nodded slightly as well. At this moment, one of the Mystic Kings asked Elder Xian, who were the two elders that took Gu Jian away that day. Hearing this, the other Almighties looked at Elder Xian. Although the two elders didn't make a move, Xiao Yun didn't dare to act rashly. Those two are very strong. They should be from Burial Sword City, Elder Xian said after pondering for a moment. Why did they take Gu Jian away? I think they saw Gu Jian's potential, Elder Xian said. However, no matter how high Gu Jian's potential is, it can't enter Burial Sword City. Everyone knew this very well. Pass down my order. Anyone in Golden Sword City who discovers Gu Jian's whereabouts is to report it immediately, Elder Xian said. Elder Xian couldn't do anything about Gu Jian's disappearance. He wanted to ask the Sword Arena's patriarch, but the patriarch was nearing the end of his life and had been cultivating in seclusion. He didn't dare to disturb him. Just like that, the legendary Gu Jian, with heaven-defying potential, disappeared from Golden Sword City. Because of this, Luo Byron and the others felt rather helpless. Gu Jian, I know you're still alive. We'll wait for you in the Sword Burial City, Luo Byron said. That's right, Wooly said. We need to hurry up and cultivate the ancient golden invincible sword art to the manifestation realm as soon as possible so that we can meet Gu Jian in Sword Burial City. Fatty Li, He Xiulin, and the others also nodded heavily. 5 Elements Sword City, 5 Elements Palace. Following Luo Hong, they easily entered the headquarters of the 5 Elements Palace. Brother Fang, this is the headquarters of 5 Elements Palace, Luo Hong introduced to Fang Chun. After entering the 5 Elements Palace's headquarters, Luo Hong prepared to find a place for Fang Chun to stay. At this moment, they passed by a training field. In a martial arts practice field, many disciples of the 5 Elements Palace were working hard to cultivate. Seeing Luo Hong bring an unfamiliar man over, some warriors stopped in their tracks. Luo Hong, this is an important area of my 5 Elements Palace. How can random people enter? One of them stepped forward and blocked Luo Hong's path. Brother Fang is my good friend. Don't mess around, said Luo Hong. Luo Jian's eyes flickered. Just at this moment, the servant behind Luo Hong gave Luo Jian a meaningful glance. Luo Jian instantly understood and sneered. Luo Hong, I won't object to you bringing him back. but this person is extremely likely to be a spy from the Destruction Divine Hall. I want to interrogate him. Luo Jian, don't go too far, said Luo Hong. Luo Hong, even if you're the palace master's personal disciple, you have no reason to stop me. Luo Jian smiled. I'm just thinking of the Five Elements Palace. As he spoke, Luo Jian arrived in front of Fang Chun. Sword Qi surged around him. Brat, are you a spy from the Destruction Divine Hall or not? Demanded Luo Jian. In truth, there was a reason why Luo Jian and the others were so vigilant. During the battle between the Five Elements Palace and the Destruction Divine Hall, the Destruction Divine Hall had constantly bribed some assassins to infiltrate the Five Elements Palace and assassinate their important disciples. Even Luo Jian and Luo Hong had been assassinated. It was just that they hadn't succeeded. Luo Hong had brought an unfamiliar man into the Five Elements Palace. Furthermore, Luo Hong's servant seemed to be on guard against this unfamiliar man. So Luo Jian wanted to test him out. I'm not, said Fang Chun bluntly. If you say you're not, then you're not. What proof do you have? Sneered Luo Jian. If I don't have proof, then may I ask what proof you have? Countered Fang Chun. Without the slightest fear of Luo Jian's powerful aura, Fang Chun calmly stood there. Luo Jian. Luo Hong wanted to stop him, but he was stopped by the servant. Young master, it's better to let Luo Jian test this person, the servant said in a low voice. Just at this moment, Luo Jian attacked. Rumble. A boundless aura surged out of Luo Jian's body. He circulated all the strength in his body and sent a punch at Fang Chun. Bang! Fang Chun's casual punch directly defeated Luo Jian's attack. Furthermore, he forced Luo Jian to retreat. This scene shocked all the cultivators in the martial practice field. Even Luo Hong's heart trembled. Your strength isn't bad. Luo Jian steadied himself and smiled sinisterly. Then, he used the Five Elements sword technique. Whoosh! Five Elements sword shot out from Luo Jian's longsword. It contained a powerful force as it stabbed towards Fang Chun. Fang Chun didn't use the Five Elements sword to avoid unnecessary trouble. He simply performed the wooden forest sword technique. A vast and endless aura instantly filled the air. Then, Fang Chun's hidden star sword blocked the Five Elements sword light in an ingenious manner. Crack! The Five Elements sword shattered, and Luo Jian retreated. You're no match for me. Fang Chun put away his hidden star sword and said coldly. Hearing this, Luo Jian was furious. He was about to attack again, but Luo Hong stopped him. Luo Jian, if Brother Fang wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago. Luo Hong said, he's not a spy from the God Destruction Palace. After seeing Fang Chun's attack, Luo Hong felt that Fang Chun was unfathomable. He wanted to befriend Fang Chun more. Impossible, Luo Jian retorted. From the aura that Fang Chun emitted, his cultivation was only at LV4 genuine martial realm. How can a LV4 genuine martial realm warrior withstand my attack? Luo Jian said coldly. He must be hiding his cultivation. Luo Jian's cultivation was at LV5 genuine martial realm. He didn't believe that Fang Chun's cultivation was really at LV4. You hid your cultivation and sneaked into my Five Elements Palace. What's your motive? Luo Jian scolded. If I knew it would be so troublesome, I would have killed you with my sword just now. Fang Chun said calmly. You. Luo Jian was furious. A monstrous aura spread out in an instant. You have to think clearly. If you force me to attack, I won't show you any mercy. You'll have to bear the consequences. Fang Chun's eyes were like lightning as he looked at Luo Jian. At this moment, Luo Jian didn't dare to act rashly. Luo Jian stared at Fang Chun and was furious. Wait and see. Luo Jian said ruthlessly and turned to leave. Seeing this, Luo Hong looked at Fang Chun apologetically and said, Brother Fang, I'm used to it. Fang Chun said, Indeed, no matter where he went, he would be looked down upon. He had long been used to being looked down upon. Brother Fang, let's go. Luo Hong brought Fang Chun to an independent courtyard. And at this time, Luo Jian arrived before a luxurious pavilion in a bustling manner. Senior brother Luo Yong. What's the matter? Luo Yong, who was cultivating, opened his eyes and asked. Senior brother Luo Yong, Luo Hong, brought a martial artist. I suspect that he's a spy from the God Extermination Palace. Luo Jian said. Oh. Luo Yong frowned and asked. I've fought with this person before. His strength is very strange. He's obviously at LV4 genuine martial realm, but he could easily defeat me. Luo Jian said in a deep voice. Luo Yong's eyes flickered. Don't act rashly. I'll deal with this matter. Luo Yong said. Senior brother Luo Yong. Luo Jian said. You can leave. Luo Yong said. By the way, when will the relic open? Tomorrow is the day when the Five Elements Palace and the God Extermination Palace decide the quota. The relic should open in 3 days. Luo Jian said. Chapter 856. After Luo Hong helped Fong Chen settle down, he was summoned by the Palace Master. In a certain hall, the Five Elements Palace Master sat on the throne at the head of the hall. Below him were a few elders. Luo Hong, I heard that you brought an unfamiliar man back, the Five Elements Palace Master asked. Palace Master, this person's strength is extraordinary and unfathomable. Perhaps we can use him, said Luo Hong. Luo Hong, you're a bit reckless. This person just happened to appear when we're competing for the spot. Perhaps he has ulterior motives, said one of the elders. That's right. Let's investigate this kid's background first, another elder said. What's his cultivation? Asked the Five Elements Palace Master. His cultivation is at LV4 true martial realm, but he could easily defeat Luo Jian. I suspect that he's hiding his strength, said Luo Hong. The Five Elements Palace Master nodded his head. This person seems to be coming to the Five Elements Sword City for the Five Elements Sword Technique, added Luo Hong. Tomorrow, people from the God Destruction Palace will come to the Five Elements Palace to compete for the spot. Keep an eye on this person, said the Five Elements Palace Master. Fong Chun didn't know that he was being treated as a suspicious person by the Five Elements Palace. His only goal was to obtain the Five Elements Sword Technique. When he fought with Luo Jian, Fong Chun found that the Five Elements Sword Technique that Luo Jian used was a little different from his own Five Elements Sword Technique. As for what the difference was, Fong Chun couldn't pinpoint it. I'll stay here for a month and leave after obtaining the Five Elements Sword Technique, Fong Chun said to himself. At night, Fong Chun felt some movement. Immediately, his body flashed, and he disappeared into the void. In an instant, Fong Chun found that there were several martial artists around his courtyard secretly watching him. Fong Chun smiled. It seemed that the Five Elements Palace still didn't trust him. However, Fong Chun didn't pay attention to them. Then, Fong Chun used the true meaning of the void to quietly return to his room. During this time, the martial artists hiding in the dark didn't notice Fong Chun's movements at all. The next day, the God Destruction Palace came to visit. The person who had come was an elder of the God Extermination Palace. He held a high position in the God Extermination Palace and was second only to the Palace Master. Elder Gu, how have you been? Five Elements Palace Master laughed loudly. Five Elements Palace Master, our Palace Master is unable to come because of some matters. I am here to discuss the quota with you on his behalf. Elder Gu said. Five Elements Palace Master nodded and invited Elder Gu to take a seat. Five Elements Palace Master, I won't beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point, Elder Gu said as soon as he sat down. This time's remnant was discovered by our two great powers together. After our investigation, we are unable to send a large number of true martial realm experts into this remnant. At most, we can send in 20. Elder Gu said. Elder Gu, do you have any suggestions? The Five Elements Palace Master smiled. My Divine Destruction Palace wants 15 of the spots. The remaining 5 will belong to your Five Element Palace. How about it? Elder Gu was extremely arrogant. Hearing that, the Five Elements Palace Master did not say anything. His eyes flickered as he stared at Elder Gu. Do you think our Five Elements Palace is a beggar? What right does your Divine Destruction Hall have to monopolize 15 spots? The Divine Destruction Hall is going too far. Elder Gu's words infuriated several elders of the Five Elements Palace. Of course, my Divine Destruction Hall dares to say that because we have something to rely on. Firstly, my Divine Destruction Hall's younger generation is far stronger than your Five Elements Palace's younger generation. As for the second point, my Divine Destruction Hall's Grand Elder is about to come out of seclusion. Elder Gu didn't finish his sentence. However, the expressions of the Five Elements Palace's people changed. The Divine Destruction Hall's Grand Elder had always existed in legends. Some people said that he had reached the end of his lifespan and had died long ago. Others said that he was in seclusion to break through to a higher realm. The Divine Destruction Hall's Grand Elder had never shown himself. But now, Elder Gu actually said that the Divine Destruction Hall's Grand Elder was about to come out of seclusion. Who knows if what you said is true or false? That's right. So what if your Divine Destruction Hall's Grand Elder comes out of seclusion? My Five Element Palace also has a foundation. My Five Elements Palace wants 10 spots. We will not give in. The attitudes of the Five Elements Palace's elders were very unyielding. I already expected you to be like this before coming. I have a second plan, sneered Elder Gu. What plan? Asked the Five Elements Palace Master. It's a battle between the strongest of the younger generation of our two sections. If you win, I'll give you the 5 spots. If you lose, then forget it. Elder Gu said. The Divine Destruction Hall has a good plan, said the Five Elements Palace Master playfully. No matter what, the Divine Destruction Hall would not lose out. The one who would lose out was the Five Elements Palace. What if my Five Elements Palace doesn't agree? Asked the Five Elements Palace Master. In that case, there's no room for discussion. After saying that, Elder Gu turned and left. After Elder Gu left, an elder worriedly asked, Palace Master, is the Divine Destruction Hall's Grand Elder really coming out of seclusion? I don't know, said the Five Elements Palace Master. After Elder Gu left, he directly returned to the Divine Destruction Hall. When night fell, Luo Hong arrived at Fong Chen's courtyard. Brother Fong, said Luo Hong. Brother Luo Hong, greeted Fong Chen. Luo Hong directly sat on the stone bench and looked at Fong Chen. He smiled and said, Brother Fong, you're quite relaxed. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and I can't break through for the time being. I can only wait for the Five Elements Bell to open in a month, said Fong Chen. Luo Hong nodded and then casually chatted with Fong Chen about other things. Unknowingly, it was already late at night. The few true martial realm experts who were secretly watching Fong Chen also quietly retreated. It was at this moment that a man wearing an ugly mask appeared in a dark corner. Luo Hong, today is the day you die. After saying that, the ugly masked man instantly appeared in Fong Chen's courtyard. Crash! All of a sudden, Luo Hong sensed that something was wrong. He cursed inwardly, and the aura around him surged. Bang! Before Luo Hong could react, he was instantly sent flying by the ugly masked man. Okay. Seeing this, Fong Chen activated his true meaning of void and instantly appeared behind the ugly masked man. He executed the void destruction slash and blocked the ugly masked man's path. An ant dares to block my path. The ugly masked man punched towards Fong Chen. Crash! Fong Chen's figure disappeared, and the ugly masked man's fist missed. Space type true meaning. Seeing this, the ugly masked man's expression changed. He took a step forward and no longer looked for Fong Chen. His target was Luo Hong. Space-type true meanings were very rare and extremely difficult to deal with. The ugly masked man sneaked into the headquarters of Five Elements Palace and couldn't act recklessly. He needed to buy time for himself. At this moment, the higher-ups of Five Elements Palace had already been alerted. Therefore, he needed to kill Luo Hong and escape before they arrived. Go to hell. 2 short blades appeared in the ugly masked man's hands, and he ruthlessly stabbed towards Luo Hong. Seeing this, Luo Hong used all his strength to resist. This ugly masked man was too strong. He couldn't resist at all. Crash! Just as Luo Hong's face was filled with fear, a resplendent sword light suddenly appeared in the void and blocked the ugly masked man's short blades. This bought enough time for Luo Hong to continuously retreat. I can't fight him head-on. This was what Luo Hong thought. Now, as long as he could hold on until Five Elements Palace Master and the others arrived, he would be safe. Courting death. Seeing Luo Hong retreat, the ugly masked man was enraged. His short blade suddenly pierced into the void. Fong Chen's figure disappeared in the void again. The ugly masked man launched his strongest attack and stabbed his short blades towards Luo Hong. At this moment, a deafening voice resounded throughout the entire Five Elements Palace. "How dare you intrude into my Five Elements Palace?" This was Five Elements Palace Master's figure. Before he arrived, his voice was heard. Hearing Five Elements Palace Master's figure, the ugly masked man knew that his mission was considered a failure. Damn it! The ugly masked man glared at Fong Chun fiercely and then disappeared into the darkness. In the next moment, Five Elements Palace Master appeared. The ugly masked man used a special method to isolate himself from Five Elements Palace Master's detection and escaped from Five Elements Palace. "Luo Hong, are you all right?" Chapter 857. The Five Elements Palace Master landed in Luo Hong's courtyard. Immediately after, there were countless sounds of breaking through the air. Some elders of the Five Elements Palace also rushed over. "What's going on?" an elder asked. Everyone's gaze was focused on Luo Hong. After discovering that Luo Hong was fine, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Just as Luo Hong was about to speak, Fong Chen's figure appeared from the void. He was holding the hidden star sword in his hand. He was in a sorry state, and there were some bloodstains on his palm. Yes, Fong Chen's sudden appearance surprised the Five Elements Palace Master. His deep eyes stared at Fong Chen. The Five Elements Palace Master was an expert. He could tell at a glance that Fong Chen was extraordinary. Space-type true intent. The Five Elements Palace Master said, in surprise. At this moment, the elders who came later immediately shouted, "Brat, how dare you assassinate Luo Hong?" However, before they could finish speaking, the Five Elements Palace Master waved his hand to stop them. He was the first to arrive, so he naturally knew what had happened. The murderer was not Fong Chen. "The murderer is someone else," the Five Elements Palace Master said. The Five Elements Palace Master's words were very authoritative. Hearing this, the elders did not say anything else. "Luo Hong, what happened?" The Five Elements Palace Master's gaze moved away from Fong Chun and looked at Luo Hong. Luo Hong's body was in a sorry state. He gently patted the dust off his clothes and said, "Palace Master, someone wanted to assassinate me. Fortunately, Brother Fong helped to block it. Otherwise, I would have been dead." Luo Hong was not exaggerating. The murderer was too strong. Although he had not reached the mysterious king realm, he was considered a top expert in the true martial realm. With just one blow, he sent Luo Hong flying. Luo Hong's cultivation was at LV6 true martial realm. Even if he faced a LV7 true martial realm martial artist, Luo Hong could still fight. However, this person sent Luo Hong flying in one blow. It was enough to show how strong he was. How is this possible? When the elders heard this, they could not believe their ears. In their opinion, Fong Chun was not as strong as Luo Hong. How could he help Luo Hong block the murderer? However, the Five Elements Palace Master believed him. This was because he had discovered Fong Chen's space-related true meaning. If my guess is correct, this young friend should possess a space-type true meaning. The Five Elements Palace Master narrowed his eyes as he looked at Fong Chen. "Yes," Fong Chen said. When the elders heard this, they suddenly understood and looked at Fong Chen apologetically. Space-related true intents were the most elusive true intents. Moreover, it was the best true intent for escaping. This young man possessed a space-related true intent. Helping Luo Hong obstruct the murderer wouldn't be a problem at all. "This time, it's all thanks to Brother Fong," Luo Hong said slowly. "All right, the culprit has left. You should rest early too." The Five Elements Palace Master nodded and left with a few elders. Walking out of Luo Hong's courtyard, several elders asked, "Palace Master, you were the first to arrive. Do you know who the murderer is? To be able to escape under my nose without a trace. Who else in the true martial realm besides the dark shadow, Venerable?" The Five Elements Palace Master said. When the elders heard this, they looked at each other in dismay. At this moment in the courtyard, Luo Hong cupped his hands and thanked Fong Chun. "Brother Fong, I really didn't expect you to possess a space-related true meaning." Luo Hong grinned. Fong Chun smiled faintly and didn't say anything. The Five Elements Palace Master only thought that he possessed an ordinary space-related true meaning, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, although space-related true meanings were very unique, there were many types. Only a transcendent grade, true meaning could attract the attention of a Mystic King realm expert. Of course, Fong Chun wouldn't expose his true meaning of the void. The next day, at noon, a piece of news suddenly spread throughout the Five Elements Palace's headquarters. The Five Elements Palace and the Divine Destruction Temple had reached an agreement. In the end, the Five Elements Palace compromised and obtained 7 of the 20 spots, while the Divine Destruction Temple monopolized the remaining 13 spots. Many of the Five Elements Palace's martial artists were discussing this matter. Of course, some of the powerful younger generation were eager to give it a try and prepare to fight for these 7 spots. Senior brother Luo Yong, our Five Elements Palace obtained a total of 7 spots. You'll definitely be able to occupy one of them. Luo Jian grinned. Luo Yong nodded indifferently. With his strength, obtaining a spot was simply like playing a game. But Luo Jian was a little hesitant. "You want me to help you fight for a spot?" Luo Yong asked. "Senior brother Luo Yong, if you can help me fight for a spot, I'm willing to do anything for you." Luo Jian's face was full of anxiety. "It's not impossible to help you fight for a spot," Luo Yong said slowly. "Do you need me to do anything?" Luo Jian asked joyfully. Luo Yong leaned close to Luo Jian's ear and said a few words. Luo Jian nodded heavily and said, "Senior brother Luo Yong, don't worry. I'll definitely help you." For the entire afternoon, many of the Five Elements Palace's disciples were discussing who the 7 spots would belong to. Of course, many cultivators wanted to obtain a spot. After all, it was said that there were some treasures within the ruins that made people drool. This was an opportunity. At a certain moment, Luo Hong found Fong Chun. Luo Hong's face was filled with an excited smile. "Brother Luo Hong, what's the good news?" asked Fong Chun. "The good news is related to you." Luo Hong smiled. "Oh, what is it?" Fong Chun was a little surprised. "Brother Fong, you should know that my Five Elements Palace obtained 7 spots, right?" asked Luo Hong. Fong Chun nodded, indicating that he knew. Then Luo Hong continued. "Just now, the Palace Master summoned me and told me that he'll give you a spot to enter the secret realm with us." "What?" Fong Chun was a little stunned when he heard this. To tell the truth, Fong Chun had once been curious about the secret realm, but later he had directly cut off that thought. The 2 sects only had 20 spots. The Five Elements Palace only had 7 spots. How could they be willing to waste a spot for him? However, after hearing Luo Hong's words, Fong Chun's heart trembled. "The Palace Master is willing to give me a spot?" asked Fong Chun. Luo Hong nodded. "That's right. I don't know the exact reason, but Palace Master Fong Chun said that he'll give you a spot." Hearing this, Fong Chun grinned. At the same time, Luo Jian was anxiously waiting in Luo Yong's courtyard. At this time, Luo Yong returned. "Senior apprentice brother Luo Yong, how is it?" asked Luo Jian urgently. Luo Yong nodded. "I've already helped you get a spot, but what?" Luo Jian was wild with joy, but he didn't understand why Luo Yong had such an expression. "The Palace Master actually gave a spot to that unfamiliar man that Luo Hong brought back," said Luo Yong. "What outsider? He actually wants to occupy a spot in my Five-Element Palace." Hearing that, the fury in Luo Jian's chest was released, and he immediately shouted loudly. "That's the Palace Master's decision," said Luo Yong. "Umph. I knew that this person didn't have good intentions when he entered my Five Elements Palace. But Luo Hong has always been protecting him." Luo Jian was furious and immediately left Luo Yong's courtyard. Not long after, Luo Jian gathered many cultivators who hadn't obtained a spot and arrived in front of Fong Chen's courtyard. "Fong, get the hell out here," shouted someone. "Fong, come out and face your death." "Fong Chun, you bastard, what right do you have to take our spots?" Outside the courtyard, many cultivators were furiously roaring. Originally, they were already unhappy that they hadn't obtained a spot. But when they heard that an outsider had obtained a precious spot, they immediately became furious and came looking for trouble. Fong Chun, who was chatting with Luo Hong in the courtyard, suddenly heard some cursing and frowned. "I'll go out and take care of it," said Luo Hong. "I'll also go with you," said Fong Chun. The door creaked open and Fong Chun walked out with Luo Hong. "Everyone, it was the palace master's decision that Brother Fong obtained a spot." "You can all return," said Luo Hong directly. "Why? If you don't give us a satisfactory answer, we won't leave," roared someone from the crowd. "That's right. An outsider can obtain a spot, but we Five Elements Palace disciples can't." Chapter 858. The Five Elements Palace was a large sect comparable to the Shura Sword sect and had many disciples. Although Luo Hong was the direct disciple of the palace master, many disciples were furious and did not give him any face. "Fong Chun, get out of the Five Elements Palace." "Yes, get out," many martial artists roared. Fong Chen's face was gloomy and he did not say anything. Luo Hong was unhappy and said coldly, "I'll say it again. This is the palace master's decision. If anyone has any doubts, go find the palace master." Luo Hong used the palace master to suppress these disciples, but it did not work. "Everyone, let's attack together and kick this bastard out of the Five Elements Palace." A voice came from the crowd. Immediately, everyone released their powerful auras and prepared to attack. Luo Hong was furious and a terrifying aura shot out from his eyes. He took a step forward and a vast aura emerged and confronted the crowd. "Senior Brother Luo Hong, we don't want to attack you. Please move aside." "Senior Brother Luo Hong, is this outsider more important than us?" "Enough." At this moment, a heavy voice came from afar. Hearing this voice, the angry crowd quieted down and withdrew their auras. "I decided to give Fong Chen a spot. Everyone disperse." The Five Elements Palace Master's voice came. His tone was very strong, and he did not explain anything to the crowd. He just told them to disperse. Everyone looked at each other, and they were helpless. In the end, they glared at Fong Chun and turned to leave. The Five Elements Palace Master was an overlord in the Five Elements Palace. Under normal circumstances, no disciple dared to go against the Palace Master's words. In the blink of an eye, the crowd dispersed. Luo Hong looked at Fong Chun apologetically and said, "Brother Fong, I'm sorry." Fong Chun spread his hands, indicating that it was fine. "You two, come my place." The Five Elements Palace Master's voice came into their minds. Fong Chun and Luo Hong looked at each other and then went to the Five Elements Palace Master's study. They pushed the door open and entered the study. The study was very spacious, but it was empty inside. Other than a wooden table, there was only a row of bookshelves. Fong Chun glanced at the books on the shelves. They were all about the history of the Sword Burial Prefecture. At the entrance, there were two gray potted plants. The entire study was very simple and unadorned. It was obvious that the Five Elements Palace Master liked a single style. The Five Elements Palace Master sat in his armchair and smiled as he looked at Fong Chun. This was Fong Chen's second time meeting the Five Elements Palace Master. "Palace Master." Fong Chun cupped his hands towards Luo Hong. "The reason I called the two of you here is to tell you about the Five Elements Mystery Realm," the Five Elements Palace Master said with a smile. If one didn't know the Five Elements Palace Master, they wouldn't be able to tell that he was the Palace Master of a large sect. According to the ranking system of the ancient Sword Continent, the Five Elements Palace could be considered a peak 7-star or even 8-star sect. Such a powerful sect could easily destroy the entire ancient Sword Continent. Actually, this mystery realm is just a small mystery realm. It was originally a nameless mystery realm. Because it was discovered outside the Five Elements Sword City, we named it the Five Elements Mystery Realm, the Five Elements Palace Master said slowly. We've also investigated it. The Five Elements Mystery Realm should have been created by a mysterious king, Realm Almighty. However, the mysterious king, Realm Almighty, who created the Mystery Realm, is very weak. The Mystery Realm is very unstable, and only true martial realm warriors can enter it. Moreover, once the Five Elements Mystery Realm is opened, it will be completely destroyed in a month. Therefore, you only have 1 month, the Five Elements Palace Master said simply. Luo Hong nodded heavily. Although it was just a small mystery realm, it was better than nothing. Perhaps they could find a way to break through. Fang Shen also nodded. He had heard of the mystery realm that the Five Elements Palace Master mentioned before. Such a small mystery realm could collapse easily. Once it was opened, it could only be maintained for a short period of time before it completely collapsed. Do you know why I gave you a spot? The Five Elements Palace Master grinned and looked at Fang Chun. Fang Chun pondered for a moment and said, Palace Master, you must have taken a fancy to my space-type true meaning. The Five Elements Palace Master looked at him approvingly and said, That's right. In this trip to the Mystery Realm, the Annihilation Shrine will definitely attack the disciples of the Five Elements Palace. If it's a matter between the younger generation, I'm not worried. The only thing I'm worried about is the Annihilation Shrine has colluded with other forces and sent some powerful younger generation to encircle the disciples of the Five Elements Palace, the Five Elements Palace Master said. Palace Master, there's something I don't understand, Fang Chen asked. Speak. Since the Annihilation Shrine can collude with other forces, why is the Five Elements Palace unwilling to look for reinforcements? Fang Chen asked. The Five Elements Palace Master fell into silence. The atmosphere in the study instantly froze. After a long time, the Five Elements Palace Master said, Actually, it's not that the Five Elements Palace isn't willing to look for reinforcements. Let me put it this way. The Five Elements Palace is a sect passed down by the descendants of the Five Elements Sword City Lord. As time passed, the Five Elements Palace began to decline. As for the Annihilation Shrine, it grew stronger and stronger. The Grand Elder of the Annihilation Shrine is a legendary figure. The other sects aren't willing to suffer a calamity, nor are they willing to participate in this matter. In the end, the other forces no longer acknowledge the Five Elements Palace. Unless the Five Elements Palace can completely seize control of the Five Elements Sword City and restore the prestige of the Five Elements Sword City, the Five Elements Palace Master said. Fang Chun could hear the bitterness in the Five Elements Palace Master's voice. The Five Elements Palace was a descendant of the Five Elements Sword City Lord. As for the City Lord, he was the first dean of the Five Elements Academy, as well as its founder. Speaking of which, Fang Chun and the Five Elements Palace could be considered to be of the same lineage. Are there any cultivation restrictions for entering the Five Elements Secret Realm? Asked Fang Chun. Anyone under the Profound King Realm can enter, said the Five Elements Palace Master. Fang Chun smiled bitterly when he heard this. Anyone under the Profound King Realm could enter. Didn't that mean quasi-kings could enter as well? Although Fang Chun was strong enough to be comparable to a sixth-stage true martial realm cultivator, facing a quasi-king expert, even the true meaning of void wouldn't be of any use. As if he could see through Fang Chen's thoughts, the Five Elements Palace Master said bluntly, Don't be too pessimistic. The other forces aren't willing to participate in this mess. There's only one nearby force that's supporting the Annihilation Shrine. It's called the Blood Moon Assassin Organization. The assassin who tried to assassinate Luo Hong that day was also from this organization, said Fang Chun. The Five Elements Palace Master nodded. That's right. That assassin is called the Dark Shadow Sovereign. He's a top assassin in the Blood Moon Assassin Organization. The assassins of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization were all in the true martial realm. After all, those who had reached the Profound King Realm were all nobles, who would be willing to be an assassin. And this Dark Shadow Sovereign was also very strong in the Blood Moon Assassin Organization. Most of the assassins in the Blood Moon Assassin Organization are scattered in every corner of the Sword Burial Province. It's not easy to gather them. For such a small secret realm, the Blood Moon Assassin organization won't make a big fuss. I think only a small portion of their assassins will enter, said the Five Elements Palace Master. Moreover, the Blood Moon Assassin organization is supporting the Annihilation Shrine based on the situation there. If the Five Elements Palace can suppress the Annihilation Shrine, the Blood Moon Assassin organization won't support the Annihilation Shrine. Fangshan nodded. If the Blood Moon Assassin organization only sent experts like the Dark Shadow Sovereign, then they would be courting death. Of course, the Five Elements Palace also has a trump card. The Five Elements Palace Master said. After talking with the Five Elements Palace Master for a long time, Fangshan came out of the study late at night and returned to his residence. Only Luo Hong and the Five Elements Palace Master were left in the simple study. Luo Hong, what do you think of this person? Asked the Five Elements Palace Master with a smile. Master, this Fangshan should be trustworthy, whispered Luo Hong. Yes, if you cooperate with him in the Five Elements Secret Realm, you'll be able to escape unscathed if you encounter an 8-stage true martial realm cultivator, said the Five Elements Palace Master. Palace Master, you're taking a big gamble, said Luo Hong. There's no other way. My Five Elements Palace's current situation isn't optimistic. Once the Annihilation Shrine's Grand Elder comes out of seclusion, our situation will be even more dangerous. This is an opportunity, said the Five Elements Palace Master. Chapter 859. The Five Elements Mystery Realm was a mystery realm 100 miles away from the Five Elements Sword City. It was a small mystery realm, and the space was small. Moreover, it was unstable and could only be maintained for a month. On the day the Five Elements Mystery Realm opened, the Five Elements Palace Master led Fangshan and the rest to the Five Elements Mystery Realm. It was a plain. If one did not observe it carefully, they would think that it was very peaceful. However, if one observed it carefully, they would realize that the spiritual qi had become extremely violent after entering the plain. The surrounding space was also a little unstable. With the void true intent, Fangshan had a deep understanding of the stability of space. This was because one could only use the void true intent in a stable space and hide in the void. If the space was not stable enough, even the void true intent would not be able to hide in the void completely. Of course, it would be a different story if it was the void true intent of the 9th grade. However, it was too difficult to raise the supreme true will of the void to the 9th grade. It was comparable to the state of immortality. When the Five Elements Palace Master and the rest arrived, the people from the God Destroyer Hall were already there. Five Elements Palace Master, you are a little late, the leader of the God Destroyer Hall said with a laugh. You came early, but you did not enter, the Five Elements Palace Master sneered. From their conversation, Fangshan guessed that the other party should be the Palace Master of the God Destroyer Hall. Otherwise, he would not have dared to speak to the Five Elements Palace Master in such a manner. Both sides had arrived. There were a total of 20 true martial realm martial artists, and the rest were the two big shots. Let's not talk nonsense. Let's do it, the God Destroyer Hall Master said. The Five Elements Palace Master nodded. The two mysterious King Realm Almighties took a step forward, and a majestic aura appeared around them. Then, the two of them continuously formed hand seals with their palms, causing ripples to appear in the void. In an instant, the sky above the plain was covered with dark clouds, and lightning surged. Under everyone's gaze, a narrow crack appeared in the void. This was the biggest entrance that the two experts could open. Go in, the God Destroyer Hall Master shouted, and the 13 true martial realm martial artists entered one after another. After that, the people from the Five Elements Palace also entered. After all 20 cultivators entered, the Deity Extermination Palace Master and the Five Element Palace Master used their full strength once again, pouring their spiritual energy into the narrow crack. The vast spiritual energy completely stabilized the entrance. Then, the two of them looked at each other and turned to leave. The Five Elements Mystery Realm was just a small mystery realm. Therefore, even if the other cities knew about it, they would not be interested. The Five Elements Palace was different from the God of Destruction Palace. In their eyes, this was not only a secret realm, but also a battlefield between two parties. Warriors of the real martial realm were the main forces of the two sects. Feng Chen and the others appeared out of thin air in the Five Elements arcane realm. This is the Five Elements realm. Feng Chen's eyes flickered as he looked around and muttered to himself. At this moment, Luo Hong spoke. It seems like the Five Elements mystery realm has automatically separated our two factions, Luo Hong said. The 6 people from Five Elements Palace, including Feng Chen, were all here. This was a wasteland. The spirit chi here was much denser than the outside world. Let's go. Hurry up, Feng Chen said. They only had a month's time. They had to hurry. In order to be more efficient, Luo Hong asked the others to scatter while he and Feng Chen traveled together. After seeing Feng Chen and Luo Hong leave, Luo Yang's eyes flickered, but he did not say anything. Luo Jian's eyes were filled with coldness. He said coldly, "Senior brother Luo Yang, do you want to attack that kid?" Luo Yang shook his head. Feng Chen and Luo Hong flew quickly on the wasteland. Soon, they reached the end of the wasteland. At this moment, Feng Chen saw some corpses below. Let's go down and take a look. The two of them landed at the end of the wasteland and came before the corpses. At the end of the wasteland, there were some weeds. In the weeds, there were 2 corpses. It seemed that they had been there for a long time. The corpses had already rotted. Only some simple bones were left. Did a war break out here? Luo Hong asked. Feng Chen shook his head, indicating that he did not understand. Not finding anything, the two of them continued forward. Along the way, the two of them found many rotting corpses. Following the direction of the corpses, the two of them unknowingly came to a canyon. Standing outside the canyon, Feng Chen and Luo Hong felt a vast aura. What a powerful aura! There must be a treasure in this canyon, Luo Hong said in a low voice. Be careful, Feng Chen said. Feng Chen's fighting strength was not as good as Luo Hong's. However, Feng Chen had the true meaning of the void. Together with Luo Hong, they were a great deterrent. The two of them carefully entered the canyon. At this moment, a figure could be seen rushing towards them from a short distance away. These corpses must be guarding some treasure. As long as I follow the corpses, I will be able to find the treasure, the figure said to himself. The canyon was filled with a dusky aura. Feng Chen's mid-stage green-class soul spirit was unable to detect anything more than a meter away. In other words, this dusky fog could block souls. This aura is blocking souls. Luo Hong's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly said. The void aura around Feng Chen's body surged. He was ready to use the true meaning of the void at any time. Luo Hong also took out his long sword. A vigorous aura surged. The two of them followed the corpses in the canyon and came to the end of the canyon. There was a pool here. The dusky aura was coming from the pool. This is Luo Hong saw the pool and cried out involuntarily. What's wrong? Feng Chen was puzzled and asked. Jade Moonfrost Pool. It's actually the Jade Moonfrost Pool, Luo Hong said in shock. Jade Moonfrost Pool. Obviously, Feng Chen did not know about the Jade Moonfrost Pool and asked directly. Brother Feng, we really found a treasure. This Jade Moonfrost Pool is a fatal attraction to true martial realm experts. Luo Hong said, the water in the Jade Moonfrost Pool is Jade Moonfrost water. If a true martial realm expert can soak in it, his strength will rapidly increase. Of course, the most shocking thing about the Jade Moonfrost Pool is that it can nurture a martial artist Dharma idol, Luo Hong said. Feng Chen was startled and immediately stared at the Jade Moonfrost Pool. If what Luo Hong said before was not enough to shock Feng Chen, then what he said later was enough to shock Feng Chen. This Jade Moonfrost Pool could actually nurture a Dharma idol. As everyone knew, the strength of a Dharma idol would only be revealed after breaking through to the mysterious king realm. The stronger the Dharma idol, the easier it would be to break through to the mysterious king realm. In the true martial realm was the best time to nurture a Dharma idol. In the spiritual whirlpool realm, the Dharma idol had to be used for battle, so it was more troublesome to nurture it. What a great Jade Moonfrost Pool! Feng Chen could not help but laugh. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. His eyes were burning as he looked at the Jade Moon Frost Pool below and said excitedly, "It's actually the Jade Moon Frost Pool." However, he instantly noticed the two people in front of the Jade Moon Frost Pool. Luo Hong. This person recognized Luo Hong, but did not recognize Fang Chun. "This Jade Moon Frost Pool is mine. Luo Hong, if you know what's good for you, leave quickly." The figure sneered. "What a joke. Li Ba, you're really overbearing." Luo Hong sneered and said disdainfully. The person who came was Li Ba, one of the geniuses of the God Destruction Palace. His cultivation had reached LV6, true martial realm, but Luo Hong was not afraid at all. "I wanted to give you a chance, but you didn't cherish it," Li Ba said in a deep voice as the aura around him surged. Seeing this, Luo Hong glanced at Fang Chun and said, "Deal with him first." Fang Chun nodded and disappeared instantly. At the same time, Luo Hong executed the 5 elements sword technique and attacked Li Ba. "You're courting death." Seeing this, Li Ba was furious and launched a fierce attack. Bang! Li Ba blocked Luo Hong's attack, but at this moment, a blade tore through the void behind him. With a speed that was invisible to the naked eye, it slashed at Li Ba. "Not good," Li Ba shouted and gave up on blocking Luo Hong. He turned around to block the blade. Bang! When a destruction of the void slash hit Li Ba, Luo Hong's long sword also pierced Li Ba's body. How was this possible? Chapter 860. Roar. Li Ba roared and unleashed his trump card. The aura around him surged and instantly forced Luo Hong to retreat. However, Luo Hong didn't look worried at all. If it was a one-on-one fight, Luo Hong couldn't guarantee that he could kill Li Ba. However, with Fang Chen's help, Li Ba would definitely die. "Brother Fang," Luo Hong roared. Fang Chun instantly understood and used his true intent avoid to sneak attack Li Ba from time to time, making Li Ba unable to focus on Luo Hong. Bang! Bang! Finally, after a fierce battle, Luo Hong's sword pierced through Li Ba's head, and his soul instantly shattered. Li Ba's body softly fell to the ground. Space-related true intent is too abnormal. Luo Hong was a little envious of Fang Chen's space-related true intent. However, he didn't know that Fang Chen's space-related true intent was a legendary, transcendent true intent. Fang Chen's fighting strength wasn't as strong as Luo Hong's, but he used his true intent of void to harass Li Ba, while Luo Hong took the opportunity to kill. "Awesome! I just came in and killed a genius from the Destruction Shrine." The Destruction Shrine would definitely feel the pinch if a genius at the 6th level of the true martial realm was killed. However, this was war, and it was very cruel. In order to survive, you had to kill your enemies. Luo Hong picked up Li Ba's interspatial ring and opened it. "Brother Fang, your contribution in killing Li Ba isn't small. How about we split the things in the interspatial ring?" Fang Chen nodded in agreement. There wasn't anything good in Li Ba's interspatial ring. They were all ordinary items, but Fang Chun still put them into his interspatial ring. "Brother Fang, the water in the Jade Moon Wintry Pond is very cold. If you're not careful, your soul will be frozen. You have to be careful," Luo Hong reminded. "I know." The two entered the Jade Moon Wintry Pond one after the other. Suddenly, Fang Chun felt a chill. "It's so cold." Fang Chun felt that his body was a little numb. He instantly activated his sword body to protect his body. Only then did he regain his mobility. The cold stream water surrounded Fang Chen's body. The extremely cold qi invaded Fang Chen's mind, trying to freeze Fang Chen's soul. Hiss, and a green great soul spirit was actually unable to resist the extreme cold. In an instant, Fang Chen's soul was frozen. "Not good," Fang Chun shouted inwardly. Immediately, he activated his sword soul. Majestic sword qi instantly bombarded the cold air. A portion of the cold qi was used to block the sword qi, which alleviated Fang Chen's crisis. As expected of the Jade Moon Wintry Pool, Fang Chun couldn't help but say. His lips were already pale. If it were anyone else, they would have already frozen to death. At this moment, the golden heart suddenly began to beat rapidly. Then, a clear stream of energy appeared and entered his mind, enveloping Fang Chen's soul. Suddenly, Fang Chen realized that this clear stream of energy had actually blocked the attack of the cold qi. Could it be that the golden heart is not afraid of the jade moon wintry pool? Fang Chen's face was filled with joy as he whispered. After discovering this, Fang Chen no longer had to worry about the cold qi invading his soul. With the protection of the golden heart, I don't have to worry about my soul being damaged. I can let the jade moon wintry water temper my dharma power. After saying this, Fang Chen released his golden giant sword dharma power. The surrounding cold qi crazily surged into the dharma power. Fang Chen felt his heart tremble. The heaven-nurturing gates dharma power cultivation technique was instantly activated. The golden giant sword spun continuously as the cold qi entered its body, stimulating it to burst out with a bright golden light. At the same time, Luo Hong also released his dharma power and began to nurture it. After an hour, Fang Chen felt that the cold qi on the surface of the jade moon wintry pool could no longer satisfy his needs. Then, he made a bold decision to dive into the depths of the jade moon wintry pool. Splash! When he reached a depth of 300 meters, Fang Chen stopped diving. The water pressure here was too great. Even Fang Chen's sword body found it difficult to withstand it. However, Fang Chen was still able to withstand it. The cold qi in the depths of the jade moon wintry pool was even colder. The biting cold qi was directly absorbed by the golden giant sword dharma power, and the dharma power was gradually transforming. On the dharma power sword body, a bright light burst out, as if it could transform at any time. Just like this, time passed by bit. After 6 hours, Luo Hong suddenly came out of the jade moon wintry pool. His body was trembling and his soul was almost frozen. His face was extremely pale. The jade moon wintry pool is too cold. I used all my means and only lasted for 6 hours. Luo Hong muttered to himself. Although 6 hours was a little short, Luo Hong had gained a lot. Where's Brother Fang? Luo Hong suddenly realized that Fang Chen was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that something happened to Brother Fang? Luo Hong was extremely anxious. Fang Chen must be in the jade moon wintry pool. However, in Luo Hong's current state, he could not dive down to find Fang Chen. He should be fine, Luo Hong muttered to himself. At this time, 300 meters below the jade moon wintry pool, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He had already adapted to the cold qi around him. The cold qi here could no longer meet the needs of the dharma power. Continue diving. This time, he dived down to a depth of 1,000 meters. It's too cold. The temperature here is at least negative 300 degrees. Fang Chen could not help but say, on Earth, it was unbearably cold to be dozens of degrees below zero. But now, he could even withstand negative 300 degrees below zero. A martial artist is not something that could be imagined by mortals. Fang Chen continued to absorb the cold qi. The cold qi here was obviously much thicker than above. In the blink of an eye, the golden giant sword had absorbed enough cold qi. At this time, Fang Chen felt that the golden giant sword began to tremble. Is it going to break through? Fang Chen raised his head and looked at his dharma power. He was very excited. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The cold qi around him rushed madly into the golden giant sword. Boom! With a loud noise, the golden giant sword suddenly became much bigger. It was at least 30 feet long and was suspended in the jade moon wintry pool. Earth-level dharma power, Fang Chen said in surprise. His dharma power had finally broken through to the earth level. Fang Chen could clearly feel that his strength had increased a lot after the dharma power breakthrough. Crash! After the dharma power breakthrough, it immediately shrank and went into Fang Chen's body. At this time, Fang Chen felt that his cultivation was about to break through. Double happiness. His dharma power had just broken through, and now his cultivation was about to break through. Above the jade moon wintry pool, Luo Hong, who was originally very anxious, felt relieved after sensing the movement in the jade moon wintry pool. It seems that Brother Fong has broken through, Luo Hong said. Fong Chen's breakthrough lasted for half an hour. Finally, it was completed. At this time, Fong Chun, who was 1,000 meters below the Jade Moon Wintry Pool, had completed his transformation. His cultivation had reached LV5 true martial realm. This Jade Moon Wintry Pool is really magical, Fong Chun could not help but say. There was actually such a magical wintry pool in the world. After the breakthrough, Fong Chun found that his body could no longer absorb the cold qi. It seems that I have absorbed enough, Fong Chun said to himself. He was ready to go back. However, at this time, Fong Chun found that there was a dazzling light shining from the bottom of the Jade Moon Wintry Pool. What is that? Fong Chun thought to himself. Could it be some kind of treasure? Fong Chun felt a strong curiosity in his heart. He wanted to go and take a look. After thinking for a while, Fong Chun urged the Golden Heart to cover his body and continued to dive. Below the 1,000 meters, the speed of diving was very slow. The deeper he went, the lower the temperature. In the end, Fong Chun could not withstand it anymore. At 1,800 meters, Fong Chun finally could not withstand it anymore. His body was trembling and his soul was about to be frozen. However, Fong Chun also saw something shining. It was a pearl-like luminous pearl, lying quietly at the bottom of the Jade Moon Wintry Pool. No, I can't hold on any longer, Fong Chun said in a hoarse voice as his body trembled. Now, every step forward was extremely difficult. It was all thanks to the Golden Heart that he was able to dive this far. The temperature was too low, and the Golden Heart's heartbeat slowed down significantly. However, Fong Chen's intuition told him that this pearl should be extraordinary. The temperature here could instantly freeze an ordinary true martial realm expert, but this pearl did not have any problems. Moreover, the closer he got to the pearl, the colder it became. If it were not for the Golden Heart, Fong Chen's soul would have been frozen. Chapter 861. Fong Chen's body was constantly trembling. Even his powerful sword body could not withstand the cold qi of the bead. Even the Golden Heart had dimmed. However, Fong Chun did not want to give up when he was only one step away from obtaining the bead. Right, let's try the true meaning of void. Fong Chen's mind flashed, and he instantly displayed the true meaning of void. Crash! Fong Chen's body instantly disappeared from the Jade Moon Wintry Pond. In the next moment, Fong Chun appeared in front of the bead. In an instant, the extreme cold qi invaded Fong Chen's mind. His sword spirit was directly frozen. His soul could no longer hold on. Fong Chen's eyes turned white. At the most critical moment, Fong Chen's hand struggled to reach out and grab the bead. Suddenly, the bead's luster dimmed. Fong Chen fell into a coma and lost consciousness. At the same time, a ripple appeared on the surface of the aquamarine frosty pond, which eventually turned into a giant wave. At this moment, Luo Hong's face changed when he saw this scene. What's going on? Luo Hong's heart was in turmoil. What was going on with such a huge movement in the Jade Moon Wintry Pond? Suddenly, Luo Hong felt that the cold qi in the Jade Moon Wintry Pond was gradually disappearing. How is this possible? The cold qi in the Jade Moon Wintry Pond was extremely tyrannical. How could it dissipate? What is Brother Fong doing? Luo Hong hurriedly asked. Crash! The ripples in the Jade Moon Wintry Pond gradually dissipated. Finally, the Jade Moon Wintry Pond regained its calm. However, after this huge change, the cold qi in the Jade Moon Wintry Pond had completely disappeared. It was no different from an ordinary pond. Luo Hong's soul instantly entered the Jade Moon Wintry Pond and found Fong Chun floating in the water. Brother Fong, Luo Hong shouted and directly pulled Fong Chun out of the Jade Moon Wintry Pond. At this moment, Fong Chen's body was trembling. The cold qi had invaded his body, and even his soul was shaking. Luo Hong immediately urged his concept of fire to help Fong Chun dispel the cold qi on his body. What Luo Hong didn't know was that while he was expelling the cold qi from Fong Chen's body, the cold qi in the latter's body was also dissipating on its own. The cold air silently flowed out of Fong Chen's body and finally entered the bead in Fong Chen's hand. 2 hours later, Fong Chen's expression finally returned to normal. At this time, the cold qi in his body had been completely expelled. I'm not dead. Fong Chen opened his eyes and whispered when he saw Luo Hong. Brother Fong, are you all right? Luo Hong hurriedly asked. Fong Chen shook his head and said, I won't die. Fong Chen wanted to get up, but he found that there was no trace of strength in his body. It was as if he had been sucked dry. Brother Fong, what happened just now? Luo Hong was very puzzled. I also don't know, said Fong Chen. The cold qi in the Jade Moon wintry pool has completely disappeared. It has now become an ordinary pool, said Luo Hong. Fong Chen's heart shook. He looked at the bead in his hand, a myriad of thoughts running through his mind. With a thought, Fong Chen put the bead into his spatial ring and began to recover his strength. Not long after, Fong Chen recovered his strength. At this time, the dim golden heart also gradually recovered. After the golden heart recovered, Fong Chen's self-healing ability instantly shone. The injuries in his body were recovering rapidly. Just an hour ago, Fong Chen hadn't had the slightest bit of strength, but now he was alive and kicking. Seeing this scene, Luo Hong couldn't help sighing. You really are abnormal, said Luo Hong. Fong Chen stood up. His strength had returned to normal. He stared at the Jade Moon wintry pool, his heart shaking. If his guess wasn't wrong, the bead he had obtained should be the core of the Jade Moon wintry pool. After he put away the bead, the Jade Moon wintry pool had become an ordinary pool. Could it be that the extreme cold qi is contained in the bead? Fong Chen thought to himself. However, he didn't plan to test it for the time being. Once he opened the bead and couldn't control the situation, his life would be in danger. Hey, Brother Fong, you broke through. At this time, Luo Hong noticed Fong Chen's aura and was overjoyed. Fong Chen nodded. I broke through by luck. That's great. Brother Fong has broken through to LV5 of the true martial realm. His fighting strength has probably surpassed mine, said Luo Hong with a grin. If he cooperated with Fong Chen, as long as they didn't meet a true martial realm expert whose strength was too abnormal, they would be invincible. As soon as they entered the 5-star secret realm, they had already killed an important disciple of the God Destruction Temple. Let's go. Not long after, Luo Hong and Fong Chen left the canyon. The two of them had gained a lot, especially Fong Chen. Not only had his Dharma idol broken through to the Earth stage, but his cultivation had also broken through to LV5 of the true martial realm. Most importantly, he had obtained a mysterious bead. Although he didn't know the specific use of the bead, Fong Chen felt that this bead was extraordinary. At this time, in a wasteland somewhere, a black-robed man with a scar on his face was very frightening. His body was full of the smell of blood. According to the aura of Li Ba's life slip, the place where he died should not be far from here. The black-robed man muttered to himself as he looked ahead. Then, the black-robed man flew into the air. The black-robed man, who was flying at high speed, suddenly saw Fong Chen and Luo Hong, who were walking quickly. People from the Five Elements Palace. The black-robed man's eyes flashed as he said softly. In the Five Elements Palace, the only disciple who could kill Li Ba is Luo Hong. The black-robed man thought for a moment and identified the culprit. Then his body flashed and he landed in front of Luo Hong. Luo Hong, were you the one who killed Li Ba? The black-robed man asked coldly. Fong Chen and Luo Hong were walking when they were suddenly stopped by the black-robed man. Fong Chen was a little surprised. Assassin Mo-ing. Seeing the black-robed man, Luo Hong's expression changed slightly as he said in a low voice. The black-robed man in front of them was Assassin Mo-ing of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization. He was very strong and had a shadow-type true meaning, so he could often kill people without them noticing. Most importantly, the black-robed man's cultivation had reached LV7 of the true martial realm. Luo Hong glanced at Fong Chen as if asking something. Fong Chen blinked, indicating that Luo Hong should not panic. Mo-ing, your Blood Moon Assassin Organization's reach is too far, Luo Hong said coldly. Tell me, were you the ones who killed Li Ba? Mo-ing did not answer Luo Hong's question. Luo Hong did not speak, staring at Mo-ing. Seeing this, Mo-ing laughed eerily, his body full of killing intent. Good, very good. Li Ba called me brother, but he was killed by you after entering the Five Elements mystery realm. You will all die. Mo Ing laughed eerily. Fang Chun and Luo Hong looked at each other, and suddenly a vast aura emerged around them. Fang Chun and Luo Hong chose to strike first. Luo Hong used the Five Elements sword technique, while Fang Chun burst out with the aura of LV5 of the true martial realm. Vast spiritual qi constantly surrounded the void. At the same time, the star-concealing sword appeared in Fang Chen's hand. Black flames constantly jumped on the sword. Go! Following Fang Chen's loud roar, the two of them immediately launched their fiercest attacks. If Fang Chun had not broken through, he would have naturally fled when he saw Mo Ing. However, Fang Chun had broken through, so their fighting strength had soared. Even if they were facing Mo Ing, they could still fight him. You're courting death. Mo Ing laughed eerily, and two long swords appeared in his hands. Mo Ying's wrist shook, and the two swords constantly danced. Boom, 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 boom. Mo Ying's shoulders hit Fang Chun and Luo Hong's swords. Crack! Fang Chun and Luo Hong joined forces, and their fighting strength was close to Mo Ying's. Mo Ying's two swords were instantly forced back. Yes. At this time, Mo Ying realized the strength of the two. Now, you will die even more. As soon as Mo Ying finished speaking, his figure disappeared like a ghost. You dare to show off in front of Brother Fang? Luo Hong sneered. With Fang Chen's powerful combat strength, Luo Hong was very confident as he sneered. Fang Chun did not care about Mo Ying's shadow true meaning at all. Fang Chun activated the true meaning of the void and connected with the power of heaven and earth. He instantly found Mo Ing in the void. He did not say anything, but signaled with his eyes. Following Fang Chen's eyes, Luo Hong knew Mo Ying's true body. Whoosh! Chapter 862. Bang! Mo Ing, who originally wanted to launch a sneak attack, was suddenly attacked by two people. In a hurry, he barely managed to block the attacks and reappeared from the void in a sorry state. How did you discover me? Mo Ing roared furiously. Mo Ing, today is the day you die, Luo Hong said coldly. Luo Hong was very strong. His five-element sword art was pushed to the extreme. Countless sword lights appeared and launched a fierce attack on Mo Ing. At the same time, Fang Chen also used the true meaning of void to launch a sneak attack on Mo Ing. You also have the true meaning of shadow. After being attacked by Fang Chun, Mo Ing kept retreating and said with a sinister expression, "True meaning of shadow." Fang Chen sneered and did not reply. Bang! Bang! Luo Hong faced Mo Ing head-on, while Fang Chen used the true meaning of void to launch a sneak attack. In the blink of an eye, Mo Ing was a little weak. Run, Mo Ing secretly said in his heart. Subsequently, his figure flashed as he directly used the true meaning of shadow. However, just as he hid in the void, he was kicked away by Fang Chun. Mo Ing was enraged and roared loudly. His opponent's true meaning was clearly much stronger than his. In front of this person, his true meaning of shadow was completely useless. Mo Ing was proud of his true meaning of shadow. Once his true meaning was ineffective, his strength would be greatly reduced. Damn it! Mo Ing fell into a frenzy and launched a crazy counterattack. However, Luo Hong and Fang Chun were already prepared. Mo Ing could not attack the two of them at all. On the contrary, Fang Chun constantly launched sneak attacks on Mo Ing. Pucci! At a certain moment, Fang Chen's hidden star sword directly pierced Mo Ying's arm and chopped off one of his arms. Mo Ing let out a miserable cry as his sword fell to the ground. Just as he was about to escape, the hidden star sword suddenly appeared from the other side and chopped off his other arm. With both arms chopped off, Mo Ing let out a miserable cry. Crack! Luo Hong's long sword ruthlessly pierced into the demon's head. The demonic shadow's eyes were filled with unwillingness as his body fell limply to the ground. Seeing Mo Ying's corpse, Luo Hong felt as if he was dreaming. The two of us actually killed Mo Ing. Luo Hong mumbled to himself. The demon shadow was very famous in the nearby cities. He was especially adept at assassination. Any martial artist that he targeted would not be able to survive. But now, Mo Ying was actually killed by the two of them. One of them was in the 6th level of the true martial realm, and the other was in the 5th level of the true martial realm. If this news were to spread out, the outside world would probably not believe it. Luo Hong looked at Fang Chun and became even more determined to befriend him. "Let's go," Fang Chun said. After this battle, Fang Chun also realized his own fighting strength. In a one-on-one fight, his combat strength was already comparable to a veteran LV6 genuine martial realm genius like Luo Hong. If he added the true meaning of the void, he would be able to escape unscathed even if he faced a martial artist at LV7 of the true martial realm. The trip to the Jade Moon Wintry Pool had allowed Fang Chen's strength to increase by leaps and bounds. After Mo Ying's death, on a mountain peak in the Five Elements Mystery Realm, a black shadow was standing on a black altar. Yes, Mo Ying is dead. This black shadow was the Dark Shadow Venerable who had sneak attacked Luo Hong. He was one of the top assassins in the Blood Moon Assassin Organization. This time, he had also entered the Five Elements Mystery Realm. He had unintentionally found an altar. This altar could summon the souls of almighties who had perished in this place. Once he fused with the souls, he might be able to break through to the mysterious King realm. While the Dark Shadow Venerable was setting up the altar, Mo Ying's life slip in his interspatial ring suddenly shattered. The Dark Shadow Venerable's expression changed drastically as a terrifying killing intent surged out from his body. Who killed Mo Ying? The Dark Shadow Venerable roared furiously. Mo Ying was one of his favorite disciples. Because he had the true meaning of shadow, he was deeply favored by the Dark Shadow Venerable. The Dark Shadow Venerable was even prepared to pass on his mantle to Mo Ying. The reason why he hadn't brought Mo Ying with him this time was because he wanted to temper Mo Ying alone. But now he had received bad news. His beloved disciple, Mo Ying, had died. No matter who it is, I, the Dark Shadow Venerable, will definitely not let you off for daring to kill my disciple. The Dark Shadow Venerable roared furiously. After that, the Dark Shadow Venerable stopped what he was doing and took out a disc. There were some complicated runes on the disc. The Dark Shadow Venerable poured his aura into the runes, instantly activating the disc. Then, he placed Mo Ying's shattered life slip on the disc. Immediately, the runes on the disc frantically absorbed Mo Ying's imprint from the shattered life slip. In a short while, the shattered life slip completely dimmed. At this moment, a special aura surged out from the disc. The Dark Shadow Venerable glanced at this aura, and it instantly dissipated. I've already memorized this aura. Once I'm done here, I'll definitely track you down and kill you, said the Dark Shadow Venerable coldly. In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed since Fang Chen's death. During this period, the demon Cloud Lien State had been refining the ancient sword continent on the mountain peak of the Tianzhou. As the demon Cloud Lien State refined the ancient sword continent, the spirit Qi on the ancient sword continent became even scarcer. It was abnormally difficult for martial artists to cultivate. Of course, in this year, the Yellow Spring Sect Master had also relied on the fact that he was a subordinate of the Demon Cloud Lien State to continuously suppress the forces of the other three states. Among them, the Five Elements Academy suffered the most. The Five Elements State didn't have a quasi-king level expert, so the remnants of the Yellow Spring Sect constantly harassed the Five Elements Academy. No one in the upper echelon of the Five Elements Academy was a match for the Yellow Spring Sect Master. In the end, they could only hole up in the Five Elements Peak. The Five Elements Peak had a protective array set up by the founder of the Five Elements Academy. Even the Yellow Spring Sect Master couldn't break it. However, this didn't stop the Yellow Spring Sect Master from slaughtering the martial artists of the Five Elements Academy. In the past year, as long as a martial artist left the Five Elements Peak, they would be killed by the Yellow Spring Sect. Within the Five Elements Academy, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. On the main peak of the Five Elements Peak, Principal Wu Yun sat on the highest throne. Below him, the Bloody Spearman Elder Han, the four holy masters, and Zhang Jingtao were all present. Principal, we can't just sit here and wait for death. The Bloody Spearman was the first to speak. That's right. The Yellow Spring sect has gone too far. We can't continue like this. Elder Han said. The four holy masters all nodded. They couldn't swallow the resentment in their hearts after being suppressed by the Yellow Spring sect. The reason the Yellow Spring sect chose to suppress our Five Elements Academy is because our Five Element state doesn't have a quasi-king level expert. Principal Wu Yun looked around and slowly said, That's why I've gathered everyone here today. I want to tell everyone something. What is it? The Bloody Spearman asked. Do you still remember the treasure left behind by our Five Elements Academy's ancestors? Principal Wu Yun said. Principal, you can't. That's right. Principal, you can't touch that thing. If you fail, your soul will scatter. Principal, please think carefully. Below him, several true martial realm experts all try to stop him. Principal Wu Yun shook his head. I've already made up my mind. There's no need to dissuade me. After speaking, Principal Wu Yun stood up and said, I'll leave the Five Elements Academy to you. With the mountain protecting formation, the Yellow Spring sect can't do anything to us. As long as I succeed, it'll be time for our Five Elements Academy to rise again. After speaking, Principal Wu Yun disappeared from the main hall. The true martial realm experts below fell into silence. Of course, danger was everywhere on the ancient Sword Continent. The Yellow Spring sect had always been committing evil and slaughtering ordinary martial artists. However, with the Devil Cloud Lien state, the two quasi-king level experts didn't dare to act rashly. Moreover, as the Devil Cloud Lien state refined the ancient Sword Continent, the continent's resources became extremely scarce. Even the spirit chi was somewhat barren. In Tianzhou, at the peak of a towering mountain, the Devil Cloud Lien state sat cross-legged. His body was surrounded by a majestic aura. All the heaven and earth energy in the area was sucked to his side. As expected, it's too difficult for non-natives to refine, the Devil Cloud Lien state said to himself. However, after a year of hard work, the heart of the world's rejection of me is already very weak. As long as the heart of the world didn't reject him, his refining speed would greatly increase. Chapter 863. The Five Elements Secret Realm was a small secret realm. But as long as you wanted to hide, the Blood Moon assassins would find it very difficult to find you. The Five Elements Palace Master had told the Five Elements Palace's disciples that the most important thing after entering the Five Elements Secret Realm was to survive. However, although they had been careful, they had still been discovered by the Divine Destruction Palace's people. On the seventh day of the Five Elements Secret Realm's opening, one of the Five Elements Palace's disciples was killed by the Divine Destruction Palace's disciples. And that was only the first. Over the next few days, the Five Elements Palace's disciples were killed one after another. There had only been 7 people in total. In just 10 days, 3 had been killed. Only 4 remained. At this time, in a hidden cave, Luo Yong's face was ashen. That damnable Yu Junchong, roared Luo Yong. Luo Jian's expression was gloomy. He was furious. Not long ago, they encountered the chief disciple of the Godly Destruction Palace, Yu Junchong. The latter went on a killing spree and killed a few disciples of the Five Elements Palace. Fortunately, Luo Yong and Luo Jian fled quickly and barely avoided the calamity. Now they were hiding here, not daring to go out. Senior apprentice brother Luo Yong, we can't continue like this, whispered Luo Jian. Then what do you think we should do? Asked Luo Yong. How about we go find Luo Hong and Fong Chen? Asked Luo Jian. Luo Yong was silent for a moment. Then he said, since it's like this, we can only do this. Luo Yong personally sent a message to Luo Hong. It didn't take long for him to obtain Luo Hong's coordinates. Let's go, said Luo Yong. At this time, in another region, Fong Chen and Luo Hong were sitting on a boulder. Suddenly, Luo Hong's transmission jade pendant vibrated. Luo Hong immediately told Luo Yong his location. What is it? Asked Fong Chen. 3 of my Five Elements Palace's disciples have died, said Luo Hong gloomily. Fong Chen nodded and sank into silence. They were already in a disadvantageous position. Although the two of them had joined hands to kill Mo Ying, there was still the dark shadow Venerable hiding in the shadows. Once he appeared, Fang Chun and Luo Hong wouldn't be able to resist. "Brother Fang, it seems we need to speed up," Luo Hong suddenly said. Fang Chun glanced at Luo Hong in astonishment. The latter slowly said, "Before coming here, Master told me that there is a flower in the 5 elements mystical ground. Only by obtaining this flower can we turn the tables." "What flower?" Fang Chun asked. "Blood jade Bodhi flower," Luo Hong said. This was the first time Fang Chun had heard of the blood jade Bodhi flower. He looked at Luo Hong in astonishment. The blood jade Bodhi flower is a magical flower in the sword burial continent. It's said that it can cultivate on its own. When it reaches a certain level of cultivation, it will produce a flower spirit. Once the blood jade Bodhi flower possesses a flower spirit, the blood jade Bodhi flower will produce a vast amount of blood jade energy. In our 5 elements palace, there is a sect guarding formation. This formation is called the blood jade formation. In order to activate the blood jade formation, only Kai Kangyong has the blood jade Bodhi flower, Luo Hong said. When Fang Chun heard this, he finally understood. As a peak formation grandmaster, he naturally knew about the blood jade formation. In the records of the formation Tao Foundation Scroll, the blood moon formation only existed in legends. This kind of formation was a peak Tao formation. Even an ordinary formation, Saint Master wouldn't be able to set it up. The blood jade formation required an enormous amount of energy, so even a Saint Master who could set it up wouldn't be willing to rashly set it up. He hadn't expected the 5 elements palace to have a blood jade formation. The blood jade formation. Fang Chun's eyes flickered. "Brother Fang, have you heard of this formation?" Luo Hong hastily asked. "I know a thing or two. This formation is too difficult to set up and requires an enormous amount of energy. Are you sure you can set it up with a blood jade Bodhi flower?" asked Fang Chun. "Master personally told me that even with the blood jade Bodhi flower, there's only a 50% chance of setting it up, unless a Saint Master personally takes action," said Luo Hong. Hearing this, Fang Chun immediately asked, "Where is the blood jade Bodhi flower?" "Master's only guessing. We only know a rough location," said Luo Hong. Fang Chun nodded and didn't say anything else. He waited for Luo Yong and Luo Jian to arrive. About 6 hours later, Luo Yong and Luo Jian arrived. After the 4 of them met up, they quickly left this place. According to Luo Hong's memories, the blood jade Bodhi flower should grow in a special place. At this moment, the 4 of them were quickly heading to the center of the 5 elements secret realm. After several days, Fang Chun and the other 3 finally arrived at the center of the 5 elements secret realm. There was a faintly discernible palace here. "The blood jade Bodhi flower should be here," said Luo Hong softly. "Let's go in," said Fang Chun. "Ha ha, you can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort." At this moment, an arrogant voice came from afar. Following that, several figures instantly appeared. Luo Hong turned his head, and his pupils shrank. The people from the Divine Destruction Palace had actually found this place. "Luo Hong, today is the day you die," the leader said eerily. Luo Hong and Fang Chun looked at each other, and the aura around them surged. "You are the ones who will die." As soon as Fang Chun finished speaking, the true intent of the void was instantly activated and his figure disappeared. Pucci. Every time Fang Chun appeared, a martial artist would be ambushed. When the martial artist who was ambushed resisted with all his might, Luo Hong's long sword quietly pierced his head. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, a martial artist was beheaded. A look of surprise appeared on the faces of the remaining 4 martial artists. "Damn it, let's attack together," the leader shouted loudly. Suddenly, the 4 martial artists exploded with terrifying aura and attacked Luo Hong and the other 3 with all their might. "Die!" At this moment, Luo Yong and Luo Jian also joined the battle. With Luo Yong's tyrannical fighting strength, it was easier for Fang Chun to ambush them. Fang Chun used the true intent of the void to restrain the 4 martial artists, while Luo Yong and Luo Hong exploded with terrifying strength to kill the martial artist from the Divine Destruction Palace. Pucci. In the blink of an eye, the 4 martial artists were killed. Voila! Fang Chen's figure appeared from the void. At this moment, Luo Yong and Luo Jian looked at Fang Chen with shock in their eyes. After a long time, Luo Yong smiled at Fang Chen and said, "Brother Fang, your true intent of the void is really domineering." The true intent of the void allowed one to hide in the void at will. It was definitely a nightmare for martial artists. Of course, in the face of absolute strength, the true intent of the void was useless. After killing these 5 people, in addition to the 2 previously killed, there were a total of 7 people. In other words, there were only 6 people from the Divine Destruction Palace and the Blood Moon Assassin Organization in the 5 Elements Mystery Realm. Among them, the most dangerous was Dark Shadow Venerable. As for the other 5, Fang Chun and Luo Hong were not afraid. Even Yu Junchang was not afraid. "Go in," Luo Hong said loudly. In an instant, the 4 of them entered the faintly discernible palace. After entering the palace, the 4 of them discovered that the palace was empty. "Let's split up and search," Luo Hong said. Then, the 4 of them split up to search. After about an hour, Luo Hong found their target. Then, the 4 of them gathered together again. At this moment, Luo Hong was standing in a garden. There were countless flowers and plants in the garden. However, the most eye-catching thing was the blood-red flower in the middle of the lawn. There were 9 red flowers on the blood-red flower branch. These 9 red flowers were very beautiful. "Is this the blood jade Bodhi flower?" Fang Chen muttered to himself. "That's right. This is the blood jade Bodhi flower. It's a 9-leaf blood jade Bodhi flower," Luo Hong said excitedly. A 9-leaf blood jade Bodhi flower was the most precious. It was many times more precious than an ordinary 3-leaf or 6-leaf blood jade Bodhi flower. With this 9-leaf blood jade Bodhi flower, we'll definitely be able to set up a blood jade formation. Luo Hong was very excited. Luo Yong and Luo Jian were also very excited. This flower was their greatest trump card to turn the tables on the Divine Destruction Palace. "I'll go and pluck it." Luo Jian immediately took a step forward and said loudly. "Wait." Luo Hong grabbed Luo Jian and stopped Luo Jian's action. Chapter 864. Hearing this, Luo Jian was shocked. He stared at the blood jade Bodhi flower with fear. A poison that even a true martial realm cultivator can't resist, Fang Chen said softly. He didn't know much about the blood jade Bodhi flower, but he felt that this flower was too strange. "Then what should we do?" Luo Yong asked. "I'll try," Luo Hong said softly. Luo Hong's constitution was a very rare poison-resistant constitution. Normal poisons couldn't do anything to him. Among the 4 people present, he was the most confident. Luo Hong's figure flashed and instantly appeared in the flowers. Then, he came in front of the blood jade Bodhi flower. The blood jade Bodhi flower was 3 meters tall. 9 beautiful flowers bloomed. Walking in front of it, Luo Hong could feel a strange aura invading his body. What a strong poison. Luo Hong's body was surrounded by a large amount of aura. He had already activated his poison-resistant constitution. This aura was used to resist the blood jade Bodhi flower's poison. Although he was prepared, his clothes were still corroded. Not good. Just as Luo Hong was about to reach out to pick the blood jade Bodhi flower, a blood-red flower suddenly attacked Luo Hong. Luo Hong shouted and immediately retreated. "Humans, how dare you target me? You will all die." At this moment, an illusory voice came from the blood jade Bodhi flower. There was a hint of anger in the voice. "Flower spirit." Hearing this, the 4 people were shocked. The blood jade Bodhi flower actually produced a flower spirit. This was bad. With a flower spirit, the blood jade Bodhi flower could be considered to have some intelligence. It was extremely difficult to obtain it. "We just want to use your body to set up a formation." Luo Hong tried to communicate with the flower spirit. "Okay, as long as you agree to one condition," the flower spirit said. "What condition?" Luo Hong asked hurriedly. "Find me a suitable body as a carrier," the flower spirit said. Immediately, Fang Chun and the others fell silent. Whoosh! Seeing that the 4 of them were silent, the 9 flowers on the blood jade Bodhi flower opened instantly. In the next moment, a bloody aura spread out. Not good, Luo Hong shouted, and the four immediately retreated. Bang! Bang! The blood jade Bodhi flower attacked the four of them. Puchi Fong Chun and the other two could still resist, but Luo Jian was in a bit of danger. After enduring for a while, Luo Jian's body was pierced by the flower. His face immediately turned ashen, and the corner of his mouth turned purple. The poison had seeped into his body. "Save me!" Luo Jian screamed miserably. His body fell to the ground and twitched continuously. White foam was coming out from the corner of his mouth. "Oh no, he's been poisoned!" Luo Hong shouted. He wanted to save Luo Jian, but he was blocked by the blood jade Bodhi flower and could not get away. Watching Luo Jian die, Luo Hong and Luo Yong were furious. "Damn it!" Luo Hong cursed as he exerted all his strength to break free from the blood jade Bodhi flower's attack. Then he retreated continuously. After the three of them left the garden, the 9 flowers of the blood jade Bodhi flower were instantly withdrawn. It seems to be unable to leave this garden. Fong Chun pondered for a long time and said in a deep voice, "As long as we enter the garden, it will attack us," Luo Yong said. Luo Hong fell into silence. "Let me give it a try." Fong Chun had the true meaning of void and wanted to give it a try. Whoosh! Fong Chen's figure disappeared into thin air. He walked in the void and appeared in front of the blood jade Bodhi flower. Then he appeared in an instant and slashed the blood jade Bodhi flower with a hidden star sword in his hand. Caught off guard, one of the flowers of the blood jade Bodhi flower was chopped off by Fong Chun. Then Fong Chun flicked the tip of his sword, and the flower on the ground flew out of the garden in an instant. "Damn human, you're dead." The fairy was furious. Immediately, 8 flowers bloomed together, wanting to entangle Fong Chun. However, before the flowers could get close to Fong Chun, the latter disappeared. The fairy was surprised. Then, it seemed to understand. Space type true meaning. The fairy roared angrily. Withdrawing the true meaning of void, Fong Chun landed outside the garden. On the ground, a beautiful flower lay quietly. Luo Hong and Luo Yong's eyes were burning. The flower has been chopped off and the poison has been removed. However, it's obvious that it doesn't have enough energy. Luo Hong said in a low voice, "Brother Fong, if we can gather all 9 flowers, we might really succeed." This flower was no longer poisonous. Luo Hong had used a special method to seal it as he said to Fong Chun, "Don't worry." This was a serious matter. Fong Chun didn't dare to be careless and immediately nodded in agreement. Fong Chun used the true meaning of void to attack the blood jade Bodhi flower continuously. However, the latter was prepared. After obtaining the 2 flowers, Fong Chun could no longer sneak an attack on the blood jade Bodhi flower. Seeing this, Luo Hong felt a little helpless. "We only got 3 flowers. It's still not enough," Luo Hong said. Fong Chen's eyes flickered as he stared at the blood jade Bodhi flower. No one knew what he was thinking. However, at this moment, the fairy suddenly spoke. "I can make a deal with you." "What deal?" Luo Hong asked. "Return the 3 flowers to me, and I can help you set up the formation," the fairy said. "Why should we believe you?" Luo Yong asked. "Do you have any other choice?" The fairy said. "You need me so urgently. You must have encountered a powerful enemy." Hearing this, Luo Hong and Luo Yong fell into deep thought. Fong Chun stared at the blood jade Bodhi flower and asked, "I'm afraid that's not your only goal, right? Human, you're very smart." "You're right. I want to regain my freedom," the fairy said. Fong Chun wanted to say something, but suddenly his mind was shaken, and he immediately agreed. "Okay, I promise you. But you have to seal the poison so that you can attack us," Fong Chun said. The fairy immediately agreed. Its aura flickered and instantly sealed the poison. Seeing this, Luo Hong handed over the 3 flowers. The blood jade Bodhi flower instantly returned to its original state. "How can we get you out of here?" Fong Chun asked. "Use me as the core of the formation to set up the formation. When your enemy arrives, I'll be able to break the seal after absorbing enough energy," the fairy said. Fong Chun and the other 2 were overjoyed. Things were much easier than they had imagined. "Let me try." After Luo Hong finished speaking, he took a step forward. A blood-red aura surrounded his body, and the chant of the Blood Jade formation appeared in his mind. Luo Hong usually liked formations. According to the ranks of the ancient Sword Continent, he could be considered a formation master. However, Fang Chun could see that Luo Hong's method of setting up the formation was obviously a little stiff. Fang Chun sighed and thought to himself, it's most likely impossible. The Blood Jade formation was too difficult. Even with the help of the Blood Jade Bodhi flower, it might not be able to be set up successfully, unless Luo Hong was a formation master. Luo Hong tried his best to set up the formation, but every time he was halfway through, he couldn't set it up anymore. This made Luo Hong very anxious. You're too weak. You can't even set up a formation, the fairy mocked. Luo Hong didn't believe it. He gritted his teeth and continued to set up the formation. Watching Luo Hong set up the formation, countless blood-red rays of light appeared in the garden and scattered in a complicated manner. Fang Chun quietly watched all of this. Suddenly, his eyes shone with a strange light. After gaining enlightenment, Fang Chun entered an ethereal state. At this moment, the scene of Luo Hong setting up the Blood Jade formation automatically appeared in Fang Chun's mind. It was as if he had captured the most precious scene. Fang Chun was a peak formation grandmaster before, but he had been unable to break through to the formation master realm. But now, he felt as if he had opened a new door on the path of formations. The aura of the formation surrounded his body, and his robes fluttered without wind. Luo Yong was also a little surprised when he saw this. As for Luo Hong, who was setting up the formation, he also sensed that something was wrong with Fang Chun. Brother Fang has entered a state of enlightenment. Luo Hong stopped setting up the formation and asked in surprise, this child is not simple. Not only does he have a space-type true meaning, he is also quite talented in the path of formations, the fairy muttered to itself. Although it was the spirit of the Blood Jade Bodhi flower, it also recognized that Fang Chun was extraordinary. At this moment, in the sky not far away from this palace, a figure was rapidly flying over. Chapter 865. Yu Junchang rushed to the center of the Five Elements mystery realm. He noticed the faintly discernible palace, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. He immediately said, sure enough. Then, Yu Junchang entered the palace. There's spiritual qi fluctuation. Yu Junchang immediately realized that there were other people in the palace. He immediately jumped up and flew above the palace. In an instant, he saw Luo Hong and the others. Luo Hong. Seeing this, Yu Junchang's face was filled with a sinister smile. With a swoosh, he landed outside the garden. Yu Junchang. Luo Hong also noticed Yu Junchang. His expression changed slightly, and he gave up on setting up the array. He came to Fang Chen's side and stared at Yu Junchang. Luo Hong, I didn't expect you to be the first to find this place. Yu Junchang's eyes flickered and he smiled sinisterly. All along, Yu Junchang and Luo Hong had been sworn enemies. Luo Hong was the direct disciple of the Five Elements Palace Master, and Yu Junchang was the direct disciple of the God Destruction Palace Master. The two of them had always been fighting for the title of the top expert among the younger generation in the Five Elements Sword City. Before entering the Five Elements Mystery Realm, the God Destruction Palace Master had told Yu Junchang to find a chance to kill Luo Hong. Once Luo Hong and Luo Yong died, the Five Elements Palace would lose 5 of their younger generation. It would be a great loss to the Five Elements Palace. Yu Junchang. Luo Hong stared at Yu Junchang. He was not afraid of Yu Junchang at all. Luo Yong also stood beside Luo Hong, shoulder to shoulder. Blood Jade Bodhi flower. At this moment, Yu Junchang saw the Blood Jade Bodhi flower, and his face was filled with surprise. No wonder you're here. It's because of this. Obviously, Yu Junchang also knew how precious the Blood Jade Bodhi flower was. Looking at the Blood Jade Bodhi flower, Yu Junchang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Great, I'll get rid of you together. Yu Junchang smiled sinisterly. Immediately, a double-edged sword appeared in Yu Junchang's hand, and a vast aura surged around him. Let's attack together. Luo Hong shouted and joined forces with Luo Yong to fight Yu Junchang. Bang, bang, bang. The three LV6 true martial realm martial artists fought fiercely, and the entire palace shook. Fong Chun, who was in the garden, remained motionless and entered a deep state of enlightenment. Swish! Just as Luo Hong thought that he could firmly suppress Yu Junchang, a deafening sound suddenly rang out. Yu Junchang had erupted with his true strength. 7th level of the true martial realm. Luo Hong's pupil shrank as he quickly retreated. Yu Junchang's strength was very strong. When he was at the 6th LV of the true martial realm, he was already able to fight across realms. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the 7th LV of the true martial realm. The attack power he could unleash in an instant was too terrifying. Of the 7 people from your 5 Elements Palace who came in this time, I'm afraid only the 3 of you are left. You can finish them off together, Yu Junchang said with a sneer. He simply did not place Luo Hong in his eyes. Luo Yong and Luo Hong looked at each other. Their faces were filled with helplessness. If Fong Chun joined the battle, the 3 of them would definitely be able to kill Yu Junchang. But now, Fong Chun was in the middle of an epiphany. Perhaps he could use it to break through. Their real enemy was Dark Shadow Venerable, not Yu Junchang. Stop him! Just as Luo Hong was pondering, Yu Junchang suddenly launched a fierce attack. Luo Hong roared and joined forces with Luo Yong to stop Yu Junchang. Although Yu Junchang was powerful and had reached the 7th LV of the true martial realm, he could not do anything to the 2 of them for a while. In this way, the battle continued anxiously. On the other hand, Fong Chun was in the middle of an epiphany. Crash! At a certain moment, a terrifying aura suddenly emerged in Fong Chen's mind. Then, a complex array appeared in Fong Chen's body. The appearance of this array made Fong Chun overjoyed. The Saint Master? Fong Chun suddenly opened his eyes and looked inwardly at the small array in his body. This array seemed to be integrated into his body. It was very delicate. Seeing this array, Fong Chun was very excited. Setting up an array in one's body was the mark of an array Saint Master. In other words, during the epiphany just now, Fong Chun had successfully broken through from a top-notch array Grandmaster to an array Saint Master. If news of an array Saint Master under the age of 30 spread back to the ancient Sword Continent, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. When Fong Chun woke up from his epiphany, he suddenly found Luo Hong and the others fighting fiercely. Yes, when Fong Chun discovered Yu Junchang, his figure flashed and activated the true meaning of the Void. He directly used the Void Destruction Slash to launch a sneak attack on Yu Junchang. Yu Junchang, who had been gradually suppressing Luo Hong and Luo Yong, was suddenly attacked by Fong Chun. He was caught off guard and kept retreating. When he steadied himself, he stared at Fong Chun. "Who are you?" Yu Junchang asked coldly. This person actually had the true meaning of space and almost launched a sneak attack on him. Brother Fong. Seeing Fong Chun attack, Luo Hong and Luo Yong were overjoyed. It seemed that Fong Chun had gained something. "Get rid of him first," Fong Chun said. Luo Hong and Luo Yong nodded heavily and then exploded with terrifying power. The 2 of them were in charge of frontal attacks, while Fong Chun used the true meaning of the Void to launch a sneak attack. With Fong Chun's current strength, it was easy for him to launch a sneak attack on Yu Junchang. Following the success of Fong Chun's sneak attack, Yu Junchang let out an angry roar. Immediately, he activated all his strength to block Fong Chun's attack. In the blink of an eye, the situation of the battle was completely reversed. Yu Junchang was at a disadvantage and was constantly attacked by the 3 of them. Dark Shadow Venerable. Finally, after being repelled by the 3 of them, Yu Junchang took out his communication jade pendant and sent a message to Dark Shadow Venerable. Seeing this, Fong Chun and the other 2's faces changed drastically. "Is Dark Shadow Venerable coming?" Luo Hong cried out. "You guys stop him. I'll go set up the array," Fong Chun said in a deep voice. Then, Fong Chun's figure flashed and entered the garden. "I'm going to set up the array. Cooperate with me fully," Fong Chun said. The blood jade Bodhi flower kept swaying. The fairy promised to cooperate with Fong Chen fully. At the same time, a piece of information appeared in Fong Chen's mind. It was the chant of the blood jade array that Luo Hong passed to Fong Chen. As a sage master, he completely understood the specific structure of the blood jade array with a glance. Crash! Fong Chen began to set up the array. This was the first time he set up an array after becoming a sage master. It's so easy. Fong Chen felt that he could set up the foundation of the array casually and could easily mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Is this the strength of a sage master? Fong Chen didn't have time to sigh. With Dark Shadow Venerable strength, if he wanted to come, he would have to set up the Snow Domain array before Dark Shadow Venerable arrived. Blood Jade Array. Fong Chen shouted in a low voice. The 108 array foundations were all set up. Next was to set up the core of the array. With the help of the Blood Jade Bodhi flower, the core of the array was instantly formed. With the Blood Jade Bodhi flower as the center, the Blood Jade array that enveloped the entire palace instantly spread out. Whoosh! Countless blood-red lines intertwined in the void, indicating that the Blood Jade array had been formed. Blood Jade Array. Luo Hong, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, suddenly sensed the appearance of the array. He was extremely shocked. Then, he turned his head to look at Fong Chen and shouted in disbelief, "Is he a sage master of array?" When Fong Chen had an epiphany, Luo Hong thought that Fong Chen was just an ordinary array master. He never expected that Fong Chen had broken through to the sage master realm. "Ha! The Blood Jade Array is set up." Luo Yong laughed wildly. With the Blood Jade Array, even if Dark Shadow Venerable came, they were fearless. Bang! With the support of the Blood Jade Array, Luo Hong and Luo Yong attacked with all their might and sent Yu Junchang flying. With a bang, Yu Junchang's body hit the edge of the Blood Jade Array and then fell heavily to the ground. What kind of array is this? Yu Junchang spat out a mouthful of blood and was greatly shocked. At this moment, Dark Shadow Venerable was flying at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye in the distant sky. If there was a true martial realm expert here, he would definitely be shocked. Dark Shadow Venerable speed was not inferior to an ordinary Mysterious King realm expert. It was too fast, simply not comparable to a true martial realm expert. "I want to avenge Mo Ing," Dark Shadow Venerable said in a deep voice. In an instant, Dark Shadow Venerable arrived in front of the palace. Chapter 866. The Dark Shadow Venerable sensed the aura of the Blood Jade Bodhi flower as soon as he arrived at the palace. Immediately, his eyes lit up. "I've searched high and low for it, only to find it by sheer luck." The Dark Shadow Venerable laughed sinisterly and rushed into the array. The Dark Shadow Venerable was on the strange altar, and he was only one step away from succeeding in summoning the spirit of the Almighty. He had been worried about how to complete the last step. Now that he found the Blood Jade Bodhi flower, he was extremely excited. The Blood Jade Bodhi flower was an item of extreme een and cold. Once it was sacrificed to the altar, it would definitely complete the last step of summoning the spirit of the Almighty and fusing with it. God is helping me. The Dark Shadow Venerable seemed to see himself successfully summoning the spirit of the Almighty, devouring it, and finally reaching the Mystic King realm. Therefore, even though the Dark Shadow Venerable knew that the palace was enveloped by the array, he still entered the array without hesitation. As soon as he entered the array, he saw Yu Junchang being attacked by Luo Hong. At this moment, Yu Junchang no longer had the demeanor of a genius. He was covered in blood, and his aura was a little weak. Trash! The Dark Shadow Venerable's figure flashed and instantly appeared in the void, saving Yu Junchang from danger. Dark Shadow Venerable killed him. Yu Junchang was in a frenzy. His eyes were scarlet as he roared crazily. "Don't worry, the three of them will die." The Dark Shadow Venerable stared at the three of them and smiled sinisterly. "You guys deal with him. I'll take care of the array," Fong Chen said in a deep voice. He was an array saint master, and only he could maintain the operation of the Blood Jade Array. Hearing this, Luo Hong and Luo Yong's aura surged, and they were ready for battle. Child's play. The dark shadow, Venerable, disappeared. When he reappeared in the next moment, he was already in front of Luo Hong. He reached out his hand and wanted to crush Luo Hong's head. Unfortunately, just as he was about to succeed, Fang Chun activated the Blood Jade Array and used the blood-red aura in the array to move Luo Hong away. At the same time, the dark shadow Venerable felt a strong sense of danger. His body was wrapped in a blood-red aura. Blood Jade Bodhi Flower will be the core of the formation. The dark shadow Venerable instantly discovered the existence of the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower. Then, he activated all the strength in his body to resist the invasion of the blood-red aura and rushed toward the center of the array. "Stop him!" Fang Chun roared after discovering Dark Shadow Venerable's intention. Luo Hong and Luo Yong attacked with all their might. However, the Dark Shadow Venerable was too strong. He had reached the Quasi-King realm and was not someone they could stop. Dark Shadow Venerable waved his hand casually, and the two of them were instantly sent flying. Without the obstruction of Luo Hong and Luo Yong, Dark Shadow Venerable arrived in front of the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower in the blink of an eye. When he saw the 9-leaf Blood Jade Bodhi Flower, his face was filled with excitement. "He's a 9-leaf cultivator," Dark Shadow Venerable shouted excitedly. Fang Chun maintained the Blood Jade Array and attacked the Dark Shadow Venerable with all his strength. Swoosh! The Blood Jade Array was a top-notch Dao Array. Even Dark Shadow Venerable did not dare to let his guard down. However, the Dark Shadow Venerable was caught off guard and was pierced by the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower just now. Damn it! Dark Shadow Venerable looked a little wretched. He stared at the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower and said eerily, "It actually gained sentience. That's even better." Then, Dark Shadow Venerable launched a fierce and domineering attack on the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower. "Control the Blood Jade Array and attack him." Hua Ling transmitted her voice to Fang Chun. At this moment, Fang Chun activated the Blood Jade formation to the extreme and directly launched an encirclement on the Dark Shadow Venerable. If it was an ordinary 9th-level true martial realm martial artist, he would have died long ago. However, Dark Shadow Venerable was different. He could actually withstand the powerful attack of the Blood Jade Array. Furthermore, the Dark Shadow Exalted's hands directly grabbed onto the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower. With a tug, the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower was instantly pulled out from the soil. "Ah!" Dark Shadow Venerable roared. He held the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower tightly with both hands as if he was going to put it into his interspatial ring. However, at this moment, the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower did not seem to dodge. Instead, it wanted to use Dark Shadow Venerable's strength to completely escape from the soil. Fang Chun, who was controlling the Blood Jade Array, instantly noticed this scene. "Oh no!" Fang Chun cried out his heart before he cried out loudly. The Blood Jade Bodhi Flower seemed to be using the Blood Jade Array and Dark Shadow Venerable's strength to break the seal. Fang Chun activated the power of the Blood Jade Array to the extreme in an attempt to stop it. However, it was too late. Splash! The moment the root of the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower came out of the soil, a blood-red aura instantly spread out. In an instant, it enveloped Dark Shadow Venerable. "Trying to devour me?" Dark Shadow Venerable laughed sinisterly and injected a powerful force into the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower. Fang Chun was extremely anxious as he watched Dark Shadow Venerable fight with the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower. "Let's go." Fang Chun could not control such a situation. He gave up controlling the Blood Jade Array and came to Luo Yong and Luo Hong's side. Then, the three of them quickly left the Blood Jade Array. The three of them left the palace as fast as they could. After walking for about 15 minutes, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. "Brother Fang, what's going on?" Luo Hong finally had a chance to ask. "The Blood Jade Bodhi Flower has been using us." Fang Chun explained the situation in detail. After listening, Luo Hong's eyes flickered and he said helplessly, "Once Dark Shadow Venerable controls the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower, we will be in danger." "Let's get out of here first," Fang Chun said. After the three of them left, the Blood Jade Array was gradually broken down without anyone to maintain it. Without the help of the Blood Jade Array, The Blood Jade Bodhi Flower was at a disadvantage in the battle, and Dark Shadow Venerable's strength had completely recovered. Dark Shadow Venerable immediately pressed down and suppressed the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower. Keep, Dark Shadow Venerable sneered. Immediately, the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower was put into his space ring. No, the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower was no match for Dark Shadow Venerable, and the fairy let out a miserable cry. After keeping the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower, Dark Shadow Venerable turned to look at Yu Junchang. They escaped. Dark Shadow Venerable asked. Yu Junchang nodded, his face pale. Come with me, Dark Shadow Venerable said. Venerable, are we going to kill them? Yu Junchang asked. We have plenty of time to kill them. Dark Shadow Venerable brought Yu Junchang to the front of the altar. You stay here and heal your wounds. After saying that, Dark Shadow Venerable came to the altar again. At this time, there was a thick black aura around the altar. Whoosh! Dark Shadow Venerable took out the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower and placed it on the altar. The Blood Jade Bodhi Flower was a little frightened and kept struggling. You want to summon the soul of an almighty? You're playing with fire. The fairy roared. Playing with fire? Dark Shadow Venerable sneered and ignored the fairy's cries. Immediately, he formed a complicated seal with his palm and gradually opened the altar. The Blood Jade Bodhi Flower was completely absorbed by the altar in fear. No, you'll regret it. The fairy roared as the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower was being absorbed. When the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower was completely absorbed by the entire altar suddenly trembled. The surroundings were filled with a gloomy aura. Dark Shadow Venerable stood on the altar and closed his eyes slightly. Crack! A crack appeared on the altar. Then, a gloomy voice came from the crack. Who is summoning me? The soul of an almighty had appeared. A soul-like soul floated out of the altar and floated beside Dark Shadow Venerable's head. You're the one summoning me. To be called an almighty, he must have some means that could shake the world. Even if his soul was destroyed, he could still leave a trace of his soul. At this moment, the soul was summoned and a gloomy voice came out. That's right, I'm the one summoning you. Dark Shadow Venerable opened his eyes and said, Do you know the consequences of summoning me? The soul of an almighty said coldly. Chapter 867. Dark Shadow Venerable looked at the almighty's ghost that was floating around his head and smiled excitedly. He did not take the almighty's ghost's words to heart at all. Stupid warrior, you will pay a price that you can't afford to pay for summoning me, the almighty's ghost said coldly. Old man, do you really think you are still at your peak? Seeing this, Dark Shadow Venerable sneered. Immediately after, a blood-red bead appeared in the Dark Shadow Venerable's palm. The appearance of the bead immediately made the almighty's soul cry out in shock. Soul-locking bead. Why do you have the soul-locking bead? At this moment, the almighty's ghost wanted to escape from this place. However, Dark Shadow Venerable would not give him the chance. Dark Shadow Venerable shook his wrist, and the soul-locking bead was activated instantly. A majestic blood-red aura spread out and enveloped the almighty's ghost. When the almighty's ghost was enveloped by the aura of the soul-locking bead, he struggled and roared desperately. However, the soul-locking bead was specially targeted at the almighty's ghost. The latter could not break free at all. In the end, after struggling for a while, the almighty's ghost was completely sucked into the soul-locking bead. Splash! The blood-red aura disappeared, and the soul-locking bead returned to Dark Shadow Venerable's hand. Dark Shadow Venerable stared at the red, soul-locking bead and smiled evilly. Yu Junchang, protect me. Dark Shadow Venerable glanced at Yu Junchang and said. Yu Junchang nodded and sat down cross-legged. While healing, he helped Dark Shadow Venerable. Yu Junchang also knew that Dark Shadow Venerable was his greatest reliance in the Five Elements Mystery Realm. Once Dark Shadow Venerable died, he would be killed by Luo Hong and the others. Dark Shadow Venerable sat on the altar and black aura surrounded him. Then, Dark Shadow Venerable swallowed the soul-locking bead. Suddenly, the Almighty's ghost was merged with Dark Shadow Venerable through a special method. 2 hours later, the Almighty's ghost was completely merged with Dark Shadow Venerable. At this moment, Dark Shadow Venerable's aura surged, and he looked like he was about to enter the mysterious king realm. Am I going to break through? Dark Shadow Venerable was excited, and he thought to himself. However, just as Dark Shadow Venerable thought that he was about to break through, his mind suddenly trembled. Shortly after, the Dark Shadow Venerable was shocked to discover that a blood-red flower had appeared in his mind. How was the blood jade Bodhi flower possible? Dark Shadow Venerable cried out. Didn't he sacrifice the blood jade Bodhi flower to the Een soul of a powerful existence? Why would it appear in his mind? Just then, the 9 flowers of the blood jade Bodhi flower bloomed beautifully, releasing a wild aura that devoured the soul of the Dark Shadow Reverend. No! Dark Shadow Venerable roared furiously. He had not expected such a thing to happen. You can't stop it, the fairy said in a gloomy voice. Dark Shadow Venerable, who was sitting on the altar, was trying his best to resist the fairy's invasion. On a certain mountain peak in the 5 Elements mystery realm, Fong Chun and the other 2 sat quietly. The Blood Jade formation has shattered, and the Dark Shadow Venerable has taken away the Blood Jade Bodhi flower. What should we do? Asked Luo Hong worriedly. Yeah, without the restriction of the Blood Jade formation, we won't be able to resist the attack of the Dark Shadow Venerable, said Luo Yong. Fong Chen's eyes flickered, and his mind was filled with thoughts. At this moment, a few figures appeared on the plains below. Godly Destruction Palace? Asked Luo Hong suddenly. And the Blood Moon Assassin Organization, said Luo Yong. Kill. Fong Chun did not say anything, and used his true intent of the void to hide in the void. Luo Yong and Luo Hong flew directly to the plains. 5 Elements Palace, kill them. The few of them shouted when they saw Luo Hong and Luo Yong. They had been looking for the 5 Elements Palace, and now that they finally found them, they naturally had to kill them. Poof! With Fong Chen's true intent of the void, it was easy for Luo Hong and Luo Yong to kill them. In the blink of an eye, the assassins of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization and the disciples of the Godly Destruction Palace were all dead. Yu Junchang and the Dark Shadow Venerable too, said Luo Hong. At this moment, in the Godly Destruction Palace's headquarters within the 5 Element Sword City, the Godly Destruction Palace's Palace Master was sitting on the throne. There were some life slips to the side of the hall. These life slips were the life slips of the disciples who had entered the 5 Elements secret realm. Several life slips had already shattered, which meant that those disciples had already died. Crack! In the middle of their discussion, one of the life slips suddenly shattered. Everyone looked over at it. It's the assassins of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization, said an elder. One of the elders of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization had a gloomy expression. Their assassins had died one after another. Palace Master, is this what you meant by the 5 Elements Palace's disciples being weak? Asked an elder of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization. Elder Shui, don't be anxious. Perhaps the 7 of them have already been killed, said the Godly Destruction Palace's Palace Master. After all, the strongest of the 13 was the Dark Shadow Venerable. Even if the 7 of them joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for the Dark Shadow Venerable. Crack! Just as the Godly Destruction Palace's Palace Master said that, several more life slips shattered. The Godly Destruction Palace's Palace Master's expression also sank. Other than the Dark Shadow Venerable and Yu Junchang, they're all dead, said the Godly Destruction Palace's Palace Master. His words were filled with fury. Of the 13 life slips, 11 had already shattered. Only the Dark Shadow Venerable and Yu Junchang's life slips remained. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely heavy. Fortunately, the Dark Shadow Venerable and Yu Junchang's life slips hadn't shattered yet. Yu Junchang and the Dark Shadow Venerable will definitely be able to kill the 7 of them, muttered the Godly Destruction Palace's Palace Master. Next to the 11 broken life slips, one of the life slips suddenly emitted a blinding light and began to tremble. Cracks began to appear on the life slips as if they were about to shatter. How is this possible? Elder Shui cried out involuntarily. The life slip with the cracks belonged to the Dark Shadow Venerable. Could it be that the Dark Shadow Venerable had encountered an extremely dangerous person and was about to die? Elder Shui wasn't the only one who was shocked. Even the Godly Destruction Palace's palace master was shocked. Is there anything in the five elements mystery realm that can make the dark shadow venerable feel threatened? Muttered the Godly Destruction Palace master. Hiss! Cracks appeared on the dark shadow venerable's life slip, but it didn't shatter. Everyone was worried as they looked at the life slip of the dark shadow venerable. Please don't shatter, prayed Elder Shui. The Dark Shadow Venerable was the top assassin of the Blood Moon Assassin organization. Once the Dark Shadow Venerable died, the Blood Moon Assassin organization would suffer a great loss. Buzz! A strange sound came from the Dark Shadow Venerable's life slip. Then, the crack stopped expanding and the life slip returned to its original state. Elder Shui heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, it didn't shatter." Then, Elder Shui looked at the Godly Destruction Palace Master and said, "Palace Master, I have to report this to our leader." With that, Elder Shui left quickly. The Godly Destruction Palace's martial artists looked at each other. Of course, other than the Godly Destruction Palace, the Five Elements Palace was also paying attention to the life slips of the seven martial artists. Looking at the four shattered life slips, the Five Elements Palace Master's face turned gloomy. Fortunately, Luo Hong and Luo Yang's life slips didn't shatter. He felt slightly relieved. As long as we can find the Blood Jade Bodhi flower, we can trap the Dark Shadow Venerable, said the Five Elements Palace Master. There was a commotion in the outside world, but it was unusually quiet in the Five Elements Mystery Realm. After Fong Chun and the other two killed the assassins of the Godly Destruction Palace and the Blood Moon Assassin organization, they quickly moved to another location. After a while, Fong Chun and the other two arrived at a strange place. "There are patterns on the ground," Luo Hong suddenly said. Fong Chun stopped and looked over. There were some complicated patterns on the ground, and each pattern was a square. At that moment, Fong Chun and the others were in open space. The open space was surrounded by mountains, and the open space was filled with squares. Behind these square lattices, there was a patch of gray, which seemed a little strange. "Where have we come to?" asked Luo Yong, puzzled. "Could there be another world here?" asked Luo Hong. Fong Chun couldn't help but say after seeing these squares. Chapter 868. Looking carefully, there were a total of several squares in the open space. Each square was about 3 meters wide. 9 square lattices were put together to form a square. Hearing Fong Chun say the 9 palaces grid, Luo Hong and Luo Yong looked at Fong Chun in confusion. "Brother Fong, what is the 9 palaces grid? Is it a Tao-level formation?" asked Luo Hong. "Yeah, what is the 9 palaces grid?" asked Luo Yong. They had never heard of the 9 palaces grid, so they didn't know what it was. Fong Chun was also a bit surprised. There was actually a 9 palaces grid here. Furthermore, upon closer inspection, he found that this 9 palaces grid was exactly the same as the one on Earth. The only difference was that the pattern on this 9 palaces grid was extremely strange. A puzzle. Fong Chun ignored Luo Hong and Luo Yong and walked over to the 9 palaces grid. He carefully observed the 9 grids and found that there was an individual pattern in each grid, but it was not complete. So Fong Chun guessed that this 9 palaces grid should be a puzzle. "Let's give it a try." Fong Chun began to put together the puzzle according to the Fong Chun on Earth. At first, Fong Chun didn't know how to move the squares. He tried releasing his soul to envelop the squares, and then using his mind to move them. A miracle happened. The squares actually moved. Fong Chun was overjoyed. He continued to move the squares. It didn't take long for Fong Chun to piece out the original shape of the pattern. At this time, Fong Chun looked over and found that the pattern inside the 9 palaces grid was actually a middle-aged martial artist. This martial artist was holding a long sword in his hand. He was wearing golden armor, and his eyes were staring into the distance. "Brother Fong, what is this?" asked Luo Hong and Luo Yong hastily. "This person should be the master of the 5 elements secret realm," whispered Fong Chun. Crack! When Fong Chun put the puzzle together, the 9 palaces grid suddenly broke out of the ground. Under the gaze of Fong Chun and the other two, the 9 palaces grid instantly broke through the ground. It didn't take long for it to surpass Fang Chun and the others. When the Nine Palaces grid reached a height of about 3 meters, it instantly stopped. From afar, it looked like a stone pillar, but it was a square stone pillar. Let's go up and have a look. Fang Chun leaped and instantly leaped onto the Nine Palaces grid. Luo Hong and Luo Yong also stepped onto the Nine Palace grid. At the same time, a melodious voice entered their ears. The martial artist who can break through this mechanism is fated with me. As expected, Luo Hong was overjoyed. Choose one of the squares yourselves. Whether or not you can obtain my inheritance will depend on your luck. The voice gradually weakened and finally disappeared. Fang Chun and the other two looked at each other. Luo Hong chose the square of the long sword and sat down cross-legged. Luo Yong pondered for a moment and chose the square of the Jin family. In the end, Fang Chun chose the square of the middle-aged martial artist's head and sat down cross-legged. When Fang Chun sat down, a vast aura immediately drilled into his body. When Fang Chun sensed this aura, he was shocked. This was because the aura that had entered his body had been completely absorbed by the remnant will of forefather bronze. What kind of aura is this? Fang Chun had never seen such an aura before and was very surprised. Hiss! After absorbing it for a full hour, this aura finally disappeared. It was also at this moment that a laughter rang out in Fang Chun's mind. Back then, Ancestor Bronze had entered the three-legged, two-eared cauldron, but later on, the cauldron had shattered and the remnant consciousness of the ancestor had attached itself to Fang Chun's mind. Ha ha! I've finally woken up. Ancestor Bronze laughed heartily. Ancestor, you're awake. Fang Chun's face lit up with joy. Ancestor Bronze hadn't woken up since the last time he fell into a deep sleep. Fang Chun didn't expect him to wake up after absorbing this aura. Yes, where's this place? Why is there so much Genesis Chi? Ancestor Bronze asked happily. Ancestor, what is Genesis Chi? Fang Chun didn't understand. Genesis Chi is the aura that I just absorbed. After an almighty expert dies, although their spirit dissipates, what remains will turn into Genesis Chi and won't dissipate for a long time. Of course, this Genesis Chi is only useful for remnant consciousness like me and has no effect on you, Ancestor Bronze explained. Fang Chun could clearly feel that Ancestor Bronze's remnant consciousness seemed to have grown much stronger. Ancestor, the reason you woke up was because of the Genesis Chi? Fang Chun asked. Of course. If it weren't for this Genesis Chi, I might have fallen into a deep sleep forever, Ancestor Bronze said. After chatting with Fang Chun for a while, Ancestor Bronze asked, Kid, what is this place? Ancestor, have you heard of the Sword Burial Prefecture? Fang Chun asked. Ancestor Bronze fell silent when he heard this. After a long time, he asked in a low voice, You said you came to the Sword Burial Prefecture? Fang Chun nodded. I was killed by an expert from another region. Fortunately, the three-legged, two-eared cauldron saved me and brought me to the Sword Burial Prefecture. Fang Chun briefly explained how he came to the Sword Burial Prefecture. After hearing this, Ancestor Bronze sighed a little. He didn't expect so many things to happen on the ancient sword continent while he was in a deep sleep. Fortunately, he had absorbed enough Genesis Chi to wake up, as expected of the legendary Sword Burial Prefecture. You've only been here for a short time, but your cultivation has already reached the 5th level of the true martial stage. Ancestor Bronze couldn't help but sigh. Ancestor Bronze was very excited to learn that Fang Chun was in the Sword Burial Prefecture. One must know that Ancestor Bronze had stood at the peak of the ancient sword continent when he was alive, but he had only heard of the Sword Burial Prefecture in legends. He had never seen the Sword Burial Prefecture with his own eyes. He didn't expect to be able to come to the Sword Burial Prefecture after being dead for so many years. The Sword Burial Prefecture is a legendary holy land for sword cultivators. It's very suitable for cultivation, said Ancestor Bronze. While Fang Chun was talking to Ancestor Bronze, Luo Yong and Luo Hong were also receiving the inheritance. The two seemed to have benefited a lot, and their bodies exuded powerful auras. Only Fang Chun didn't gain anything. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't gain anything. At least Ancestor Bronze had woken up. Suddenly, Fong Chun thought of the bead he had obtained in the Jade Moon Icy Lake. He immediately took it out and asked, "Ancestor, do you recognize this bead?" Ancestor Bronze checked the bead in Fong Chen's hand, and his face immediately turned pale with fright. "Where did you find this bead?" Ancestor Bronze hurriedly asked. "In the Jade Moon Icy Lake. I almost froze my soul to obtain it," said Fong Chun. "You're a monster. You even obtained the Jade Moon bead," Ancestor Bronze couldn't help but say. "Ancestor, what's the origin of this bead?" asked Fong Chun. "Do you know how the Jade Moon Icy Lake came about?" asked Ancestor Bronze. Fong Chun shook his head. Ancestor Bronze continued. "The reason the Jade Moon Icy Lake is called the world's ominous pool is because of this Jade Moon bead. The temperature of the Jade Moon frigid water in the Jade Moon frigid pond is extremely high. Ordinary true martial realm warriors will be instantly frozen if they enter it. Even powerful true martial realm warriors will be in danger. And that extreme cold energy comes from this bead. To be more precise, this bead is the core of the Jade Moon Icy Lake," said Ancestor Bronze. He was a bit speechless. Just how had Fong Chun obtained this bead? When the Jade Moon Icy Lake was operating normally, the Jade Moon bead would constantly release extreme cold energy. The closer one got to the bead, the lower the temperature. With Fong Chen's strength, his soul would have been frozen before he could even get close to the Jade Moon bead. However, not only had Fong Chen not died, but he had also obtained the Jade Moon bead. "What a monster," said Ancestor Bronze. Of course, this was because Ancestor Bronze didn't know that Fong Chun had passed the 12th layer tribulation. If he knew, who knew what Ancestor Bronze would think? "Then what's the use of this Jade Moon bead?" asked Fong Chun. "With the Jade Moon bead in hand, it's equivalent to carrying the Jade Moon Icy Lake with you. As long as this Jade Moon bead is placed in an ordinary pool, it will immediately become the terrifying Jade Moon Icy Lake," said Ancestor Bronze. Fong Chun was stunned. He stared at the Jade Moon bead with a burning gaze. Clearly, he hadn't expected this bead to have such a powerful effect. Doesn't that mean he can cultivate in the Jade Moon Icy Lake whenever he wants? Thinking of this, Fong Chun couldn't help but become excited. Fong Chun had already experienced the benefits of the Jade Moon Icy Lake. Chapter 869. Therefore, it was decided that today, tomorrow, and the second day of the first lunar month, a total of 3 days, one update a day. Everyone, please be considerate. The third day of the first lunar month, which was the 10th, would start the update as usual. Chapter 870. Fong Chun had thought that the pearl in the aquamarine wintry pond must be a treasure. However, he did not expect it at all. This pearl was actually the aquamarine pearl that many martial artists yearned for. If he obtained the aquamarine pearl, wouldn't it mean that he could enter the aquamarine wintry pond to cultivate at any time? Thinking of this, Fong Chen's heart was filled with excitement. While Fong Chen was talking with Ancestor Bronze, Luo Yong and Luo Hong woke up one after another. Their auras surged as if they had broken through. "Brother Fong, how's your progress?" Luo Hong asked. "Not bad. You've broken through." Fong Chun could tell at a glance that the two had broken through to LV7 True Martial Realm. "Yes, we've both broken through to LV7 True Martial Realm." Luo Yong grinned. After reaching LV7 True Martial Realm, it would not take long for their 5-element sword technique to reach the martial realm. At that time, they could go to the Burial Sword City and compete with the top geniuses in the Burial Sword Province. Boom! Just as Fong Chun and the other two were talking, a sudden rumbling sound was heard. Then, the 9 palaces grid disappeared. Fong Chun and the other two landed on the ground. Luo Hong looked around and said, "Let's go." Fong Chun nodded, and a plan came to his mind. After taking a few steps, Fong Chun stopped in his tracks. "Brother Fong, what's wrong?" Luo Hong hurriedly asked when he saw Fong Chun stop. "I have an idea that has a 50% chance of killing Dark Shadow Venerable," Fong Chun said in a deep voice. Dark Shadow Venerable was the biggest threat in the 5 Elements Mystery Realm. There were still a few days before the opening of the 5 Elements Mystery Realm. With Dark Shadow Venerable strength, it was too easy for him to find them. After Fang Chun learned about the effect of the aquamarine pearl, he came up with an idea to use it to kill Dark Shadow Venerable. Is there a chance to kill Dark Shadow Venerable? Luo Hong's eyes flickered as he hurriedly asked. Luo Yong also looked at Fang Chun, anxiously waiting for Fang Chen's reply. Although I'm not 100% sure, it's very likely, Fang Chun said. But before that, I need to find an ordinary pool. That's easy. When I entered the Five Elements Mystery Land, I found a lake, Luo Yong said immediately. After the three of them reached a consensus, they instantly flew away. After 2 hours, the three of them arrived in front of a lake. This lake wasn't too big, but it was much bigger than the Jade Moon Wintry Pond. After that, Fang Chun glanced at Luo Yong and Luo Hong and said, "Next, the two of you need to lure Venerable Shadow here." Hearing Fang Chen's words, the two were a little confused. However, in the end, Luo Hong nodded in agreement. "All right, let's go now. Brother Fang, you make the arrangements." At this point, they had no other choice. After the two of them left, Fang Chun began to make arrangements. First, Fang Chun set up a Tao-level formation around the lake. As a formation Saint Master, he could easily set up a formation. After setting up the formation, Fang Chun took out the Jade Moon Pearl and was ready to test whether it could form the Jade Moon Wintry Pond. Just as Fang Chun was about to put the Jade Moon Pearl into the lake, he was suddenly stopped by Ancestor Bronze. "Boy, do you want to die?" Ancestor Bronze scolded. "Ancestor, what's wrong?" Fang Chun was puzzled and looked at each other. "Drip your blood on it first. Otherwise, when the Jade Moon Wintry Pond forms, how will you get the Jade Moon Pearl again?" Ancestor Bronze asked. Fang Chun was stunned for a moment before coming to a sudden realization. Ancestor Bronze meant that after the Jade Moon Pearl was placed in the lake and formed the Jade Moon Wintry Pond, the extremely cold aura could freeze Fang Chen's soul. Although Fang Chun was lucky to get the Jade Moon Pearl last time, if something went wrong this time, he would lose his life. "Can I drip my blood on the Jade Moon Pearl?" Fang Chun didn't understand and asked. "Of course," Ancestor Bronze said. Immediately, Fang Chun began to drip his blood on the pearl. He gently cut his finger, and a drop of bright red blood fell on the Jade Moon Pearl. Immediately, the dim Jade Moon Pearl emitted a dazzling light and instantly absorbed the blood. Chapter 871. Back then, there was a problem when Dark Shadow Venerable summoned the spirit of the Almighty. He used the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower to make up for it and let the altar absorb the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower. Who would have thought that not only was the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower not absorbed, but it was also integrated into the spirit of the Almighty. When Dark Shadow Venerable integrated with the spirit of the Almighty, the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower also quietly entered Dark Shadow Venerable's mind and tried to take over his body. Fortunately, Dark Shadow Venerable was unusually strong, and the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower did not succeed. However, it was also because of this that the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower hid in Dark Shadow Venerable's soul and was looking for an opportunity to take over his body. Dark Shadow Venerable could not do anything about the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower's actions. Although Dark Shadow Venerable's strength was much stronger after integrating with the spirit of the Almighty, he could not do anything to the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower. In the end, both of them reached an agreement to live together. At this moment, Dark Shadow Venerable was in a life and death situation, and the fairy could not care less. Impossible. Dark Shadow Venerable immediately rejected the fairy's words. Unless it was a last resort, he would never let the fairy control his body. Once that happened, there would be unforeseen events. He would let the fairy completely take over his soul and body. Dark Shadow Venerable's body was trembling nonstop. The Jade Moon Pearl in his clothes was emitting an extremely cold aura. As long as one was not a Mystic King Realm expert, no one could resist this cold aura. Damn the Jade Moon Pearl. Dark Shadow Venerable roared furiously. At the same time, Luo Hong and Luo Yong, who were hiding in the lake, came out from another direction. They saw Dark Shadow Venerable being wrapped in the cold aura and letting out a miserable cry. On the other hand, Feng Chun was controlling the cold aura to corrode Dark Shadow Venerable. This cold aura is too domineering. Luo Yong could not help but say. Luo Hong was shocked when he saw this. Jade Moon Cold Pond. This lake was just an ordinary pond previously. Why did it turn into the Jade Moon Cold Pond now? What was going on? Could it be because of Brother Fong? Luo Hong did not know that Feng Chun had the Jade Moon Pearl. 1 minute later, Dark Shadow Venerable finally couldn't hold on any longer. As a quasi-king expert, he was actually forced into such a state by a LV5 true martial realm cultivator. His heart was filled with anger. I can't accept this. Dark Shadow Venerable roared furiously. At this moment, Dark Shadow Venerable made a decision. That was to give up control of his body and let the fairy resolve the current crisis. Crash after the fairy entered Dark Shadow Sovereign's mind. Dark Shadow Sovereign's body instantly turned red. Then, 9 demonic flowers wrapped around Dark Shadow Sovereign's body. The appearance of the 9 flowers directly blocked the aura of the extreme frost. However, the cold air in the Jade Moon Pearl was too overbearing. The 9 demonic flowers were unable to withstand it. The fairy tore apart Venerable Dark Shadow's clothes, and the Jade Moon Pearl instantly separated from his body. Then, the 9 flowers on Dark Shadow Venerable's body instantly shattered. At this moment, the fairy controlled the Dark Shadow Venerable's body to break through the surface of the lake and soar into the sky. Originally, Dark Shadow Venerable was already unable to resist, but something unexpected happened. This scene made Feng Chun extremely solemn. Feng Chun wanted to take advantage of the situation to pursue, but controlling the Jade Moon Pearl consumed too much of his energy. As a result, he was now powerless. He quietly put away the Jade Moon Pearl and came out of the lake. Brother Feng, how was it? Luo Hong asked anxiously. Dark Shadow Venerable escaped at the critical moment, Feng Chun said softly. Escaped? Luo Yong was a little anxious. There seems to be the shadow of the blood jade Bodhi flower in Dark Shadow Venerable's body. Although he escaped, he was seriously injured and won't be able to recover in a short period of time, Feng Chen said. Hearing Feng Chen's words, Luo Hong and Luo Yong secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The 1-month deadline was approaching. Once they left the 5 Elements Mystery Realm, they wouldn't have to be afraid of Dark Shadow Venerable. At this moment, Dark Shadow Venerable was seriously injured and wouldn't be able to appear in a short period of time. Obviously, they were completely safe. It's all thanks to Brother Fong this time, Luo Hong said with a smile and cupped his hands together. Although Luo Hong was full of doubts, he didn't ask. Everyone had their own secrets, and Feng Chun was no exception. There's a Tao level formation here. The 3 of us will wait here for the 5 Elements Mystery Realm to close, Feng Chun said. With the protection of the Tao level formation, the 3 of them wouldn't be in any danger for the time being. The 5 Elements Mystery Realm was a small mystery realm. In less than a month, some of the treasures inside had been plundered. Of course, Feng Chun also gained a lot during this period of time. After Dark Shadow Venerable was seriously injured, he didn't appear again. Time passed bit by bit. When the 1-month deadline came, a deafening sound suddenly resounded in the entire 5 Elements Mystery Realm. At the same time, a huge vortex appeared in the sky above the 5 Elements Mystery Realm. In the middle of the vortex, there was a void stone door. Creak! The void stone door opened. When Feng Chun and the other 2 saw it, they were overjoyed and immediately entered the void stone door. At this moment, in the outside world, the people of 5 Elements Palace and Destruction Shrine were waiting for the younger generation of their respective camps. Crash! The void stone door opened and Feng Chun and the other 2 appeared instantly. Luo Hong. Seeing the 3 of them, 5 Elements Palace Master was overjoyed. Luo Hong and Luo Yong were the top disciples of 5 Elements Palace. It was good that they were fine. After Luo Hong and the other 2 came out of the void stone door, they looked in the direction of Destruction Shrine and then walked straight to 5 Elements Palace Master. Palace Master, let's go back first, Luo Hong said softly. 5 Elements Palace Master saw this, and his eyes flickered. He then waved his hand and left with Luo Hong and the others. The people of Destruction Shrine stayed behind and waited. In the blink of an eye, they returned to Five Elements Palace. What happened? Where are the others? Five Elements Palace Master asked immediately. Luo Hong smiled bitterly and said, "After the people of Destruction Shrine and Blood Moon Assassin Organization entered the Five Elements Secret Realm, they have been killing the disciples of Five Elements Palace. Other than the three of us, the other four have all died." As expected, Five Elements Palace Master said in a deep voice, "What about the Blood Jade Array? It's a long story." When Luo Hong heard this, he said slowly. It took him 15 minutes to explain what had happened in the Five Elements Secret Realm. After hearing Luo Hong's story, the upper echelons of Five Elements Palace were overjoyed. "I didn't expect you to injure Dark Shadow, Venerable, and kill the others," Five Elements Palace Master said excitedly. "The top geniuses of Destruction Shrine have all died. Their losses are too great." "Ha! Not only the geniuses of Destruction Shrine, but even the people of Blood Moon Assassin Organization have died. This is great. Everyone knew that other than Dark Shadow Venerable, the other 12 had all died. This included you, Jun Chong, Li Ba, and the other geniuses of Destruction Shrine. The elite assassins of Blood Moon Assassin Organization had all died. Of course, the most important thing was that Dark Shadow Venerable was severely injured. Little friend Fong, it's all thanks to you this time." Five Elements Palace Master cupped his hands and thanked him. He didn't misjudge Fong Chun. If it wasn't for the latter's space-related true meaning, Luo Hong and the others would have died. "Palace Master, you're too polite." Fong Chun smiled. "Little friend Fong, you've helped Five Elements Palace so much. If you need anything, just tell me," Five Elements Palace Master said. Fong Chun thought for a moment and said, "Palace Master, I do have a request." "Oh, what is it? Tell me." "I want to challenge the Five Elements Bell," Fong Chun said. Five Elements Palace Master had heard that Fong Chun wanted to challenge the Five Elements Bell and obtain the Five Elements Sword Technique. "Okay, no problem. The Five Elements Bell will open in 3 days. I'll bring you there personally," Five Elements Palace Master said. Seeing this, Fong Chun was very happy. After understanding the situation in the Five Elements Mystery Realm, Five Elements Palace Master let Fong Chun rest first, leaving Luo Hong and Luo Yong behind. "Palace Master, once God Destroyer Palace knows that all their disciples have died, they'll be furious." Luo Hong was a little worried. "You don't have to worry about this. Before you entered the Five Elements Mystery Realm, I went to look for my old friend and asked him to help me." Five Elements Palace Master said. With him around, God Destroyer Palace won't dare to attack Five Elements Palace easily. The most important thing for a force was the younger generation. Once the younger generation died, it would be impossible for them to rise again in the future. Now that the younger generation of God Destroyer Palace had died, the younger generation of Five Elements Palace had become stronger. This was an opportunity. Outside Five Elements Sword City, the entrance to the Five Elements Mystery Realm gradually disappeared. With a thud, the Five Elements Mystery Realm completely disappeared from this space. At this moment, God Destroyer Palace Master's face was completely gloomy. "All the disciples of God Destroyer Palace have died," God Destroyer Palace Master muttered to himself. At this moment, beside God Destroyer Palace Master was a man in a blood-red robe. He wore a bamboo hat, and no one could see his face. Beside him, Dark Shadow Venerable looked pale and was supported by 2 assassins from Blood Moon Assassin Organization. Blood Moon Assassin Organization has been screwed over by God Destroyer Palace this time," the man in the blood-red robe said coldly. Hearing this, God Destroyer Palace Master turned around and looked at the man in the blood-red robe angrily. He said coldly, Dark Shadow Venerable, a quasi-king expert, was injured to such an extent by trash at LV6 True Martial Realm. God Destroyer Palace has been screwed over by Blood Moon Assassin Organization. This time, Blood Moon Assassin Organization has suffered great losses. God Destroyer Palace has to pay the price," the man in the blood-red robe said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left with the severely injured Dark Shadow Venerable. I'll report this to the president. The president will talk to you personally. God Destroyer Palace Master's face was filled with anger when he saw the Blood Moon Assassin organization leave. Chapter 872. Within the Five-Element Sword City, although the God Destruction Hall was furious, the situation had become complicated because of the trip to the Five Elements Mystery Realm. Originally, the Godly Destruction Temple and the Blood Moon Assassin organization had teamed up to destroy the younger generation of the Five Elements Palace and completely damage the Five Elements Palace's vitality. However, they had not expected Fang Chun to be an anomaly. In the Five Elements Mystery Realm, not only did they fail to kill the disciples of the Five Elements Palace, but they had also lost so many of their younger generation. Moreover, the Quasi-King Dark Shadow Venerable had been severely injured. The Blood Moon Assassin organization was furious and retreated from the Five Elements Sword City. In an instant, the atmosphere in the Five Elements Sword City was oppressive. However, the God Destruction Hall did not dare to attack the Five Elements Palace. This was because the Five Elements Palace Master had invited a good friend and temporarily intimidated the God Destruction Hall Master. The trip to the Five Elements Mystery Realm was both happy and sad. The sad ones were the God Destruction Hall and the Blood Moon Assassin organization, while the happy ones were the Five Elements Palace. Although four disciples had died, Luo Hong and Luo Yong had both stepped into the LV-7 True Martial Realm. This made the Five Elements Palace Master very happy. The Five Elements Palace Master approved of Fang Chun even more. They thought that Fang Chun was a genius that only appeared once in 100 years and wanted to befriend him. In the beginning, the Five Elements Palace Master only wanted to use Fang Chen's space-type true meaning to help Luo Hong and the rest. However, after hearing about the situation in the Five Elements Mystery Realm from Luo Hong, his opinion of Fang Chun changed greatly. Hearing that Fang Chun wanted to challenge the Five Elements Bell, the Five Elements Palace Master immediately agreed. There are still 3 days before the Five Elements Bell opens. At that time, I will personally bring you there, the Five Elements Palace Master said. Hearing this, Fang Chun grinned and laughed. After that, Fang Chun went to rest, while the Five Elements Palace Master asked Luo Hong and Luo Yong to understand the situation in detail. The entire Five Elements Sword City was extremely oppressive. Although the God Destruction Hall was furious, they did not make any moves, which was puzzling. As for Fang Chun, this was not within his scope of consideration. His purpose in coming to the Five Elements Sword City was to challenge the Five Elements Bell and obtain the Five Elements Sword Technique outline. After he obtained the general outline of the Five Elements Sword Technique, he would leave the Five Elements Sword City. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the third day, the Five Elements Palace Master personally brought Fang Chun to a mountain peak. At the peak of this mountain, there was a magnificent bell with the same aura as the ancient golden bell. As expected, Fang Chun thought to himself, other than the color, it was exactly the same as the ancient golden bell. Fang Chun, this is the Five Elements Bell. Once it's activated, you can enter by yourself, said the Five Elements Palace Master. Not long after, the Five Element Bell opened and Fang Chun entered it. This child's potential is even greater than Luo Hong's. I wonder how many times the Five Element Bell will ring. The Five Element Palace Master stared at the Five Element Bell. Inside the Five Element Bell, Fang Chun entered the space inside the bell and found the futon. It's exactly the same as the space inside the ancient golden bell, Fang Chun said. Then, he sat down on the cattail hassock with ease. Suddenly, a vast aura surged into his mind. In the next moment, Fang Chen's Five Elements Sword Technique erupted. Whoosh! In Fang Chen's mind, a little golden man appeared. This little golden man held a long sword and was rapidly performing the Five Elements Sword Technique. Fang Chun could feel that every sword move this little golden man performed could stir up endless wind and clouds. Hiss! Hiss! In his mind, the sword soul was operating rapidly. The golden heart in his body was also beating rapidly. In order to gain the recognition of the Five Element Bell, one had to be a martial artist with heaven-defying talent, in sword principle. As for Fang Chun, that was precisely the case. Therefore, after sitting cross-legged for an hour, Fang Chun finally gained the recognition of the five-element bell. Dong! In the outside world, the Five Elements Palace Master was standing quietly on the mountain peak, waiting. Suddenly, a vast voice entered his ears. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, and he looked at the five-element bell with burning eyes. The bell is ringing. Just as the Five Elements Palace Master was deep in thought, the second bell chime suddenly sounded. Dong, dong, dong. Then, 3 consecutive bell chimes resounded throughout the entire Five Elements Sword City. At this moment, the Five Elements Sword City instantly became lively. Someone is challenging the five-element bell and has caused 5 bell chimes. Who is it that has caused 5 chimes? I heard that it's a disciple of the Five Elements Palace. On the street, countless martial artists stopped in their tracks and discussed with each other. Dong dong. When the 6th bell chime sounded, the Five Elements Sword City was completely stirred. In the headquarters of the God Extermination Hall, the atmosphere was very solemn. 6 bell chimes. It must be that kid, an elder in the hall said coldly. I heard that this kid is an outsider and has a good relationship with Luo Hong. To be able to cause 6 bell chimes, this kid is very talented. A few elders discussed with each other. Just as the God Extermination Hall Master was about to speak, the 7th bell chime suddenly sounded. 7 chimes. The God Extermination Hall Master's eyes flickered with killing intent. The younger generation of his God Extermination Hall had all died, but the younger generation of the Five Elements Palace was still alive. However, before he could react, another 2 bell chimes resounded in the sky. Dong dong. When the 9th bell chime sounded, the Five Elements Sword City was extremely stirred. Martial artists swarmed towards the mountain peak, wanting to see who could cause the Five Elements bell to ring 9 times. In the God Extermination Hall, the atmosphere became even more solemn. No matter who this kid is, he must be killed, an elder said coldly. 9 bell chimes. Such talent is definitely the best in the history of the Five Elements Sword City. That's right. In the past 100 years, there hasn't been anyone who could cause 8 chimes. However, this kid actually caused 9 chimes. The God Extermination Hall Master looked around and said, "Go and contact the Blood Moon Assassin Organization. The person who caused 9 chimes is the one who severely injured the Dark Shadow Reverend." Yes, Hall Master. The foot of the mountain peak was filled with martial artists. There were also many martial artists on the mountainside. As for the top of the mountain, there was only the Five Elements Palace Master. Because of his presence, none of the martial artists who had broken through to the martial realm dared to climb the mountain peak. At this moment, the Five Elements Palace Master's face was filled with shock. He had completely gone crazy. His heart was in turmoil. 9 chimes. He actually caused 9 chimes. The Five Elements Palace Master cried out. The commotion in the Five Elements Sword City was not any weaker than the commotion in the Golden Sword City. Everyone in the outside world was extremely shocked. However, this was nothing to Fang Chun. When he was challenging the ancient Golden Bell, he had already caused 9 chimes. Crash! At a certain moment, Fang Chun opened his eyes. His face was full of smiles. There was some information in his mind. The Five Elements Sword Technique's general outline. The Five Elements Sword Technique is indeed worthy of being the Five Elements Sword City's unique skill. Fang Chun could not help but exclaim. The original Five Elements Sword Technique was only a 7th grade sword technique. After integrating the general outline, it became an 8th grade sword technique. An 8th grade sword technique was already as famous as the ancient Golden Immortal Sword Technique. After obtaining the Five Elements Sword Technique, Fang Chun simply started to cultivate in the Five Elements Bell. The general outline of the Five Elements Sword Technique was constantly rotating in Fang Chun's mind. At that moment, Fang Chun's body was surrounded by 5 different types of wills, which instantly exploded. The Five Elements Sword Technique was displayed one by one. Finally, the Five Elements Sword Technique was displayed. Then, Fang Chun stood up inexplicably. The general outline of the five elements sword technique was instantly integrated into the depths of his mind. Fang Chen's eyes flickered. The hidden star sword in his hand was constantly waving. Every sword light that appeared contained a vast aura of the five elements. Buzz. When Fang Chen displayed the five elements sword technique, the five elements bell shook slightly. However, Fang Chen did not notice it at all. A faintly discernible aura drilled into Fang Chen's body. Suddenly, the sword technique that Fang Chen displayed became more powerful and fierce. Is this the five elements sword technique? The hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand swung out at an incredible angle. Suddenly, it turned into a sword blade in the sky and then slashed on the five elements bell. Suddenly, sparks flew everywhere. Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and could not help but sigh. Is it because I have practiced the five elements sword technique before? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. Why did he not encounter any bottlenecks when he cultivated the five elemental sword technique general outline? How did he succeed so easily? Now, the five element sword technique had completely become an 8th grade sword technique. It had become a true five elements sword technique. As long as he could cultivate to the transcendent state, he could go to the burial sword city. It's time to go out, Fang Chen said. When Fang Chen walked out of the five elements bell, the five elements palace master grabbed Fang Chen and instantly disappeared from the mountain peak. When they returned to the five elements palace, the five elements palace master's face was gloomy. He directly brought Fang Chen to the study. Palace master, what's wrong? Fang Chen asked. Fang Chen, your potential is very monstrous. You caused the five elements bell to ring 9 times. The God Extermination Palace has their eyes on you, said the five elements palace master. The God Extermination Palace? Fang Chen asked in surprise. Although the situation in the five element sword city has stabilized for now, the fact that you caused the five elements bell to ring 9 times is too shocking. Furthermore, you have a pretty good relationship with my five elements palace. The Godly Destruction Palace will definitely not allow such a monstrous character to continue growing. The five elements palace master said. It won't be that easy for the God Extermination Palace to kill me, said Fang Chen. He was about to leave the five element sword city. At that time, he wouldn't be afraid of the God Extermination Palace. The God Extermination Palace is in a confrontation with my five elements palace. If they want to make a move on you, they will need to put in some effort. I'm worried about the Blood Moon Assassin Organization, said the five elements palace master. Fang Chen fell silent. The Blood Moon Assassin Organization would definitely not let the Dark Shadow Venerable go. During this time, you should cultivate in my five elements palace. Don't go out, just in case, said the five elements palace master. Fang Chen nodded and cupped his hands at the five elements palace master before turning to leave. With his understanding of the five element sword art, he was confident that he could cultivate it to the transcendent state within a month. After that, he could leave the five element sword city. I need to be careful of the God Extermination Palace, but the Blood Moon Assassin Organization is even more important. On the way back, Fang Chen thought to himself. Chapter 873. The headquarters of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization was gloomy and surrounded by dangerous formations. The headquarters was like an iron bucket. Because the assassins of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization often took on some killing missions, they had offended many forces. However, it was not without reason that the Blood Moon Assassin Organization could survive until now. In the meeting hall of the headquarters, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. A man in a black robe sat on the throne at the top. He was wrapped in a black aura, and no one could see his face clearly. On both sides of the hall below, there were more than 10 elders. They were all the founding members of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization. Suddenly, an elder said in a deep voice, "Leader, this man is too powerful. He must be eliminated." Yes, according to the report of the spies, he is the one who caused the five elements bell to ring 9 times, another founding member said. Causing the five elements bell to ring 9 times is a heaven-defying power. It is said that Dark Shadow Venerable was killed by him. Several founding members on both sides of the hall below spoke, one after another. Their meaning was very clear. They wanted to kill Fang Chun. Fang Chen's potential was too great. Once he grew up, he would definitely threaten the Blood Moon Assassin organization in the future. Suddenly, the black-robed man on the throne asked in a deep voice, "Have you found out the details of this man?" As soon as the black-robed man spoke, the founding members on both sides of the hall felt oppressed. The leader of the Blood Moon Assassin organization was a very mysterious expert. It was said that no one knew his identity until now. Hearing this, one of the founding members said, "This man has many secrets. We haven't found out yet. Leader, should we kill him or not?" Another founding member asked. After thinking for a moment, the black-robed man said, "Inform Dark Shadow, Venerable, about this." After that, the leader disappeared. The founding members looked at each other in dismay. In the end, this matter reached Dark Shadow Venerable's ears. Fang Chun caused the Five Elements bell to ring 9 times. At this time, Dark Shadow Venerable had already recovered from his injuries and his strength had improved a lot. However, even the leader of the Blood Moon Assassin organization did not find out. The current Dark Shadow Venerable was no longer the Dark Shadow Venerable of the past. Back then, under the attack of the Jade Moon Pearl, Dark Shadow Venerable suffered an unprecedented crisis. In the end, he had no choice but to compromise and relinquish control of his body to the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower's Fairy. It was also because of this action that the Flower Spirit was able to take advantage of. It directly took over the Dark Shadow Reverend's body. Even the Dark Shadow Reverend's wounded soul was devoured. After the fairy took over Dark Shadow Venerable's body, it allowed the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower to completely fuse with his body. He only needed an opportunity to step into the Mystic King realm. The fairy didn't expose its identity, at least not before it had enough strength. The fairy wanted to get rid of all the clues and clues. Fang Chun was one of the targets. This kid's potential is heaven-defying. He must be killed, Dark Shadow Venerable said coldly. Within the Five Elements Palace, Fang Chun was quietly cultivating in the courtyard. Fang Chun's talent in swordsmanship was heaven-defying. With the help of the Golden Heart and the Sword Soul, Fang Chun cultivated the Five Elements sword technique very quickly. In just half a month, Fang Chun cultivated the new Five Elements sword technique to the imperceptible realm. At this time, Fang Chun's cultivation had also reached the peak of LV5 true martial realm. Now, he was very confident that he could easily fight against the LV7 true martial realm martial artist. If he used the true meaning of void, he could even fight against the LV8 true martial realm martial artist. Fang Chun gained a lot in the 1-month trip to the Five Elements mystery realm. In the next half a month, Fang Chun continued to cultivate the Five Elements sword technique. However, it was obvious that it was useless to continue cultivating. In the end, Fang Chun took out the Jade Moon Pearl again and used the effect of the Jade Moon Cold Pool to stimulate his body. Fang Chun found an ordinary pool in the Five Elements Palace, put the Jade Moon Pearl in, and entered to cultivate. Finally, after soaking in the Jade Moon Cold Pool countless times, Fang Chun's Five Elements sword technique reached the perfection of martial realm. Buzz. At this time, the sword soul in Fang Chun's mind made a strange sound. Then, Fang Chun found that his sword true meaning instantly spread out. 3rd grade true meaning? Fang Chun's face was full of excitement. After cultivating for such a long time, his sword true meaning had finally reached the 3rd grade. This also meant that Fang Chun could cultivate the ancient golden invincible swordsmanship. After all, the ancient golden invincible swordsmanship was the secret technique of the city. It was very powerful, and one more technique meant one more guarantee. However, Fang Chun was not in a hurry to cultivate the ancient golden invincible swordsmanship. After cultivating the Five Elements sword technique to the perfection of martial realm, it was time to leave. One day, Fang Chun found the Five Elements Palace Master and explained the purpose of his visit. When the Five Elements Palace Master learned that Fang Chun was leaving, he was very regretful. However, He also knew that Fong Chen's stage was in the wider buried Sword City and not the five-element Sword City. Fong Chen, if you need anything in the future, feel free to come to the five-element Sword City to find me, the Five Elements Palace Master said immediately. Fong Chen cupped his hands and thanked him. Thank you for your kindness, Palace Master. The Five Elements Palace was very good to Fong Chen. Fong Chen knew how to be grateful, and this kindness was deeply engraved in his heart. After bidding farewell to the Five Elements Palace Master, Fong Chen left the Five Elements Palace's headquarters. Luo Hong and Luo Yong were in seclusion and did not know that Fong Chen was leaving. At this time, in the dark, no one knew that someone was following Fong Chen. After walking for a while in the Five Elements Sword City, Fong Chen left the area of the Five Elements Palace. At this time, Dark Shadow Venerable, who was in the dark, could not help but take action. Kid, today is the day you die, the fairy yelled out in a low voice. Its body appeared behind Fong Chen in a ghostly manner. It reached out with its huge hand, and a vast aura instantly shrouded Fong Chen. Not good. Fong Chen could feel a strong aura behind him. He cursed in his heart and instantly executed his true intent of void. Although the true meaning of void was displayed in time, it still could not completely avoid the fairy's attack. The fairy was a quasi-king expert with 1 foot in the mysterious king realm. It was not something that Fong Chen, an LV5 true martial realm martial artist, could compare with. Pu Fong Chen's arm was injured and his body was exposed from a void. At this time, the fairy's attack came at him again. Dark Shadow Venerable. Fong Chen's face darkened and he roared angrily. At the same time, he immediately displayed the Five Elements sword technique. When Fong Chen displayed the Five Elements sword technique, the Five Elements aura spread out from his body and merged with the heaven and earth. No one saw that the Five Elements bell, which stood on a mountain peak in the Five Elements Sword City, trembled quietly. Then, the sound of the bell rang through the sky. Dong! When the Five Elements bell was closed, the sound of the bell never rang. And at this time, the sound of the bell rang through the sky. Why? In the Five Elements Sword City, all the martial artists were alarmed by the sound of the bell. What is going on? Why is the Five Elements bell ringing? The bell is ringing continuously. Such a thing has never happened before. Could it be that the legend is true? What legend is it? On the street, many martial artists looked at the mountain peak where the Five Elements bell was located in shock. At the same time, in the headquarters of the God Destruction Palace, several powerful auras soared into the sky and hovered above the Five Elements Sword City. In the headquarters of the Five Elements Palace, with the Five Elements Palace Master as the leader, many elders were also hovering in the sky. Palace Master, what is going on? That's right. Why is the bell ringing continuously? A few elders did not know what was going on and asked doubtfully. The Five Elements Palace Master stood with his hands behind his back. A trace of surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes. Then, he looked at the God Destruction Palace Master, who was not far away. The two authorities exchanged glances with each other. In the end, the Five Elements Palace Master took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, when the Five Elements bell was closed, the bell rang continuously. There is only one possibility. What is it? An elder asked hurriedly. Do you still remember the legend? The Five Elements Palace Master asked. When everyone heard the legend, they were instantly stunned. Then, the faces of a few older elders changed drastically. Their breathing became a little hurried. Palace Master, could the legend be true? Everyone looked at the Five Elements Palace Master in shock. The Five Elements Sword City did indeed have a long legend. It was said that every time the city lord of the Five Elements Sword City appeared, the Five Elements bell would ring continuously. Ever since the previous city lord mysteriously disappeared, the Five Elements bell had not rung like this for a long time. Many people thought that the legend was fake. However, an almighty like the Five Elements Palace Master knew that the legend was true. It was just that the city lord had not appeared yet. While everyone was still in shock, a resplendent five-colored light suddenly shot out from the Five Element bell. This five-colored light turned into a five-colored sword blade in the sky. It tore through the void and instantly appeared on a street in the five-element sword city. At this moment, there was a great battle going on here. The battle between Feng Chun and the fairy. In fact, it was not a great battle. This was because Feng Chun was no match for the fairy at all. He had been suppressed by the fairy. If it was not for the true meaning of the void, Feng Chun would have died long ago. Bang! Feng Chun's body appeared from the void again. He was covered in blood, and his face was very pale. It was obvious that he was injured. "Kid, your space-type true meaning is not bad," the fairy said eerily. "You are not the dark shadow venerable." Feng Chun cried out when he heard that. "Could it be that you are the blood jade Bodhi flower? Now that you know my identity, you can't live anymore." The fairy walked towards Feng Chun step by step, wanting to kill Feng Chun. Feng Chun kept retreating. He was very anxious. The battle between the two of them had caused a huge commotion. Logically speaking, the people of the Five Elements Palace should have been alerted. Why hadn't the reinforcements appeared yet? Chapter 874. The five-colored sword blade that was shot out from the Five Elements bell alarmed all the warriors in the Five Element Sword City. In the sky, the people from the two forces were facing each other. Their eyes were all focused on the five-colored sword blade. The legend is true. It's really the five-colored sword blade, the Five Elements Palace Master said excitedly. On the opposite side, the God Destruction Palace Master's face was a little gloomy. Whoosh! The two giants moved at the same time. Their figures disappeared instantly as they chased after the five-colored sword blade. In an instant, the two giants appeared at the place where Feng Chun and the fairy were fighting. At this moment, the two giants saw the five-colored sword blade suddenly appear through the void and enter Feng Chun's body. Could it be him? The Five Elements Palace Master was shocked as he looked at Feng Chun in shock. The God Destruction Palace Master was also a little dazed. However, the Five Elements Palace Master's reaction was fast enough. "Stop!" The Five Elements Palace Master roared and waved his hand. Suddenly, a huge handprint pressed down on the fairy. "Oh no!" The fairy yelled and used its shadow-type true meaning to escape instantly. Poochie! With a loud sound, the Five Elements Palace Master's handprint pressed down on the fairy's body. The fairy escaped from the Five Elements Sword City at the cost of losing an arm. The Five Elements Palace Master did not chase after the fairy. Instead, he landed in front of Feng Chun. "Thank you for saving me, Palace Master." Feng Chun cupped his fists and thanked the Five Elements Palace Master. The Five Elements Palace Master did not say a word as he stared at Feng Chun. "Palace Master." Feng Chun reminded him softly. At this moment, the Five Elements Palace Master finally reacted. A bright smile appeared on his face. "Ha ha ha! I didn't expect that after so many years, our Five Elements Sword City finally has a city lord." The Five Elements Palatial Master's words puzzled Feng Chun. At this moment, the God Destruction Palace Master landed. Five Elements Palace Master. The Five Elements Palace Master looked at the God Destruction Palace Master and knew what he was thinking. "God Extermination Palace Master, have you forgotten the rules of our Five Elements Sword City?" The Five Elements Palace Master asked solemnly. "Of course I remember the rules. However, my Divine Destruction Palace is unwilling to accept this person as the city lord of our Five Elements Sword City," said the Divine Destruction Palace Master. When the five-colored sword blade entered Feng Chun's body, it meant that Feng Chun had obtained the approval of the Five-Element Bell and became the new city lord of the Five-Element Sword City. This was the rule of the Five-Element Sword City. Both the Godly Destruction Palace Master and the Five Elements Palace Master knew about it. Excited cries could be heard coming from the Five Elemental Bell, as if it was overjoyed. The Five Elements Palace Master's eyes lit up and became even more resolute. Although this person is weak, his potential is extraordinary. He caused the Five Elemental Bell to ring 9 times and obtained the approval of the Five Elemental Bell. He is the new city lord of our Five Elemental Sword City, the Five Elemental Palace Master said in a deep voice. LV5, true martial realm martial artist, wants to be the city lord of my five-element sword city? Impossible, the Divine Destruction Palace Master said. Moreover, who knows if this person used some method to absorb the five-colored sword blade? The previous city lords of the five-element sword city would absorb a five-colored sword blade. In a way, the five-colored sword blade was the symbol of the city lord of the five-element sword city. Tampering with the five-colored sword blade? Only the Divine Destruction Palace Master could think of such a thing. The Five Elements Palace Master sneered and said disdainfully. Seeing the two giants arguing, Fang Chun was a little puzzled. He immediately said, "Palace Master, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand a word?" Hearing this, the Five Elements Palace Master walked in front of Fang Chun and cupped his hands at Fang Chun. "There is a legend and a rule in my five-element sword city. If someone can obtain the approval of the Five Elements Bell and make it ring continuously, releasing the five-colored sword blade and absorbing it, then he will be the new city lord of the five-element sword city." Hearing the Five Elements Palace Master's words, Fang Chen's heart was filled with great astonishment. He vaguely remembered that when the five-colored sword blade had appeared, the five elements sword chi around him had automatically been released. After absorbing the five-colored blade, he felt an inexplicable surge of information in his mind. "You're saying that I'm now the city lord of the five-element sword city?" Fang Chun found a little hard to believe. The two profound kings had fought for this position for so many years, but neither of them had obtained it. Yet, he had somehow obtained it. "That's right. You're now the city lord of the Five Elements Sword City," said the Five Elements Palace Master. "Five Elements Palace Master, do you want to act arbitrarily? This child isn't qualified to be the city lord of the Five Elements Sword City," said the Divine Destruction Palace Master coldly. He had coveted the position of city lord for a long time. How could he let a weak cultivator take it away? "Divine Destruction Palace Master, what do you want?" asked the Five Elements Palace Master coldly. "If he wants my approval, then he'll have to merge with the Five Elements Bell," said the Divine Destruction Palace Master. The Five Elements Palace Master was infuriated. The Five Elements Bell was a supreme treasure formed from Sovereign Zonjin's body when he had died. Even now, no one had been able to break it. It was enough to see how strong its defenses were. Even the Palace Master of the Immortal Palace probably wouldn't be able to break it. How was it possible to merge with such a supreme treasure? The Five Elements Palace Master believed that the Divine Destruction Palace Master had deliberately set such harsh conditions to prevent Fang Chun from becoming the City Lord. In truth, Fang Chun didn't care about the position of City Lord at all. However, Old Ancestor Bronze's voice rang out in his mind. "Brat, this is an opportunity," said the Bronze Ancestor excitedly. "Ancestor, I don't understand what you mean," said Fang Chun. "How can you be so stupid? You're in the Sword Burial Province, and your power is weak. You can't fight against the other major powers. If you become the City Lord, you'll be able to reorganize the Five Elements Sword City. At that time, you'll be a powerful ruler. Who would dare attack you? Besides, don't you want to kill your way back to the ancient Sword Continent? Without any power, how will you kill your way back?" After hearing Old Ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Chen's interest in the position of City Lord was piqued. However, there was nothing he could do about the Divine Destruction Palace Master's interference. "Divine Destruction Palace Master, what do you mean? I'm afraid no one in the Sword Burial Province can merge with the Five Elements Bell. You're deliberately making things difficult for him," rebuked the Five Elements Palace Master. "Five Elements Palace Master, don't think that others can't do what you can't do." The Divine Destruction Palace Master sneered. "If this person can merge with the Five Elements Bell, I'll lead the Divine Destruction Palace to obey the City Lord's orders. Otherwise, he's not qualified to be the City Lord." "You." The Five Elements Palace Master was furious. He glanced at Fang Chun with flickering eyes. "Dong." Just as the Godly Destruction Hall's master and the Five Elements Palace's master were arguing, a deafening ringing of a bell suddenly resounded through the sky. The entire Five Elements Sword City trembled. "What's going on?" In an instant, the numerous cultivators in the Five Elements Sword City were all extremely shocked. Even the two profound kings looked at the source of the trembling in surprise. "The Five Elements Bell is acting strangely," said the Divine Destruction Palace Master. Dong! The Five Elements Bell trembled faster and faster. In the end, the Five Elements Bell left the mountain and floated in the sky. The entire Five Elements Sword City was in an uproar. The Five Elements Bell had been on the mountain since the Sword Burial Province existed. It had never left the mountain for so many years. But now, it had left the mountain and made a strange sound. What's going on? Even the Divine Destruction Palace Master was a little impatient. He glanced at the Five Elements Palace Master and released his aura. He was ready to attack at any time. The people of the Five Elements Palace also stared at the Five Elements Bell in the sky. Fong Chun, who was ignored by everyone, sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. His body flickered with five-colored light. Dong! The Five Elements Bell rose from the ground and floated in the sky, shaking the entire Five Elements Sword City. The experts of the Divine Destruction Palace and the Five Elements Palace entered a state of battle. Everyone stared curiously at the Five Elements Bell. "What's going on? Why is the Five Elements Bell acting strangely?" asked the Divine Destruction Palace Master. Under everyone's gaze, the Five Element Bell slowly moved forward in the sky. "The Five Elements Bell is moving!" Everyone cried out loudly. The Five Elements Bell was actually moving? What was going on? Was the Five Elements Sword City about to be destroyed? Everyone was incomparably shocked. The Five Elements Palace Master and the Divine Destruction Palace Master, the two profound kings, soared into the sky, preparing to stop the Five Elements Bell from leaving. Crash! In the blink of an eye, the Five Elements Bell arrived in front of the two giants. The two giants sensed the terrifying aura released by the Five Elements Bell, and their expressions changed. Just as the two giants were about to join forces to stop the Five Elements Bell from leaving, the Five Elements Bell suddenly fell rapidly. Not good. The Five Elements Bell is going to destroy the Five Elements Sword City. Someone shouted. Immediately, all the cultivators retreated, afraid of being hit by the Five Elements Bell. Only Fong Chun sat quietly on the ground. The Five Elements Bell fell at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Not good. Seeing that Fong Chun happened to be below the Five Elements Bell, the Five Elements Palace Master shouted. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The Five Elements Palace Master's face was extremely gloomy. In the depths of the Divine Destruction Palace Master's eyes, there was a flash of joy. If he is hit by the Five Elements Bell, he will definitely die. The Divine Destruction Palace Master thought that this person was too weak and was not qualified to be the City Lord. The Five Elements Bell wanted to kill this person. Rumble. When the Five Elements Bell fell on top of Fong Chen's head, the five-colored aura around the ladder immediately drilled into the Five Elements Bell. Then, the Five Elements Bell kept shrinking. In the end, while the two giants were still in shock, the Five Elements Bell turned into the size of a thumb and shot into Fong Chen's body. Dong! The Five Elements Bell disappeared, and a terrifying aura instantly spread out from Fong Chen's body. The entire Five Elements Sword City was in shock. What's going on? After the shock, the Five Elements Sword City instantly returned to normal. All the martial artists looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what had just happened. Only the two giants in the sky looked at Fong Chun in shock. How is this possible? The Five Elements Palace Master's eyes widened as he looked at Fong Chun in disbelief and cried out. Beside him, the Divine Destruction Palace Master kept shaking his head. He could not accept the fact in front of him. The Five Elements Bell drilled into his body. Buzz! At this moment, a faintly discernible sword chi was emitted from Fong Chen's body, quietly enveloping the entire Five Elements Sword City. An oppressive aura filled the entire Five Elements Sword City. However, until now, ordinary martial artists still did not know what kind of major event had happened. In Fong Chen's body, the Five Elements Bell turned into the size of a thumb and drilled into the golden heart. At this moment, Fong Chen's comprehension of the Five Elements sword technique had reached an unbelievable level. At the same time, Fang Chun felt that his body seemed to have merged with the five-element sword city. Chapter 875. Fang Chun, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, the entire five-element sword city fell silent. Fang Chun felt that the five-element sword city was filled with a familiar aura. What a comfortable feeling, Fang Chun muttered to himself. He just stood there quietly. However, the two big shots in the sky were horrified. Fusing with the five elements bell, the God Extermination Palace Master finally revealed a shocked expression as he cried out involuntarily. No one knew better than the God Extermination Hall Master how terrifying the five elements bell was. Now, the five elements bell was actually fused with this person's body. This completely overturned his thoughts. The young and frivolous God Extermination Hall Master had not reached the Mystic King realm yet. At that time, he was known as the rising star of the burial sword state. He was extremely bright. His potential was shocking. He was born out of nowhere, and with absolute strength, he successfully stepped into the Quasi-Emperor realm. When he was at the Quasi-King realm, the God Extermination Hall Master came to the five-element sword city. He challenged the five elements bell and obtained the five elements sword technique. At that time, he was young and frivolous. When he heard that the five elements bell was a treasure of heaven and earth, he wanted to take it for himself. In the end, his frivolity almost caused him to die. He tried to take the five elements bell, but was sent flying by the bell. If not for the fact that the five elements bell had no killing intent, he would have died. At that time, the God Extermination Hall Master's heart trembled and his soul trembled. From then on, he cultivated wholeheartedly and finally reached the Mystic King realm. After reaching the Mystic King realm, his understanding of heaven and earth became deeper. At that time, the God Extermination Hall Master's strength became even stronger. Once again, he came before the five-element bell, wanting to subdue it. However, once again, he returned without any success. Moreover, as the God Extermination Hall Master became stronger, his vision became even more sinister. He knew how terrifying the five elements bell was. Subsequently, the God Extermination Hall Master established the God Extermination Hall to compete with the five elements palace. He wanted to become the city lord of the five elements sword city and possess the five elements bell. However, at this moment, the five elements bell was actually fused with a guy at the fifth level of the true martial realm. His thoughts were in complete chaos. Could it be that this person is truly the new city master recognized by the five-element bell? The Godly Extermination Hall's Hall Master thought to himself. Beside him, the Five Elements Palace Master laughed after recovering from his shock. He looked at the Divine Destruction Palace Master and laughed. Divine Destruction Palace Master, if I remember correctly, you just said that if this kid fused with the five-element bell, you would lead the Divine Destruction Palace to submit. Is that true? The eyes of the God-destroying Palace Master flickered as he landed on the ground. The Five Elements Palace Master followed closely behind and arrived in front of Fang Chun. Congratulations, City Lord, for becoming the first person in the history of the Five Elements Sword City. The Five Elements Palace Master cupped his hands and congratulated. The Five Elements Palace Master was not lying. Just by fusing with the Five Elements Bell, he could be called the first person in the history of the Five Elements Sword City. No one would have any objections. After all, he had fused with the Five Elements Bell, a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. After fusing with the Five Elements Bell, Fang Chun also understood the legend of the Five Elements Sword City. The Divine Destruction Palace Master's eyes flickered. Finally, he flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. The Divine Destruction Palace Master could not accept that a brat was the city master of the Five Elements Sword City. However, he did not dare to openly refute the rules of the Five Elements Sword City, so he could only remain silent. On this day, the Five Elements Sword City was in an uproar. The Five Elements Palace Master announced to the public that the Five Elements Sword City had a new city master. At first, everyone was puzzled and doubtful. However, after learning that Fang Chun had been recognized by the Five Elements Bell and had fused with the five-colored sword blade, no one doubted it anymore. a young man at LV5 True Martial Realm, had become the city master of the Five Elements Sword City. This news was like a whirlwind that quickly swept through the entire Burial Sword province. The Five Elements Sword City was extremely lively. When the people of the Blood Moon Assassin organization learned of this, their hearts were extremely gloomy. Their plan was to assassinate this brat. Now, this brat had actually become the city master of the Five Elements Sword City. This made it even harder for the Blood Moon Assassin organization to act. However, after a discussion, the Blood Moon Assassin organization still decided to kill this brat. However, because this brat had always been in the Five Elements Palace, the leader of the Blood Moon Assassin organization personally took action this time. No one had seen the leader take action for many years. With the leader taking action this time, Fang Chun would definitely die. On this day, the leader came to the Five Elements Sword City with a shocking aura. Immediately, the Divine Destruction Palace Master and the Five Elements Palace Master were alerted. Crash! The two profound kings instantly soared into the air and floated in the air. The Five Elements Palace Master stared at the man shrouded in black fog and asked coldly, "Who are you?" His intuition told him that this person's strength was extremely terrifying. Even he was a little afraid. "My goal this time is Fang Chun. Hand over Fang Chun and I'll leave. Otherwise, the Five Elements Sword City will be bathed in blood," the leader said in a hoarse voice. His voice contained a soul attack that instantly spread out. Bang! The Five Elements Palace Master's expression changed. His wrist shook, and countless explosions rang out in front of him. "Fang Chun is the city lord of my Five Elements Sword City. How can I hand him over to you?" A smile flashed across the eyes of the Godly Extermination Palace Master, who was standing not far away. He already knew the background of this person. Other than the mysterious leader of the Blood Moon Assassin organization, who else would dare to brazenly ask for someone from the Five Elements Palace, and even specifically ask for Fang Chun? It said that this person's strength is heaven-defying. Perhaps even the Five Elements Palace Master isn't his match. Him coming here has saved me quite a bit of trouble, thought the Divine Destruction Palace Master as he watched the show from the side. Crash! The mysterious leader's aura immediately spread out. The entire sky above the Five Elements Sword City was covered in black fog. The atmosphere was incomparably heavy. "Just who are you?" asked the Five Elements Palace Master. "Blood Moon." The mysterious leader only said 2 words, but the Five Elements Palace Master's expression completely changed. His pupils instantly shrank. The mysterious leader of the Blood Moon Assassin organization. The Five Elements Palace Master said word by word. He was incomparably shocked. He didn't expect the mysterious leader to actually come here. The Blood Moon Assassin organization was a very mysterious force. Although on the surface, it couldn't be compared to any other city. However, no one dared to provoke the Blood Moon Assassin organization. This time, the leader of the Blood Moon Assassin organization had personally come for Fang Chun. His intention was clear. He wanted to kill Lin Fan. Hand over Fang Chun. I don't want to repeat myself. The Blood Moon leader was very domineering. He didn't give the Five Elements Palace Master any room for negotiation. "Blood Moon leader, you should know that Fang Chun is the new city lord of my Five Elements Sword City. If you want me to hand over the city lord, no one in the city will agree," said the Five Elements Palace Master coldly. "It seems that there's nothing to say," sneered the Blood Moon leader. In the next moment, the Blood Moon leader appeared in front of the Five Elements Palace Master. Bang! It was just a light palm strike, but it made the Five Elements Palace Master's body retreat continuously. Then, the Blood Moon leader's gaze fixed on a courtyard in the Five Elements Palace's base camp. The Blood Moon leader reached out his hand and grabbed at Fang Chun. However, just as Fang Chun's hand was about to touch Fang Chun, a vicissitude voice suddenly came from the void. Then, a phantom appeared. When the phantom appeared, the sky and earth changed color. The Blood Moon leader's phantom hand was instantly shattered. The Blood Moon leader's face changed drastically as he looked at the sky. This sudden change shocked the Five Elements Palace Master and the Godly Destruction Hall Master. Feng Chun has obtained the recognition of the five elements bell and merged with the five-colored sword blade. He has become the new city lord of the five elements sword city. You are not to offend him, the phantom said in a deep voice. The Blood Moon leader's eyes fixed on the sword-shaped palace symbol on the phantom's sleeve, and his eyes narrowed. That symbol was too frightening. The person who had that symbol was from the Sword Burial Celestial Palace. His words represented the Sword Burial Celestial Palace. Even the people from the Sword Burial Celestial Palace are alarmed. The Five Elements Palace Master was shocked, but he soon understood. The Sword Burial Celestial Palace overlooked the entire Sword Burial Prefecture, so they must be very aware of the Five Elements Bell's actions. Moreover, all the major cities in the Sword Burial Prefecture were under the control of the Sword Burial Celestial Palace. In a way, the city lord of each city was also a part of the Sword Burial Celestial Palace. This time, the people from the Sword Burial Celestial Palace had come just after Feng Chun had obtained a recognition of the Five Elements Bell. The significance of this was self-evident. Senior, this lad, even the Blood Moon leader was wary of this person. He was about to speak when the phantom spoke again. Since Feng Chun is the city lord of the Five Elements Sword City, he has the protection of the Sword Burial Celestial Palace. If any mystic monarch martialists disregard their status and attack him, they will bear the consequences. After saying that, the phantom disappeared. The Blood Moon leader's expression kept changing. The phantom's words made him feel helpless. He originally thought that he could kill Feng Chun, but unexpectedly, there were twists and turns. The appearance of the people from the Sword Burial Celestial Palace meant that he couldn't kill Feng Chun. The people from the Sword Burial Celestial Palace said that Mystic Monarch Realm Martialists can attack, but they didn't say that true Martial Realm Martialists can attack. Could it be? The Blood Moon leader's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. However, he still left in the end. The crisis regarding Feng Chun disappeared just like that. After this incident, the Destruction Divine Palace didn't dare to act rashly. After all, Feng Chun had been recognized by the Sword Burial Celestial Palace and had the highest status in the Five Elements Sword City. The Five Elements Palace Master was the happiest. The appearance of the people from the Sword Burial Celestial Palace, especially to protect Feng Chun, made him feel relieved. Since the people from the Sword Burial Celestial Palace have spoken, the Blood Moon leader won't dare to act rashly. He just needs to be wary of the true martial realm martialists. The Five Elements Palace Master muttered to himself. Feng Chun sat cross-legged in the Five Elements Palace. He had witnessed everything with his own eyes. At this moment, he clenched his fists and his face was extremely gloomy. Chapter 876. In the Sword Burial State, there was a vast palace on top of a mountain shrouded in mist. Normally, no one would be able to get close to the mountain. The palace on top of the mountain was the Sword Burial Palace. It was the most mysterious faction in the Sword Burial State, and the one with the most real power. Inside the palace, an old man sat casually by the side of a pond. His expression was gentle, and he didn't emit any aura. He took off his shoes and dipped his feet into the water. It was strange. There wasn't a single fish in the pond at first. But when the old man dipped his feet into the water, a mysterious power seemed to be injected into the water. Fish continued to gather around the old man's feet. They were jumping around happily. If there was an almighty here, they would be shocked. The water in the pond in front of the old man was not ordinary water at all. It was the Jade Moon divine water that made people tremble in fear. What was Jade Moon's sacred water? Everyone knew about the Jade Moon frost water. The Jade Moon pearl contained an extremely cold aura that could turn an ordinary pond into a Jade Moon frost pond. The Jade Moon frost water's effects were well known, and everyone yearned for it. However, very few people knew about the Jade Moon holy water. The Jade Moon pearl that made people's hearts palpitate was produced from the Jade Moon holy water. Strictly speaking, the Jade Moon sacred water was an upgraded version of the Jade Moon frost water. If the Jade Moon frost water was a child, then the Jade Moon sacred water was an adult. The Jade Moon sacred water was 10,000 times stronger than the Jade Moon frost water. Even the souls of some mystic kings would be instantly frozen if they touched the jade moon divine water. After the baptism of time, the jade moon frost water would produce a large number of jade moon pearls. At a closer look, there were countless pearls scattered in the pond before the old man. These pearls were the jade moon pearls. The fact that the old man could play with the fish so easily in the jade moon sacred water was enough to show his strength. Other than the jade moon sacred water, there were also the fishes that could live freely in the water. They were the legendary divine chi gathering fish. The divine chi gathering fish could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and they lived in the jade moon sacred water. It was said that if a cultivator had a divine chi gathering fish, their cultivation could reach 10,000 feet in a day. It was very shocking. Countless cultivators couldn't see one in their entire lives. However, there were countless of them before his eyes. While the old man was playing with the divine chi gathering fish, an old man suddenly rushed in. "Palace Lord, the matter has been settled," the old man said softly. The old man nodded and said, "How is he?" "Palace Master, you're right. His 5-element sword art has already reached the perfection stage. It won't be long before he arrives at the burial sword city," the old man said. "All right, you may leave." The palace lord waved his hand. 5 elements sword city. After thinking for a long time, Fong Chun finally made a decision. He wanted to leave the 5-element sword city. Although he was the city lord, he was too weak to protect himself. Although the expert from the sword-burying immortal palace had forced the Blood Moon leader to retreat, he couldn't protect him forever. Although he had said that profound kings couldn't make a move against him, Lin Yun didn't dare to do anything to him. However, there were plenty of genuine martial realm experts. The Blood Moon Assassin organization had several experts in the true martial realm, enough to kill Fong Chun. Therefore, in order to protect himself, Fong Chun was prepared to leave the 5-element sword city. "City Lord, you're leaving?" asked the 5 Elements Palace Lord. Fong Chun nodded and said, "It's a bit dangerous for me to stay in the 5-element sword city. It's better to go to the burial sword city." "But you're the city lord of the 5 elements sword city. The city hasn't been unified yet." Fong Chun also understood the 5 elements palace lord's meaning. "I'm leaving this time to increase my strength. One day, I'll arrive at the 5-element sword city with absolute strength. At that time, I'll unify the 5-element sword city. I'll personally kill anyone who wants to kill me. If anyone refuses to submit, I'll use my fist to make them submit." Fong Chun said in a deep voice. "That's true. If the city lord continues to stay in the 5-element sword city, the Blood Moon Assassin organization will definitely not let you go," said the 5 Elements Palace Lord after pondering for a moment. After speaking to the 5 Elements Palace Lord, Fong Chun issued his first order as the city lord of the 5 Elements Sword City. From today onwards, the 5 Elements Palace Lord would temporarily take over his duties as the city lord. When this news spread, the 5 Elements Sword City was in an uproar. All the cultivators were discussing Fong Chun. As for the Blood Moon Assassin organization, they were also secretly making preparations. As for the Divine Destruction Palace, after this incident, they didn't dare to act rashly. The Sword Burial Immortal Palace recognized Fong Chun. Many cultivators in the 5-element Sword City also supported Fong Chun incomparably. Since he issued an order as the city lord, there were naturally countless people supporting him. After issuing this order, Fong Chun quietly left the 5-element Sword City. "I'm looking forward to the day you grow up." The 5 Elements Palace Lord vaguely felt that this city lord wasn't ordinary. The birth of a new city lord in the 5 Elements Sword City shocked the entire Burial Sword Province. Many cities were inquiring about the background of this new city lord. However, in the end, they found nothing. After Fong Chun left the 5 Elements Sword City, he used the true meaning of void to quickly travel through the void. However, he was still targeted by the assassins of the Blood Moon Assassin organization. Whoosh, whoosh. Fong Chun's speed was extremely fast. Every time he appeared, he would instantly hide in the void again. After coming to the Burial Sword Province, Fang Chen's frequency of using the true meaning of void had obviously increased. The reason was that he was weak. Of course, the increase in frequency of using the true meaning of void also allowed Fang Chen to have a deeper understanding of the true meaning of void. Currently, his true meaning of void had already reached the peak of the first grade. However, he didn't dare to step into the second grade. This was because without the guidance of an almighty, the true meaning of void would easily go down the wrong path. Back then, the heavenly Void King had gone down the wrong path because he didn't have the guidance of an almighty. It had fallen from a supreme true meaning to a high-grade true meaning. Therefore, Fang Chun had been suppressing it all this time. After an hour, Fang Chun had already left the five-element sword city and arrived at the entrance of a mountain range. It was also at this time that the Blood Moon Assassin organization couldn't help but make a move. Whoosh! Suddenly, a tyrannical attack appeared in the sky. Seeing this, Fang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the mountain range. "Kid, you're dead." A furious roar was heard. Fang Chen instantly realized that the person chasing after him was the Dark Shadow Venerable. No, to be exact, it should be the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower Spirit. Damn it! Fang Chen was forced to reveal his true form by the fairy. He instantly felt an oppressive force. Swoosh! Suddenly, a blood-red aura surged out. The fairy activated all of its power and merged with the Dark Shadow Venerable to release its strongest power. A beautiful red flower appeared in the fairy's palm. This was the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower's true form. Just as Fang Chen was about to hide in the void, the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower in the fairy's palm suddenly turned into a blood-red stream of light and shot directly towards Fang Chen. Bang! Xiao Chun executed the five-element sword technique at full power, and a five-colored sword appeared. Bang! It blocked the scarlet light with great difficulty. As for Fang Chen's body, he was instantly sent flying. Run! Fang Chen didn't say anything else. He activated the true meaning of the void and escaped. Trying to escape, the fairy sneered and stretched out its hand. The power of a quasi-king expert instantly erupted. Countless blood-red branches appeared around its body and wrapped around Fang Chen's body in the blink of an eye. Not good, Fang Chen shouted in his heart. He was extremely anxious. Let's see who can save you this time. The fairy sneered. In its eyes, Fang Chen was definitely going to die. I can't die. Fang Chen's eyes flashed with determination as he said in a deep voice. He originally thought that with the true meaning of the void, he could easily leave the five-element sword city. But now, it seemed that he was too naive. This damn fairy, if he didn't die, he would definitely kill it in the future. Just as the blood-red branches wrapped around Fang Chen, the latter's body emitted a vast void aura. Breakthrough. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with a scarlet color. He was breaking through his true meaning of the void. A crazy void aura emerged from his body. At this moment, the true meaning of the void was activated to the extreme. Now, he couldn't care less. Only by breaking through the true meaning of the void could he have a chance of survival. Seeing this scene, the fairy was a little surprised. Immediately, it felt a sense of oppression. The true meaning of the void in Fang Chen's body was extremely crazy. Originally, the true meaning of the void had reached the limit of a breakthrough and had been suppressed by Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen gave up on suppressing it. The true meaning of the void naturally broke through to the second grade realm. Buzz. Chapter 877. The Dark Shadow Venerable was originally a quasi-king expert who had been searching for a way to step into the Mystic King realm. However, he was unable to step into the Mystic King realm. After fusing with the Yin soul of an almighty, his strength skyrocketed, and he almost stepped into the Mystic King realm. However, due to the obstruction of the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower, he was stuck at the Quasi-King realm. And now, the aura emitted from Fang Chen's body made an expert like the fairy feel danger. What's going on? The fairy squinted his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. At the same time, his hands were constantly unleashing his most powerful attacks. In front of absolute strength, everything was meaningless. As long as he could kill Fang Chen, everything would be over. Whoosh! The fairy's attacks bombarded Fong Chen's body crazily. However, he was surprised to find that Fong Chen's body, which was originally entangled by the blood-red branches, was gradually fading and finally disappearing into the void. Space type, true meaning. The fairy's eyes flickered, and he felt uneasy. There was a faint oppressive feeling in the air. He did not know if it was because of Fong Chun. The fairy attacked the surrounding void crazily, trying to kill Fong Chun. At this moment, in the void, a majestic aura of the void exploded around Fong Chen's body. His aura was skyrocketing crazily. Supreme, true meaning. Without any guidance from an almighty, it forcefully broke through to the second grade. Fong Chun did not care about the risk of the true meaning of the void evolving into other true meanings. At this moment, his only goal was to escape from this place. Buzz! A ripple appeared in the void. It raised the true meaning of the void in his body to the extreme. Then, Fong Chun pushed the true meaning of the void to the extreme. His body flashed, and he quickly left. Tried to escape? In the process of Fong Chen's escape, the ripple in the void was discovered by the fairy. The latter roared and chased after him. However, after chasing for a while, the fairy stopped in its tracks. His face was ashen, and he was furious. He was a quasi-king level expert, yet a mere LV5 true martial realm martial artist had managed to escape from under his nose. After an unknown period of time, a ripple appeared in a certain part of the void. Then, Fong Chen's figure appeared in an instant. At this moment, his forehead was covered in sweat, and his clothes were completely soaked. Clearly, it was caused by overuse of the true will of the void. Fong Chun panted as he sat down on the ground. He looked around and found that there was no danger, so he started to rest. While resting, Fong Chun secretly observed his own true meaning of void. He discovered that after the true intent of the void had reached the second grade, its power had increased tremendously. The effect of concealing the void had become even more obvious. The true meaning of void hasn't changed. Fong Chen's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. Without the guidance of an almighty, it was very easy for a transcendental true meaning to change during a breakthrough. After Fong Chen checked, he found that the true meaning of void hadn't changed, and a smile appeared on his face. Lucky, Fong Chun thought to himself. After a short rest, Fong Chun continued on his way. He secretly swore that when he returned to the five-element Sword City, it would be the day he killed the fairy. However, Fong Chun didn't notice that when he was flying, the true meaning of void in his body had quietly changed. In the dense void aura, there was some inexplicable aura. Of course, Fong Chun didn't know all of this. Even if he observed carefully, he wouldn't be able to discover it. After being ambushed by the fairy, Fong Chun had successfully escaped. After that, Fong Chun had been hurrying on with his journey. Not long after, he once again arrived at the edge of the buried Sword City. Buried Sword City. Looking at the ground in front of him, Fong Chun was extremely excited. Last time, he had met the people of the buried Sword Immortal Palace at the edge of the buried Sword City. Moreover, he had learned some secrets about the buried Sword State. I must get the recognition of the buried Sword Emperor as soon as possible. Fong Chun thought to himself. Star and Moon's corpse had been sealed by Fong Chun with a special method, so it wouldn't rot for the time being. However, no one knew what would happen after a long time. Therefore, Fong Chun had to get the recognition of the buried Sword Emperor as soon as possible, and then ask the buried Sword Emperor to help revive Star and Moon. Fong Chun quickly came to the edge of the buried Sword City and then prepared to pass through the seal. Suddenly, the five elements aura around him burst out, enveloping Fong Chun and directly entering the buried Sword City. After passing through the seal, Fong Chun found a very magnificent city. This city was extremely spacious. Compared to the five-element Sword City, it was many times larger. There was a golden plaque hanging above the city gate, and there were 3 words written on it: Buried Sword City. As expected of the buried Sword City, when Fong Chun saw the 3 words Buried Sword City, his heart trembled. These 3 words contained a very powerful sword intent. A slightly weaker martialist would definitely not be able to withstand this kind of mental shock. Fang Chun pondered for a moment before arriving outside the buried Sword City. Finally, he entered the city. After arriving at the buried Sword City, Fang Chun realized why this was the central core city of the buried Sword State. Looking at the streets, every martialist was at least at the 6th level of the true martial realm. Fang Chen's strength could be considered the weakest. Although there were very few martialists in the buried Sword City, the quality was very high. While Fang Chen was still in shock, someone suddenly patted Fang Chen's shoulder and asked in a low voice, "Brother, you must have just arrived in the buried Sword City, right?" When Fang Chen heard this, he turned his head and saw a scholarly man wearing white robes. He had a simple and honest smile on his face. "How did you know?" asked Fang Chen in response. "I saw that brother had just entered the city and had been watching the entire time, so I took the liberty to ask." The scholarly man gently waved the fan in his hand with a slight smile. Fang Chen nodded. "That's right. This is my first time in the buried Sword City. Could it be that you are also here?" The scholarly man nodded. "I am from Sword Calligraphy City. This is my first time in the buried Sword City." Fang Chen. Fang Chen said his name. He felt that this person was a bit interesting. "Brother Fang, this is both our first time in the buried Sword City. How about we travel together?" asked the scholarly man. The buried Sword City was very large, and there were many powerful martialists. Newcomers were the weakest, so they urgently needed to find a backer. As for the scholarly man, he felt that Fang Chen wasn't ordinary, so he wanted to befriend him. "All right," said Fang Chen. It just so happened that he didn't know anything about the buried Sword City. It said that every newcomer has to go to the registration area to register their status. "Let's go over right now," said the scholarly man. Fang Chen nodded. "I still don't know your name. Everyone calls me a scholar." The two of them walked down the wide street toward the registration area. Within the buried Sword City, all martial artists had to register. If a martial artist didn't register at the registration area and was discovered by the city lord's mansion, the consequences would be severe. A moment later, Fang Chen and the scholar arrived at the registration area. This place was very quiet. There were only a few people here and there. "Why are there so few people here?" Fang Chen was a bit puzzled. "Brother Fang, this is the registration area. Only newcomers need to register, so there are naturally very few martial artists here," said the scholar. Fang Chen came to a realization and entered the registration area. "Are the two of you here to register your status?" asked a staff member as soon as they entered the registration area. "Yes, we're here to register," said the scholar. "Please come over here." The staff member led Fang Chen and the scholar to a table. "Name?" A warrior on the stool asked mechanically. "Book Maniac." "Cultivation base." "7th stage of the true martial realm." "Where are you from?" "Sword City." After the staff member finished asking the scholar, he recorded a bit of information and then injected it into a token. Finally, he handed the token to the scholar. "This is your status token. Keep it safe. If you lose it, remember to come here to replace it. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." After speaking, the staff member looked at Fang Chen. Chapter 878. Before the staff member could ask, Fang Chen told him his information. Originally, the staff member was a little impatient and wanted to quickly register and go to rest. However, when he heard the two words, Fang Chen, his expression changed slightly. When the words 5-element Sword City came out of Fang Chen's mouth, the staff member's expression finally changed greatly. He looked at Fang Chen with a hint of fear in his eyes. Then he said with a smile, "So it's Brother Fang. This is your identity token." The staff member's attitude towards Fang Chen was completely different from before, which made Fang Chen stunned. After the two of them received their identity tokens, they turned and left. "Brother Fang, I didn't expect you to be the city lord of the 5-element Sword City." The scholar looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. Previously, the Sword Burial Immortal Palace announced that Fang Chen was the city lord of the 5-element Sword City. This piece of news was known to everyone. And now, the scholar was actually with the city lord of the 5-element Sword City. Although he was surprised by Fang Chen's cultivation had surprised him. However, the identity of the city lord of the 5-element Sword City was enough to let Fang Chun walked sideways in the sword burial city? I really couldn't tell. The scholar grinned. Fong Chun was also stunned, and then he shook his head helplessly. His identity had actually spread to the sword burial city. However, Fong Chun didn't care. Anyway, this was the sword burial city, and he didn't have to be afraid of anyone. However, just as Fong Chun was chatting with the scholar, several figures appeared one after another at the registration office, preparing to register as a martial artist. When Fong Chun saw this, a smile appeared on his face. The current Fong Chun wasn't wearing a mask, so these people couldn't recognize him. If Brother Gujian is here, we can register together, Fatty Li said regretfully when he passed by Fong Chun. Beside him were He Xiulin, Wu Li, and Luo Byron. Their cultivation bases had improved significantly, and their ancient golden indestructible sword techniques had reached the level of manifestation. Soon, they were in Buried Sword City. Fong Chun did not reveal his identity. Now is not the time. In the blink of an eye, Fatty Li and the other three finished registering. At this moment, Fong Chun and the scholar were also preparing to leave. However, right at that moment, a sinister voice entered everyone's ears. I was wondering who it was. So it's the trash from Golden Sword City. As soon as this voice fell, several figures appeared. Fong Chun stopped and looked over. He discovered that these people were from Azura Sword City. The person who spoke was Azura Sword Sec Shiming, the person who had been defeated by Wu Li. A defeated opponent dares to boast so shamelessly, Wu Li said coldly. The people of Golden Sword City are all trash. Gu Yiming also spoke up. The people from Golden Sword City, led by Luo Byron, were all livid. Trash like you dares to come to Burial Sword City and make a fool of yourselves? The people from the Azura Sword sect were extremely arrogant. Not far away, Fong Chun and the scholar stood quietly. These people are a bit sinister. They're deliberately provoking those people so they can attack first, said the scholar. Why is that? Fong Chun didn't understand. The rules of Burial Sword City are strict. Fighting is forbidden in public. If you do, the guards will immediately arrive. When the time comes, those people from Golden Sword City will definitely be punished. If it's light, they'll have to work in the mines for 100 years. If it's heavy, they'll have their cultivation crippled on the spot, said the scholar. Fong Chen's face was ashen. He was a bit angry. He had cultivated in Golden Sword City before, and the sword arena had given him a lot of resources. Fatty Li and the others also had a good relationship with him. How could he just watch as they were framed? While Fong Chun was speaking to the scholar, the people from Golden Sword City were completely infuriated. Fatty Li and the others didn't understand the rules and were about to attack. Could it be that the Azura Sword sect's people only know how to talk? Fatty Li glared at Lu Tianzi. You people from Golden Sword City don't have the qualifications to make me attack, said Lu Tianzi arrogantly. Boom! Luo Byron's explosive temper was completely infuriated. He immediately erupted with a majestic aura, preparing to attack the Azura Sword sect's people. However, at this moment, Fong Chun stopped Luo Byron's impulsiveness. Brother, what's the point of bickering with a few dogs? Fong Chun said with a chuckle as he walked towards Luo Byron and the others. Uffed! Hearing Fong Chen's words, Fatty Li, He Xiulin, and the others all burst into laughter. Even Luo Byron, who was about to attack, stopped. He grinned and said, You're right. It's not worth it to fight with a few dogs. Who are you? How dare you meddle in our Azura Sword sex matters? Seeing that Fong Chun had appeared and ruined their plans, Lu Tianzi and the others immediately asked coldly with ashen faces. You don't have the qualifications to know my name, said Fong Chun softly. The scholar was a bit puzzled. Why would Fong Chun help them out? However, he still quietly walked over to Fong Chun and whispered a few words into Fong Chen's ear. After hearing the scholar's words, Fong Chen's eyes lit up. Everyone, I don't like these dogs. Can you let me teach them a lesson? Said Fong Chun to Luo Byron and the others. Luo Byron and the others were flabbergasted. They didn't know this person, so why would he attack them? Luo Byron and the others exchanged glances. As for Lu Tianzi and the others, their expressions completely sank. Brat, are you courting death? asked Lu Tianzi icily. Your grandpa is standing right here. Do you dare attack me? Sneered Fang Chun. Lu Tianzi and the others were even more infuriated, but they didn't have any intention of attacking. As expected, the Azure Sword Sect's people are all hypocrites. They intentionally infuriated Golden Sword City's people so that they could attack you. Then the guards would cripple your cultivation bases. You really are vicious, said Fang Chun. What does that have to do with you? Roared Gu Yuming. His plan had almost succeeded, but this brat had ruined it. He was furious. Hearing Fang Chun's words, Luo Bairen and the others' expressions changed slightly. They felt a bit of lingering fear. Then they furiously glared at Lu Tianzi and the others. Brat, just who are you? Asked Lu Tianzi icily as he stared at Fang Chun. How did I ruin your plan? Were you trying to find out who I was so you could find a chance to retaliate against me in the future? Sneered Fang Chun. I'm standing right here. If you have the ability, then come attack me. Fang Chun's expression was extremely exaggerated. Lu Tianzi and the others had an urge to directly cut off his head. However, they also knew Burial Sword City's rules, so they didn't dare act on their own. Brat, I'll remember you. I'll definitely make you pay back 100 times over for what happened today. Lu Tianzi prepared to leave. However, at this moment, Fang Chun's figure drifted to the side of Lu Tianzi and the others. They were caught off guard and were instantly slapped in the face. Lu Tianzi and the others had never been humiliated like this before. They were infuriated. You're courting death. Courting death? Trash like you aren't qualified for me to attack, said Fang Chun disdainfully. He was intentionally humiliating Lu Tianzi and the others. But these people were actually quite calm. They were afraid of violating the rules, so they hadn't attacked. However, did that mean Fang Chun wouldn't be able to do anything to them if they didn't attack? Fang Chun turned his head to give the scholar a strange look. Then he swaggered over to Lu Tianzi. Bang! Fang Chun circulated his spiritual qi and gathered it in his fist. Then he punched Lu Tianzi. Lu Tianzi's body was sent flying by Fang Chun. He hadn't expected Fang Chun to actually dare attack him. Brat, you're dead. The guard will be here soon. Lu Tianzi crawled up from the ground, a crazed smile on his face. As for Luo Bairen and the others, they were worried for Fang Chun. Brother, thank you for saving us. However, because of us, you ended up being punished. We are truly apologetic, Luo Bairen said. Fang Chun waved his hand, stopping Luo Bairen from speaking. His eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Lu Tianzi. In his eyes, Lu Tianzi was very stupid. The scholar narrowed his eyes. He wasn't worried at all that Fang Chun would be punished by the guards. Not long after, a group of guards covered the sky and covered the earth. Chapter 879. The guards' auras were incomparably powerful. Their faces were filled with displeasure. To dare attack someone in Burial Sword City, these people were simply tired of living. Seeing the arrival of the guards, Lu Tianzi shouted loudly, wanting the guards to cripple Fang Chun's cultivation. The guards walked over and looked at the two of them. What's going on? Sir, I'm here to register my identity, but this person attacked me for no reason, Lu Tianzi said before anyone else could. Take out your identity medallion, said the guard expressionlessly. Fang Chun handed over his identity medallion. There was no fear on his face. After checking Fang Chun's identity medallion, the guard's expression changed slightly. He handed it back to Fang Chun. Guards, this person has no respect for the law. He must be severely punished for committing such a crime here. The guard's expression was incomparably solemn. Lu Tianzi was inwardly delighted. If this person violated Burial Sword City's rules, even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. However, to everyone's surprise, as soon as Lu Tianzi finished speaking, the guard at the front said coldly, "Scram." At the same time, Lu Tianzi's body was sent flying and he heavily crashed into the ground. Lu Tianzi looked at the guard in disbelief. Guards, he was the one in the wrong first. Why did you attack me instead of indulging him? Asked Lu Tianzi. Do you know who he is? Asked the guard expressionlessly. His name is Fang Chun. He is the city lord of 5-element Sword City. The guard's aura was extremely terrifying, and it directly pressed down on Lu Tianzi and the others. What? Hearing this, Lu Tian's face was filled with shock and fear. He is the city lord of 5 elements Sword City. Lu Tian's heart was filled with raging waves. How could such a young martial artist be the city lord of 5 elements Sword City? Although he couldn't accept this fact, the guard's words were unquestionable. Lu Tianzi glared at Fang Chun and turned to leave. Seeing Lu Tianzi and the others leave, the guard cupped his hands towards Fang Chun and smiled. City Lord, sorry for disturbing you. I'm fine. Fang Chun nodded slightly. Actually, Fang Chun had just learned from the scholar that every city lord had certain privileges within the burial Sword City. He was the city lord of the 5 elements Sword City, and his identity had long been recorded by Buried Sword City. The guard leader checked his identity token and knew who he was. Therefore, no matter what the cause of the incident was, the guards would not do anything to Fang Chun. At this moment, the scholar at the side had a wide smile on his face. As for He Xiulin and the others, they were a little shocked. 5 elements, Sword City's city lord. The 4 of them were shocked. This person was so young, but he was actually the lord of a city. It was too shocking. City Lord, this must be your first time in Sword Burial City. Please come with us, the guard leader said with a smile. Fang Chun nodded and said, Can I bring a friend? Of course. Hearing this, he turned to look at the scholar. The latter was also grinning from ear to ear. In the end, Fang Chun and the scholar left with the guards. The 4 geniuses of Golden Sword City looked at each other in dismay. This person is actually the city lord of the 5 elements Sword City. How shocking. The 5 elements Sword City hasn't had a city lord for a long time. I didn't expect this person to be so young. I'm a little puzzled. Why would the city lord of the 5 elements Sword City save us? Hearing the 3 of them, Fatty Lee's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. Did you notice that he looks like someone? Who? The 3 of them looked at Fatty Lee and asked in unison. Gu Jian. Fang Chun and the scholar arrived at the city lord's mansion. Sword Burial City was different from other cities. The city lord's mansion was directly under the jurisdiction of the Sword Burial Immortal Palace. And the city lord was also an important figure in the Sword Burial Immortal Palace. This time, the guard leader was bringing Fang Chun to see the city lord of the Sword Burial City. Before long, the guard leader brought Fang Chun and the scholar to a luxurious courtyard. Young master, you can rest here, said the guard leader to the scholar. Then he turned to Fang Chun and said, City Lord, I'll take you to see our city lord. The scholar exchanged a glance with Fang Chun and then entered the luxurious courtyard. As for Fang Chun, he went to see the legendary Sword Burial City's city lord. City lord's mansion, study. The 2 old men were full of smiles. If that kid sees the 2 of us, what kind of expression will he have? Asked the short old man with a mischievous smile. I bet he'll definitely be surprised, said the tall old man confidently. Do you dare bet? The short old man clearly didn't agree with the tall old man. Then let's bet. What do you want to bet? The tall old man was very confident in his guess. Didn't you obtain an immortal burial jade before? If you lose, give it to me, said the short old man with a smile. The tall old man's expression changed, and he immediately refused. You want my immortal burial jade? Impossible, said the tall old man. Aren't you very confident? You don't even dare to bet with the immortal burial jade. The short old man deliberately provoked the tall old man. Impossible. Regardless of whether I'm confident or not, I definitely won't bet with the immortal burial jade. The tall old man shook his head with a firm attitude. Seeing this, the short old man was a little helpless and then said, Well, if you lose, just give me a soul destruction pill. Hearing this, the tall old man agreed. While the 2 were talking, Fang Chun also came to the study. City Lord, the city lord of the 5 elements Sword City has been brought. Let him in. A voice came from the study. The guard leader cupped his hands to Fang Chun and then turned to leave. Without the city lord's permission, the guards were not allowed to enter the study. This was the rule of the Sword Burial City, and no one dared to break it. Fang Chun gently pushed open the door and entered the study. In an instant, Fang Chun saw 2 old men with wretched smiles on their faces. You wouldn't be the city lords of the Sword Burial City, right? Fang Chun was a bit surprised, but his expression was still very calm. Kid, we meet again. Yes, The two of us are the city lords of the sword burial city. The short old man smiled. Seeing Fong Chen's calm expression, the tall old man was a bit speechless. Kid, aren't you shocked to see the two of us? Asked the tall old man. Fong Chen spread his hands. What's there to be shocked about? I've seen you before and know that you're important figures in the sword burial immortal palace. It's normal for you to be the city lords of the sword burial city. Hearing this, the short old man laughed heartily. As for the tall old man, he was filled with helplessness. In the end, he took out a soul destruction pill and threw it to the short old man. Seeing this, Fong Chun was a bit puzzled. While Fong Chun was lost in thought, the two old men looked at Fong Chun. Kid, you're really something. Not only did you obtain the 5-element sword, but you also fused with the 5-element bell to become the city lord of the 5-element sword city, said the tall old man. When they had learned of this from the palace master, they had also been shocked. But in the end, they felt relieved. If he could draw out the 12th heaven tribulation, then what was the point of fusing with the 5-element bell? Furthermore, the palace master had said that this child had the highest chance of obtaining the sword burial emperor's approval. Fusing with the 5-element bell proved the palace master's words. If it was an ordinary city lord, the two old men wouldn't even bother to meet him. But Fong Chun was different. The two of them had high hopes for Fong Chun, and the palace master also favored him. It was just a fluke, said Fong Chun. You're the first person in the history of the sword burial city to fuse with the 5-element bell. If that counts as a fluke, then how can we still have the face to continue living? Hearing this, Fong Chun was no longer modest. The two of them already knew Fong Chen's background. We called you here to tell you a few things about the sword burial city, said the tall old man. What is it? Fong Chen's eyes flickered. Every genius that comes to the sword burial prefecture will go to the sword burial heavenly wall, said the short old man. Sword burial heavenly wall? What's that? Fong Chen was a bit confused. Just what was this sword burial heavenly wall? Chapter 880. The sword burial heavenly wall was the most famous place in the sword burial province. It was also the place where the geniuses of the sword burial province gathered. Sword burial city was different from other cities. Here, the city lord mansion was the strongest overlord and governed the entire sword burial city. Within the sword burial city, there were many powerful sects. These sects had always been paying attention to the sword burial heavenly wall. As long as they discovered someone with heaven-defying potential, they would do everything they could to rope them into their sect. The sword burial heavenly wall was naturally born. The more sword scars a martial artist left behind on the sword burial heavenly wall, the stronger their talent in the sword Tao. Fong Chen finally understood after listening to the two old men's explanation. The sword burial heavenly wall was also a method to obtain the sword burial heavenly emperor's approval. With your heaven-defying potential, you should go to the sword burial heavenly wall to give a try. The short old man smiled. That's right. Although your cultivation is ordinary, you were able to trigger a 12th level tribulation. Your monstrous potential is simply unimaginable. As the two old men spoke, Fong Chun felt a little curious about the legendary sword burial skywall. Where is it? Asked Fong Chun. He wanted to give it a try. The sword burial heavenly wall recorded the most monstrous martial artists of the sword burial province's younger generation. Fong Chen also wanted to see just how strong these monstrous martial artists were. After chatting with the two city lords for a long time, Fong Chun directly settled down in the city lord mansion. The next day, he followed the scholar to the legendary sword burial heavenly wall. Brother Fong, you're very powerful. Even the city lord mansion treats you like this. The scholar kept praising Fong Chun along the way. Fong Chun remained silent. In his mind, he kept thinking about the sword burial heavenly wall. The sword burial heavenly wall was located on the sword burial peak. This peak was very unique. It was filled with dense sword chi. No martial artist could fly to the sword burial peak. They could only walk. While climbing the mountain, Fong Chun heard many discussions about the sword burial heavenly wall. Have you guys heard? Sidu Hong came out of seclusion yesterday. It is said that he will come to the burial sword heavenly wall to test his talent today. A martial artist said, with Situ Hong's potential, he will definitely be able to enter the top 10 of the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall. That's right. Situ Hong's potential is too heaven-defying. While this group of people was discussing Situ Hong, on the other side, there were clearly some martial artists who were dissatisfied. Situ Hong is nothing. Even Yun is here today. In front of Yun, even Situ Hong is inferior. That's right, Yun has the potential to become number one. Situ Hong is no threat to Yun. Along the way, many martial artists were discussing some outstanding geniuses. When Fang Chen heard this, he didn't have any reaction because he didn't know these geniuses at all. On the other hand, the scholar at the side was extremely shocked. I didn't expect that even Yun and Situ Hong would come. It seems like the Sword Burial Heaven Wall is very lively today. The scholar sighed. Do you know Yun and Situ Hong? Fang Chen asked casually. Not only have I heard of them, but in the entire Sword Burial City, you're probably the only one who doesn't know of them, said the scholar. When he mentioned Yun and Situ Hong, his eyes were filled with awe and respect. Situ Hong is the peak genius of the Situ family in Sword Burial City. His potential is so great that even profound kings are shocked. The scholar said, when Situ Hong was in the spiritual whirlpool realm, he was able to kill a warrior in the true martial realm. Now, he has reached LV6 of the true martial realm in less than a year. It is said that his real combat ability can easily defeat a warrior in LV9 of the true martial realm. If he's that powerful, could it be that he has triggered a 12th level tribulation? Asked Fang Chen softly. A 12th level tribulation? Are you crazy? Even Lu Jingyun, who is ranked number 1 in the Heavenly Wall, wasn't able to trigger a 12th level tribulation, said the scholar. What kind of joke was that? A 12th level tribulation was the strongest lightning tribulation of the true martial realm. It was a lightning tribulation that only existed in legends. Such a lightning tribulation was hard to come by in 10,000 years. Not to mention Yun and Situ Hong. Even Lu Jingyun, who was ranked number 1 in the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall, wasn't able to trigger a 12th level tribulation when he entered the true martial realm. In fact, being able to trigger a 9-9 lightning tribulation was already very heaven-defying. Fang Chen curled his lips when he heard that, but he didn't say anything. He had triggered a 12th level tribulation, which was why he casually asked. Unknowingly, the two of them had already reached the top of the Sword Burial Peak. There was a jade wall at the top of the Sword Burial Peak. There were countless sword scars on the jade wall. Each sword mark contained a vast aura of sword principle. On the flat ground in front of the jade disc, there were many cultivators sitting cross-legged, quietly cultivating. Fang Chen could clearly feel that there was a unique aura at the top of the Sword Burial Peak. This unique aura could increase the cultivation speed of sword cultivators. Is this the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall? Said Fang Chen as he stared at the jade wall. His heart was shaken. The Sword Burial Heavenly Wall was too magical. Thump! The golden heart rapidly throbbed at this moment, as if it had sensed the aura of the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall. It's indeed unusual, said Fang Chen inwardly. However, there was a commotion in front of the jade wall at this moment. Shortly after, a white-clothed figure appeared. Shortly after, the crowd's shouts could be heard. It's Situ Hong. He really appeared. Situ Hong has been in seclusion for so long. Did he really make a breakthrough? Last time, Situ Hong left behind 70 sword scars on the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall. I wonder if he can improve this time. Many whispers could be heard. Fang Chen also stared at Situ Hong with interest. Situ Hong had a gentle smile on his face, and his entire body was emitting a powerful sword aura. Just as everyone was discussing, Situ Hong walked to the front of the jade wall. The jade disc was 10 meters tall, and Situ Hong's figure was small and skinny in front of it. However, this couldn't cover up Situ Hong's brilliance. On the side of the jade wall was a stone tablet. This was a ranking list. There were many small words on the list. As long as you could leave behind a sword scar on the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall, you could enter the list. Fang Chen could clearly see that Situ Hong's name was on the 10th place. Only by leaving behind 70 sword scars can you be ranked 10th, muttered Fang Chen to himself. Brother Fang, there's something you don't know, but the sword burial heavenly wall is extremely hard. Wanting to leave a sword scar on it is too difficult, explained the scholar. Even Lu Jingyun, who is ranked first, only left behind 93 sword scars. Just as the scholar was speaking, Situ Hong attacked. Boundless sword chi surged out of Situ Hong's body, and then a long sword appeared in his hand. Then, Situ Hong's wrist shook, and the long sword in his hand constantly changed. Seeing this, Fong Chen's expression changed slightly. As expected of a genius sword cultivator from the sword burial city. He's actually able to use his sword to such a level, said Fong Chen inwardly. According to the Sword Dao Quintessence's primary scroll, Situ Hong was comparable to someone at the 5th step of the Sword Dao. At this time, Fong Chen finally understood why the Sword Burial Prefecture's sword cultivators were so powerful. Whoosh! The long sword in Situ Hong's hand constantly changed. In the end, a sword light that couldn't be seen with a naked eye shot toward the sword burial heavenly wall. Buzz! A peculiar sound came from the sword burial heavenly wall. Then a vast amount of sword chi spread out. Then, Situ Hong put away his sword and looked at the sword burial sky wall with a smile on his face. At this time, the sword chi on the sword burial heavenly wall gradually disappeared. Everyone looked over and saw that the sword burial heavenly wall was now covered in sword scars. How many sword scars? This was the question everyone was most concerned about. In the blink of an eye, everyone knew. There were 80 sword scars. There were 10 more sword scars than last time. The entire sword burial peak was in an uproar. Countless cultivators looked at Situ Hong in shock. He's too powerful. He actually created 80 sword scars. If I had half of his potential, I wouldn't have any regrets even if I died. Situ Hong's ranking is already in the top 5. Many cultivators said one after another. Situ Hong was quite satisfied with his result. 5th,